Chapter 908. Could Xue Chuqing have infiltrated the lands of the Immortal Court? Theoretically speaking, no. This was because breaking through the wall that separated them from the world beyond worlds and coming to the side of the Immortal Court would not be an easy thing. Yan Zhaoge had mistakenly entered the world of Buddhism previously due to the abnormalities of the profound sky-purple gold furnace. This time, he had mistakenly entered the lofty towering world of the Immortal Court's loathing square immortal realm because of the clash between the immortal artifact Mars Halberd and the restrictions left behind by the Brocade Emperor. While Yan Zhaoge was unclear on his mother's current cultivation base, it was doubtful that she had ascended the Immortal Bridge from what he already knew. Logically speaking, Xue Chuqing should not have been able to come here without some external help. First, however, a peak bigwig expert might have helped Xue Chuqing sneak in. Second, Xue Chuqing often performed unexpectedly. Perhaps she had some special methods. Yan Zhaoge pondered, if it really was my mother, she would definitely have kept a low profile here as she would not have taken the initiative to provoke those of the Immortal Court. From the looks of it, digging a hole in the relic site and screwing over the chaotic heavenly sect doesn't seem like something she would do. Unless... The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly, sensing that her tracks were about to be exposed again. She fled once more, digging a hole before leaving as a memento for her enemies. As he thought this, Yan Zhaoge said to Fu Ting, I want to investigate this lofty towering world as well as the other worlds of the Loathing Square immortal realm. Fu Ting immediately understood, you want to investigate whether there are disciples of the three purities like us here? Yan Zhaoge answered without batting an eyelid, precisely so. If there really is, I might as well lend a hand. The other party should be more familiar with this place than we are. If we can establish contact with them, it would be beneficial for us to leave the territory of the Immortal Court and return to the world beyond worlds. Still, there may be peak experts of the Immortal Court guarding over this place. Therefore, it is very dangerous. I can also go alone, coming back to find you later. Yan Zhaoge said, I have no intention of underestimating you. If we act separately, we can avoid being caught in one fell swoop. Fu Ting pondered for a moment before shaking her head, we are unfamiliar with this place. We are also very different from martial practitioners of the Immortal Court, and there are many language barriers as well. We might as well advance and retreat together and look after one another. Yan Zhaoge nodded, let's set off from here then. As he spoke, a black light appeared in his palm. It was ever-changing, elusive, and formless. With a single palm strike, several chaotic heavenly sect martial artists lost their lives. Yang Chong and the others were greatly shocked, but Fu Ting's expression was as per usual, it is indeed a supreme art recorded within the faceless demon scripture. I had not thought that young Master Yan would actually be proficient in this long-lost demonic art. She appraised Yan Zhaoge all over, your Broad Creed Mountains lineage seems to be a branch legacy of my Grand Clear lineage, also like it has obtained the orthodox lineage of the Jade Clear Direct lineage. Yet, looking at you now, you actually even know a peak devilish martial art like the faceless devilish scripture. I really can't see through you at all. Yan Zhaoge acted as though nothing had happened as he replied with a question instead, coincidentally, I obtained a fortuitous encounter in the outside world. I have let Miss Fu see a joke. Never would I have thought that Miss Fu would recognize the faceless devil scripture. From what I know, this martial art should have been lost in the world beyond worlds long ago. Fu Ting said, because of my father, I do indeed know some secrets, such as the existence of Buddhism. Buddha light is very troublesome. If Buddhist martial practitioners are killed, their seniors will learn of it within an extremely short period of time, and they might even directly descend. There are rather limited martial arts that can counter such methods. Amongst them, there just happens to be the faceless devil scripture. I have naturally never seen it before, but my father once spoke of the scenes when cultivators unleash a devilish art. This treasured light of the Immortal Court's lineage looks similar to Buddha light. Fu Ting glanced at Yan Zhaoge, still, forgive me for being blunt, young Master Yan, but this supreme martial art, Yan Zhaoge smiled, it can bewitch one's mind, even leading one to fall to the dark side and sink into the 9 underworlds. I know. That is why I never cultivated in it when I first obtained it. It is just that when I inadvertently entered the world of Buddhism previously, I also discovered how troublesome Buddha light is. Therefore, I cultivated in it to defend myself. Still, it is only a method to counter Buddha light, not causing it to shake its foundations. As the two conversed with composed expressions, of the chaotic heavenly sect martial practitioners, only Yang Chong and Quan Haolong remained. After his initial shock, Yang Chong instead calmed down, sighing and shaking his head. If the two of you wanted to silence us, why did you have to leave me and junior apprentice nephew Quan behind? Yan Zhaoge answered nonchalantly, up to my mood. Yang Chong instantly smiled bitterly. Quan Haolong calmed down now as well, saying hatefully, while I feel pain that senior apprentice Uncle Yang was bewitched by you of the external Tao, this does not mean that I will submit to you. Yan Zhaoge said in a composed tone, so what? If I let you go, I would have slain all your fellow disciples, with you being the sole survivor. After you return, how would others think of you? Quan Haolong was shocked. Yan Zhaoge smiled, it is also very easy for you to understand, right? The stability of the treasured light within your body shows that you are still devout towards the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Still, other than this, you are no different from us. We are all people with emotions and desires. After this incident, if those of your lineage who are at odds with you and don't like you don't throw stones at you when you're down, that would really be strange. Evil devils and the external Tao must be eradicated. This is a major principle. Still, aside from this principle, there is boundless joy in fighting others, isn't there? Quan Haolong opened his mouth, not uttering a sound in the end as only a bitter smile remained on his face. How could he not understand this principle? Exchanging glances with him, Yang Chong sighed in unison. Quan Haolong shook his head, anyway, I will not join your external Tao. Saying thus, he closed his eyes and fell silent. Looking first at Quan Haolong and then at Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting, Yang Chong finally fell silent as well. Yan Zhaoge, however, did not mind this. He was indeed up to his mood. If he wanted to leave Yang Chong and Quan Haolong alive, he would do so. Having already known the location of that legacy site, he immediately hurried over with Fu Ting. With the legacy site already having been destroyed, Yan Zhaoge did not intend to waste time there. The target he chose was the vicinity of the legacy site, where ordinary commoners lived. His mother's cultivation was not weak, but her body did not have the treasure light imbued with the power of faith. If she were to move around openly, she would be easily discovered by the descendants of the immortal court. After concealing her cultivation, she had two choices. Otherwise, he would hide alone in the deep mountains and forests, living in isolation and not coming into contact with anyone. Another option was to mix in with ordinary people. Although these people also had treasure light in their bodies, it was far weaker than that of martial arts experts. At the same time, ordinary people could not see each other's treasure light. As long as he avoided contact with the martial artists of the immortal court and disguised his words and actions, he could still hide his identity. Of course, the prerequisite was that there was no large-scale search and no powerful martial artists who had received the news and come looking for him. Under such circumstances, Xue Chuqing would not leave any clues behind. However, Yan Zhaoge vaguely knew what was going on. With his current cultivation, eyesight, and perception, he was almost transparent to the commoners. One by one, he quickly scanned the area. After having consecutively visited over a dozen towns and cities, Yan Zhaoge's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 909. Passing by a small town, Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept the area as he suddenly discovered a knot hanging from a family's home. The knot was exquisite and unique. It did not have any special use, but was purely an ornament. It was weaved with red string and looked like the character for happiness. Yan Zhaoge's gaze rested for a moment before shifting away. Yan Zhaoge also had those knots. It was something that his mother, Xue Chuqing, had made up for fun back in the Eight Extremities world. It was just that the weaving method was rather strange and unique. Up until now, Yan Zhaoge had only seen his mother use it. Perhaps it wasn't unique. If others wanted to figure out the weaving method, it wouldn't be difficult for them to study it. Still, as Yan Zhaoge had originally been intending to specifically look for Xue Chuqing, suddenly seeing this knot, he could not help but think about it. Beside Fu Ting, Yan Zhaoge did not reveal any abnormalities. Still, scanning carefully, he did not discover any traces of Taoist martial practitioners of the three clear lineages here. Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile bitterly. "My dear mother, you are still the best at running." While he felt rather helpless, seeing this knot, Yan Zhaoge's earlier guess was verified. That relic was probably his mother's doing. From the looks of it, it was very likely that she had indeed left this world and set up such a mechanism before she left. Shaking his head, Yan Zhaoge said nothing. After failing to find any other clues in the vicinity, he said to Fu Ting, "Let's leave this lofty towering world and go for a walk elsewhere in the Loathing Square immortal realm." Fu Ting said, "Without any clues, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack." Yan Zhaoge was well aware that his mother had most likely sensed the danger beforehand and then avoided it. Since the region under the rule of the Immortal Court had already discovered that she was hiding here, this place had lost the advantage of being in the dark. Instead, it had become extremely dangerous. Every step she took was filled with enemies. Under such circumstances, if Xue Chuqing had the ability to return to the world of the three clear Taoist orthodoxy, she would definitely have done so as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge attempted to visit the other worlds of the Loathing Square immortal realm in case Xue Chuqing was still stuck here. Otherwise, Xue Chuqing's current situation would be rather dangerous. Although Yan Zhaoge felt that with his mother's ability to flee, she would most likely have prepared a path of retreat for daring to sneak over here. However, just in case, Yan Zhaoge still decided to search for it. His understanding of the situation in the Immortal Court was limited. Only God knew if the other party had any special means. Moreover, he and Fu Ting now had to find a way back to the world beyond worlds as well. He didn't find anything in the lofty towering great world, so he could only search elsewhere. By the way, why didn't Mother hide in roving Jade Heaven? At present, it seems a good place for her to retire. As he walked, Yan Zhaoge pondered, were there any conflicts before? Not just Quan Haolong, even Yang Chong didn't really want to work together with Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. Still, perhaps wanting to send them away as soon as possible, Yang Chong still directed the two to a place in the lofty towering world. There was a domain passageway there that led to another world. Gazing at the distant mountain peak, Yan Zhaoge saw that above the mountain peak, a strange vortex was formed amidst the thick layers of clouds. The depths of the vortex was where the dimensional passageway was located, and it led to another world under the jurisdiction of the Loathing Square immortal realm, the Dragonzhen Great World. However, there were already people guarding that place. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting were not very surprised. Having detected their presence, the people here would most likely be searching whilst guarding the main transportation route between the two worlds, only then would they be able to surround and capture them. The two did not act blindly as they intended to first get a clear grasp of the situation. Who knew that the entrance to the dimensional passageway would actually become unstable at this time? The thick layers of clouds in the sky rapidly dispersed. Streams of golden light surged from within. Seeing that golden light, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting were both taken aback. Buddha light? A martial practitioner of the Immortal Court's legacy flew into the lofty towering world from the entrance of the dimensional passageway, roaring, "The Buddhists have invaded, the Dragonzhen Great World virtually falling." All sects of the lofty towering world join forces in defending. Don't let those damned baldies take a yard after taking an inch. In the Loathing Square immortal realm, we of the immortal side of good hold the advantage. These damned baldies have come to reinforce the enemies who were trapped earlier. If we defend this wave, we will be able to exterminate them for good. Streams of radiance suddenly lit up on the mountain peak below the entrance of the dimensional passageway, coming together to form numerous profound spirit patterns which enveloped the heavens and earth. Beneath the circulation of the grand formation, bright white light ascended, completely blocking the golden Buddha light emanating from the entrance of the dimensional passageway. The next moment, Buddhist experts indeed descended from the dimensional passageway, attacking this place. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting were instead no longer anxious as they silently retreated. They had no intention of aiding either side. To the immortal court of Taoism and the blessed lands of Buddhism, orthodox disciples of the three clear lineages like them were all heretics. Now, they just had to observe the situation and wait for a chance. Still, that immortal court martial practitioner who had reported the news earlier had clearly been overly optimistic. The attack of the Buddhist experts this time was exceptionally ferocious. Peak Buddhist bigwigs who were equivalent to human exalts of Taoism had descended. The defensive line of the immortal court martial practitioners who were guarding the entrance of the dimensional passageway quickly collapsed. A great number of immortal court martial practitioners were slain by Buddhist experts with Vajra techniques. As Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting noticed this detail, their expressions turned somewhat solemn. Deafening Buddhist chanting resounded throughout the world as Buddha light surged about the bodies of peak Buddhist experts, illuminating the entire lofty towering world like a great sun as no corner was spared. Enveloped by that Buddha light, the treasured light within the bodies of the immortal court martial practitioners was rapidly whittled away. The treasured light fluctuated intensely as the bodies of these immortal court martial practitioners gradually broke apart, finally transforming into long streaks of light along with the treasured light. Their lives were extinguished just like that. This is the rainbow transformation of the immortal court's Taoism. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. It is indeed the same as Buddhism's great extermination. Still, he was more concerned about the fact that martial practitioners with cultivation bases had transformed into rainbows to resist the Buddha light. Ordinary people who had never cultivated in martial arts had blank looks on their faces as the treasured light of Taoism within their bodies quickly vanished. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, "Are they fighting for it?" He and Fu Ting concealed themselves as they observed the great battle that had erupted between the two sides. The momentum of the Buddhist experts was domineering this time. While the lofty towering world also had experts of the immortal court, they were caught unprepared as they were ultimately hard-pressed to hold on. Just as the lofty towering world was about to be conquered by Buddhism like the dragon rhyme world, the entire heavens and earth suddenly shook intensely. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord. The sonorous voice of Taoism resounded, causing that vast, boundless Buddhist chanting to instantly grow faint. Sensing that their opponents' attacks were too ferocious, peak experts of the immortal court's lineage came to reinforce them. The clash of human exalts of the 10th level of the martial saint realm instantly ripped the sky of the lofty towering world apart. Chapter 9-10. As the saying goes, there cannot be two suns in the sky. However, at this moment, two suns hung high in the sky, illuminating the lofty towering world. This world could no longer contain the endless radiance of these two suns. The sky was completely torn apart. Sunlight spread far and wide, illuminating even the dark void. In the middle of the crimson sun, a Buddha could be vaguely seen sitting upright. His hair was in a bun and his body was wrapped in light clothes. He sat in the lotus position with his hands forming a seal. The Buddhist chanting resounded throughout the heavens. The various appearances were perfected, and the Buddhist light shone brightly. The other sun was golden in color, as if it was a real sun that illuminated the world. Within the golden sun, endless radiance spread out in all directions, illuminating the entire lofty towering world. Although it didn't reveal the true meaning of Buddhism's tranquil and perfect enlightenment like the crimson sun, the golden sunlight was brighter, hotter, and purer. However, within this great golden sun, there were also rays of precious light that shone eternally. Seeing this, Fu Ting raised her eyebrows slightly, the lineage of Buddhism's Vairocana, womb realm's Vairocana seal. She looked at the golden sun. This feels a little like, Yan Zhaoge nodded, right, the vast Yang scripture of vast Yang palace of pre-Great Calamity times. We just met earlier. Back then, there was someone who cultivated in this supreme art of the immortal court who battled against the dim radiant emperor. Two suns, one red and one gold, competed for glory in the sky at the same time. Even the lofty towering world trembled. Not only was the sky torn apart, but the mountains and rivers under his feet were also torn apart. The sturdiness and stability of the dimensions of the lofty towering world surpassed that of the eight extremities world, the vast ocean world and the flame devil world. Still, it could not compare to places like the world beyond worlds. The two supreme martial saints, one Buddhist and one Taoist, fought. It was like the end of the world. Fortunately, both sides were clear-headed, and they tore through the sky as soon as the battle began, intending to place the battlefield in the outer realm. Regardless of whether it was the Taoist immortal court or the Buddhist pure land, this world and its people were an important source of incense and wish power. They were one of the targets that they fought over. Perhaps it was for the sake of not harming the heavens, or perhaps it was for their own needs. In short, the two exalted martial saints soared into the sky and left. Although the world was in turmoil, the lofty towering world had not been destroyed. Apart from their top experts, the other martial artists of the immortal court and Buddhist sect were also fighting against each other. Those with higher cultivations directly tore through the sky with the two exalted martial saints, while those with lower cultivations fought in the lofty towering world. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged glances now before simultaneously flying into the air. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene before them, the two of them immediately slipped out of the lofty towering world through a crack in the void. Compared to the time when they came to the immortal court because of Mars Halberd's attack, the void at this moment was already in a mess. Time and space became extremely chaotic. There were powerful aura fluctuations everywhere, and it seemed as if the flames of war were rising everywhere. With the current situation, even if Mother is in another world, she would probably not be able to live peacefully. She would have to think of a way to leave this place as well, Yan Zhaoge pondered. To him, Fu Ting, and Xue Chuqing, who were orthodox disciples of the three clear lineages, the battlefield between the immortal court and Buddhism was the worst place to hide. If they retracted their cultivation bases, they would easily be swept away by the aftershocks of the battle, dying mysteriously. If they did not suppress their cultivation bases, there would be no Buddhist light or Taoist treasured light within their bodies, as they would be truly conspicuous. As Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting fled far away, they encountered this problem. While those two human exalts were currently locked in an intense battle, ignoring Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. Still, there were other opponents who discovered the abnormalities with Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. A powerful wave of qi swept through the heavens as it surged over towards the two. The newcomer's aura was powerful as it resembled dark clouds that covered the sky. Radiance vaguely flickered amidst the cloud layer as 10 silhouettes could be seen, resembling 10 descended divinities. Yan Zhaoge blurted out, "Heavenly stem cloud roiling qi." The supreme martial art of the misty cloud star sect of pre-Great Calamity times, heavenly stem cloud roiling qi. Fu Ting quickly realized, yet another lost martial art of the world beyond worlds. Still, whether or not it was the heavenly stem cloud roiling qi, bright treasured light traversed space amidst that clump of cloud. As the cloud traveled, it defeated all the Buddhist sect cultivators it encountered, sweeping through all the enemies in front of it. Seeing this, Yang Chong and Quan Haolong were both shocked. "Sect Master Shang is here." Yan Zhaoge smiled, asking, "Chief Shang?" Yang Chong laughed bitterly, "The number one expert of my lofty towering world, the sect master of the misty cloud star sect, hand of overturning clouds and rain, Shang Jun." In the lofty towering world, the misty cloud star sect was the number one sect, and its strength was above that of the chaotic sky sect. Sect Master Shang Jun was a famous overlord in the entire Loathing Square immortal realm. "Ah, even the name of the vast cloud star sect is the same," Yan Zhaoge smiled, shifting to the side. Understanding his intentions, Fu Ting flew alongside Yan Zhaoge, gradually leaving the lofty towering world and venturing deep into space. That clump of cloud changed its direction as well, speeding over as it still looked like it wanted to stop the two. Yan Zhaoge controlled his speed, flying along with Fu Ting for a moment before they were gradually obstructed by that clump of cloud. Amidst the clouds, a man in embroidered robes who looked to be in his 30s appeared. 10 clumps of light revolved around his body, causing him to resemble an exiled immortal who had descended into the mortal world. Looking down at Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting, the man said coldly, "Disciples of the external Tao, the matter that the chaotic heavenly sect stirred up in the lofty towering world earlier was your doing, right?" Looking at Shang Jun before him, Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Your words are completely baseless." Shang Jun sneered, "There is no use in trying to quibble." Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, "What do you intend to do then?" Shang Jun smiled coldly, "What do I intend to do? Of course, we'll talk about it after capturing you." Yan Zhaoge pointed at the ongoing battle amidst space in the distance. "Still, aren't you currently clashing with the Buddhists? Why do you need to be distracted by unrelated people like us?" Shang Jun chortled, "While the Buddhists and devils are major enemies before us, capturing you would not be a problem at all. The Buddhists and devils before us will not be able to rampage for long. Evil devils of the external Tao all have to be eradicated. Therefore, I might as well capture all the big and small fishes in one net, sweeping away even the small fries along the way." As he spoke, he raised his palm, "Looking at your cultivation bases and ages, I can see that the two of you are truly extraordinary. You should be peak geniuses of the external Tao. It is truly a pity that you have fallen to the external Tao. Why don't I guide you into the orthodox Tao? It is still not too late then." Fu Ting said, "Who is of the orthodox Taoism and who is of the external Tao is not up to you to decide." Shang Jun laughed, "What do you two juniors know?" Saying thus, he descended with a palm. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge chuckled, "I know that your death is imminent." Chapter 9:11. As Shang Jun's palm fell, the 10 balls of light around him began to vibrate. It was as if the gods of all directions were roaring angrily at the same time, standing above the 9 heavens. As soon as he struck out with his palm, the momentum of his palm changed as if it contained boundless profundities. In an instant, it seemed to contain 12 layers of changes. The misty cloud star sect had 2 supreme techniques. One of them was the Qi cultivation technique, the heavenly stem cloud flipping Qi. The other ultimate art that was on par with the heavenly stem cloud overturning Qi was a palm technique called the earthly branch rain overturning hand. When the 2 techniques merged into one, it was boundlessly graceful, and it displayed the changes of the world. As Shang Jun's palm descended at this moment, the space before Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting's eyes seemed to reverse. However, Yan Zhaoge did not seem to care much about this as his figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light as he directly flew out of the range of Shang Jun's palm. He looked at Shang Jun with interest. The heavenly stem cloud overturning Qi, the earthly branch overturning rain hand. Only when one can achieve a 60-year cycle change can one be considered to have truly understood its essence. Not only were you able to evade my palm, you actually also know about the changes in a cycle of 60 years? Shang Jun appraised Yan Zhaoge, young, but somewhat knowledgeable. He shook his head and said, "I know that you disciples of the heretic path have gone astray and are greedy for temporary convenience. Perhaps you are indeed a bit sharper than the orthodox successors of our Taoism when competing in martial arts at the same realm. But this is just drinking poison to quench your thirst. Very soon, you will realize that your path is getting narrower and more difficult." Shang Jun said in a low voice, "At that time, you will look back to yesterday, and you will know that everything that happened today is but a fleeting cloud. Not to mention that all of you are merely at the seeing divinity realm. Even if you have some ability, you won't be able to escape from me." After Shang Jun finished speaking, his palm stance changed again. With both hands, it was as if they could overturn the world and reverse the wind and clouds. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Deceiving yourself and others." He didn't even look at Shang Jun's palm and just raised his hand. As he raised his hand, the scene in the void immediately changed. Shang Jun felt that the dark void in front of him, which he could not distinguish between up and down, suddenly had a direction and outline. He, who was originally in the void, seemed to have returned to a world with heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were formless, but in Shang Jun's perception, at this moment, his head was in the sky and his feet were on the ground. However, accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's raised palm descending downwards, the sky above his head mightily collapsed. The canopy came crashing down on his head, and the world around him suddenly turned upside down. Shang Jun's palm technique also reversed the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. But at this moment, the wind and clouds seemed to be enveloped by the heaven and earth in front of them, and at this moment, everything was reversed. For a martial practitioner from an immortal court Taoist orthodoxy like you, I'm very doubtful whether or not you have cultivated the 60-year cycle transformation. With his left hand behind his back, Yan Zhaoge raised his right hand, a cyclic heavenly seal mightily descending. Shang Jun raised his hand to block the palm, and the sect leader of the Misty Cloud Star sect changed his expression. Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly. This Yan even dares to forcibly resist mid-immortal bridge martial saints of the orthodox lineage of Taoism, much less a defective product like you? Shang Jun's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. The 10 orbs of light around him suddenly became clear. The radiance dissipated, leaving behind only 10 runes. However, every single one of them seemed to contain the majestic power of the heavens and earth. 10 runes gathered in Shang Jun's palm. The essence of the 12 earthly branches overturning rain hands was fully displayed, combined with the 10 talismans obtained from cultivating in the heavenly stem cloud overturning chi, striking towards Yan Zhaoge together. The talismans and the palm art combined, 36 variations rapidly manifested. All the variations combined to form a single streak of radiance. Where the radiance passed, the winds and clouds dispersed, the heavens and earth changing color. Shang Jun's palms struck out diagonally, resembling a massive axe as he sought to cleave apart the pillar that supported the heavens. Seeing this strike, Fu Ting's expression turned solemn as well. She possessed outstanding strength as few martial practitioners of the same cultivation level could compare to her. As a mid-seeing divinity martial saint, she dared to forcibly clash against an expert of the 7th level of the martial saint realm of the immortal court, an immortal bridge martial saint. However, facing the full-powered strike of Shang Jun of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, Fu Ting felt that she was not completely confident just based on her cultivation base alone. Even if she was inferior to orthodox Taoism, she was still an authentic expert of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Yet, seeing this, Yan Zhaoge did not even bat an eyelid. Not having cultivated 60 changes of the 60-year cycle transformation, you have only cultivated 36 in the end? Not only did he not retreat, Yan Zhaoge instead strode forward, forcibly meeting Shang Jun's attack head-on. A cyclic heavenly seal descended as per usual, causing Shang Jun's palms to shake. With a flip of his palm, he blocked Shang Jun's palms, preventing them from descending. Then, his other palm struck straight towards Shang Jun's face. A phenomenon appeared between the heavens and the earth before Shang Jun's eyes, the sky below and the great earth above. The heavens and the earth reversed, seemingly merging into a slit. Then, a palm forcibly squeezed out from within this slit, striking right before him. The winds and clouds had long since shattered. At this moment, the sun and moon dimmed as even the end of the world seemed to have arrived. There was only that palm that had caused all of this, the one that could destroy the heavens and the earth as it overturned, filling his field of vision. Shang Jun looked rather disbelievingly at Yan Zhaoge. This was the power that a mid-seeing divinity martial saint could possess. As an exalted immortal bridge martial saint, he had originally not intended to wield his sacred artifact. His opponents were merely 2 juniors of the 5th level of the martial saint realm. He could not afford to lose that face. Shang Jun had already been prepared beforehand that Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting possessed great treasures. At that time, he would unleash methods to capture them along with their treasures. Yet, Yan Zhaoge was really too ferocious. Shang Jun could no longer care about face now. A streak of radiance suddenly lit up, a massive axe of white jade flying out from his body. That jade axe expanded alongside the wind, instantly expanding from the size of a needle to over 100 feet in length. Beneath that axe, space was directly shattered as it chopped viciously towards Yan Zhaoge. It was shockingly a high-grade sacred artifact. However, while this high-grade sacred artifact was ferocious, Yan Zhaoge was even more ferocious. Faced with the massive axe chopping down from above, he did not evade or change his stance at all as he still struck out with a palm. The five elements' deific immortal body was used on his fleshly body as he secretly circulated the Taiji yin-yang palm beneath the cyclic heavenly seal. The profundities of his various martial arts gradually showed signs of coming together as one. Yan Zhaoge's palm struck the side of the massive axe, directly sending it spinning to the side. The hairs on Shang Jun's head all stood on end as he saw Yan Zhaoge follow up with another palm. The massive axe of white jade was sent spinning back by Yan Zhaoge, chopping towards Shang Jun instead. Shang Jun was greatly shocked as he was finally forced to retreat. He retracted his palms, simultaneously extending them to stop his weapon. However, Yan Zhaoge had already strode forward once more, continuing to strike out with both palms, striking out with two cyclic heavenly seals. The violent force nearly knocked the massive axe of white jade out of Shang Jun's hands. He stumbled backwards once more, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Yan Zhaoge again now, Shang Jun was already filled with shock. He had originally intended to make use of the domineering strike of his high-grade sacred artifact to force Yan Zhaoge to retreat and evade. Afterwards, he would make use of this chance to intercept Yan Zhaoge in the direction he was evading, thereby reversing the situation and seizing the upper hand, not giving Yan Zhaoge a chance to react as he would first slay him with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Never would he have thought that Yan Zhaoge would actually be ferocious to such an extent. Shang Jun had heard before that martial practitioners of the external Tao paid the price of increasing difficulty in their cultivation in exchange for greater strength at the same cultivation level. Still, wasn't this youth before him really a little too ridiculously powerful? While this was preposterous to the extreme, a thought involuntarily surfaced within Shang Jun's mind at this moment. Was this kid human? Chapter 9:12. Five-colored light flickered on Yan Zhaoge's torso, originating from his five internal organs, transforming into his five divinities. Under the circulation of the five elements, there was endless good fortune and endless vitality. As a result, his physical defense and recovery ability were greatly enhanced. It was as if he had transformed into a human-shaped flipping sky seal, and he smashed it down on Shang Jun. The high-grade sacred artifact in Shang Jun's hand, the universe-reversing axe, was originally a sharp weapon, but at this moment, he was forced to passively defend. As he fought, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, "The quality of the high-grade sacred artifact that has been forged is not bad." His palm almost knocked Shang Jun's white jade axe out of his hand. But other than the limitations of a person's own strength, their usage of high-grade saint artifacts can't be perfect either. Although it can display the power of the saint weapon itself, it is unable to complement the saint weapon. It's as if there's a veil separating the two. Yan Zhaoge smiled knowingly. Success is due to treasured light, failure is also due to treasured light. An object appeared in his hand. It was long and looked like a dagger, but it didn't have a sharp point. The top was flattened as if it was broken, but the surface of the port was engraved with markings. It was the Light Yin sword seal. Yan Zhaoge struck out with a palm, suppressing Shang Jun even as he tapped out with the Light Yin sword seal on that heaven-earth reversing axe. After being engraved by the Light Yin sword seal, the radiance of the heaven and earth reversing axe dimmed significantly. The white jade-like axe seemed to be covered with a layer of dust, losing its luster. Shang Jun was unable to withstand the next palm strike. The space between his thumb and forefinger split open and the white jade axe flew out of his hand. Looking at Shang Jun, Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, seeing Yang Chong, "I still find it rather hard to believe." He is at the 6th level of the martial saint realm at the end of the day, having cultivated in the martial Tao for so many years. Could it be that he really has never thought about how serious the problem in his own cultivation is? Now that I see you with a higher cultivation, I seem to understand a little. The treasured light imbued with the power of faith within your bodies not only affects your cultivation of qi and martial arts, but at the same time, it is also subtly influencing your thoughts and thoughts. Everything is gradually engraved in the depths of the soul. It becomes an instinct and common sense that we are used to. We won't think of questioning or opposing it. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Still, the closer one is to the great Tao, the more real it is. Logically speaking, when one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they should still be able to sense it, right? It's just that at your current realm, it seems like you can't sense it yet. Then, how high does one have to be in order to realize the problem? Yan Zhaoge appraised Shang Jun all over, the latter's face livid. Even if you run rampant for a time, let's see what you can do hundreds or thousands of years from now. He took a wrong step and stepped 12 times in a row. Ripples appeared in the void as if he was riding on clouds and mist. His entire person flew backward. The misty cloud star sex earthly branch overturning rain hand was called a hand, but it was actually a palm technique and a movement technique. 12 consecutive steps almost had the ability to move through the void. Shang Jun, however, did not dare to continue fighting with Yan Zhaoge as he wanted to flee. In the distance, his immortal court had a human exalt. As long as he could escape, he would be safe. However, how could Yan Zhaoge let him escape? He formed a sword art with his left hand and pointed the light yin sword seal with his right. Yan Zhaoge merged completely with the sword light, resembling the embodiment of a long river of time as he sped off in pursuit of Shang Jun. Time surged unceasingly as the flow of time around Yan Zhaoge's body seemed to suddenly accelerate. His speed seemed to have abruptly increased as Shang Jun would require a few breaths of time to traverse a distance which Yan Zhaoge could traverse in a single breath. Shang Jun was forced into a corner as he turned and chopped towards Yan Zhaoge with a palm. Yan Zhaoge's swordlight dissipated as he avoided Shang Jun's palm. He punched outwards, light and darkness intermingling as chaos vaguely appeared. The next moment, chaos was retracted as light and darkness were born unceasingly. The boundless darkness retreated, transforming into immeasurable brightness. Amidst the brightness, 12 heavenly wheels circulated amidst space, resembling 12 divinities of radiance as they illuminated the infinite space. Next, the brightness shattered, yin and yang no longer existing as the universe was extinguished. A great annihilation brightness palm that contained the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture struck ferociously towards Shang Jun's chest. 10 flickering runes circulated simultaneously around Shang Jun's body, all his true essence protecting his body. A mighty boom resounded as the 10 runes all shattered, Shang Jun spurting out a mouthful of blood. Yan Zhaoge did not cease as his fist halted before Shang Jun's chest, exerting force once more. The next moment, Shang Jun's chest was completely penetrated through by Yan Zhaoge's fist. Shang Jun stared wide-eyed at Yan Zhaoge, unable to die in peace. At this moment, Shang Jun, who had always been filled with confidence and a sense of superiority towards his Tao tradition, felt rather doubtful for the first time. He, an immortal bridge martial saint, had actually died to a seeing divinity martial saint in a one-on-one battle. Watching from the side, Fu Ting suddenly said softly, "You need not feel so unresigned. We descendants of the orthodox Taoism's 3 clear lineages might not even be able to produce a single figure like him in tens of thousands of years." She had originally intended to join forces with Yan Zhaoge. Having clashed briefly with Yan Zhaoge before and generally understood the depths of his strength, Fu Ting was not worried that Yan Zhaoge would be unable to defeat Shang Jun. Still, whether one could defeat an enemy and whether one could kill an enemy were two completely different things. Even if it was a legacy of the immortal court, Fu Ting would not be confident of being able to keep an 8th-level martial saint from wanting to fight to the death as he wholeheartedly wanted to flee. Still, watching the entire battle, Fu Ting fell silent. She had always been a favored daughter of heaven. Having grown up in a place like the world beyond worlds, ever since she had started cultivating, she had never been defeated by opponents of the same cultivation level or of the same age. If a genius amongst geniuses like the Phoenix Prince Zhuang Chaohui were still at the 6th level of the martial saint realm, Fu Ting of the 5th level of the martial saint realm would not fear him at all. Even Fu Ting's father, the Brocade Emperor who had already transcended the boundary between the human and immortal realms, might not have been able to defeat her at the same cultivation level back when he had been a martial saint. Having grown up in such an environment, Fu Ting had indeed received quite a blow today. She was not an arrogant and ignorant person. It was not that there were no people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Gao Qing of the roving Jade Heavens was not weak in terms of talent and strength. Still, someone who completely surpassed her had suddenly appeared before her just like that. This still left her feeling extremely unsettled. This unprecedented experience left Fu Ting feeling unfamiliar, as she even felt somewhat at a loss. Still, her will was extremely firm as she quickly calmed her surging emotions. Looking at the unresigned Shang Jun, Fu Ting shook her head slightly as she could not help but say those words. That was actually what she was thinking most directly at this moment. Hearing her words, the corners of Shang Jun's mouth twitched as he seemed like he wanted to smile, yet was unable to do so. He wanted to speak, yet his breath finally dissipated as he breathed his last. Yan Zhaoge was nonchalant as he smiled. Miss Fu overpraises me. Many geniuses have appeared over the long years. This Yan is merely one of the numerous life forms who have been groping their way forward on the path of the martial Tao. Fu Ting glanced at Yan Zhaoge. For some reason, while his words were clearly very humble, she just felt that something was wrong when they came from Yan Zhaoge's mouth. With this, even the complex feelings within her heart from earlier gradually faded away. You did not use the martial arts of the faceless devilish scripture just now, directly killing him just like that? Fu Ting asked instead. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. I did. It was just mixed in with other martial arts. I did not cultivate in the faceless devilish scripture in the first place. It was only for this one purpose. Fu Ting gazed elsewhere. Perhaps there was no difference whether I used it or not. Yan Zhaoge gazed in the same direction as her. There, powerful auras intersected. Another immortal court exalt had clearly arrived in the vicinity. Chapter 9:13. Yan Zhaoge had also discovered the problem that Fu Ting had discovered. In the Loathing Square immortal realm, in the void near the lofty towering world, a powerful aura descended. It was not inferior to the two suns. He was clearly another peak expert who had reached the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt realm. Looking at that brilliant treasure light, one could tell that it wasn't a Buddhist bigwig, but a Taoist expert of the immortal court's inheritance. Boundless heavenly sovereign. The majestic voice resounded through the void of the surrounding universe. When that powerful aura joined the battle, the Buddhist light immediately dimmed. Other than this peak expert of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, there were other martial practitioners of the immortal court who had come along with him. As a result, the waves of counterattacks rose, and the Buddhist martial artists began to retreat in defeat. The Loathing Square immortal realm and the lofty towering great world were, after all, the territory of the immortal court. It was much more convenient for reinforcements and information to flow between them than it was for the Buddhist sections. Still, this was not good news for Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. As expected, in the distant battlefield, after the Buddhists started retreating, the experts of the immortal court started chasing after them. However, that great golden sun rapidly streaked through the jet-black space, attacking in the direction of Yan Zhaoge and the others. In the lofty towering world, Shang Jun, who was a mid-immortal bridge martial saint, was the #1 expert. In the Loathing Square immortal realm, he was not a nobody. The death of such a person would naturally attract the attention of the experts of the immortal court. While Yan Zhaoge had intentionally increased the distance between them, also secretly using the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture to obstruct the treasured light, it was still too close for an expert of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, virtually killing someone right before their very eyes. He had no time to be distracted when he was fighting against a Buddhist powerhouse of the same realm. Now that he had some free time, he immediately realized the problem. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting flew in retreat. This time, they were not intentionally controlling their speed like they were fishing, as they were instead distancing themselves from the lofty towering world as quickly as possible. That human exalt of vast Yang Palace had originally thought that he would be able to catch up to the two very quickly. In the end, however, he discovered that the speed of the two surpassed his predictions. As such, he became slightly more serious. Initially, he had thought that Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge had been able to slay Shang Jun of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm because they possessed rare treasures. But from the looks of it now, it didn't seem to be the case. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge were extremely powerful themselves. That golden sun left a dazzling golden trail in the dark void. It didn't dissipate for a long time, like a golden river. Its speed far surpassed that of Shang Jun of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm. While the two of them were extremely fast, they were still gradually caught up to by that great golden sun after a while. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly as he felt the blazing, piercing heat that resembled the actual sun star. There seemed to be a palace in the golden sun, like the residence of the sun god king. Inside the invisible palace, golden flames were constantly spurting out and swallowing. A voice resounded, "Ha! 2 juniors of the mid-seeing divinity stage were actually able to kill Shang Jun of the mid-immortal bridge Martial Saint realm?" The other party didn't seem to underestimate Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge, also not underestimating Shang Jun, who had already been defeated and seemed to have died an inconceivable death due to this. As the sunlight descended, it was like a gaze that could see through the two of them as it appraised them from top to bottom. There is also a traitor. That voice said, "You're from the lofty towering great world's chaotic heaven sect, right? I remember his name is Yang Chong. It's a pity that he's willing to fall to the heretic path." Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, raising the winds and clouds as his aura dispersed, revealing Yang Chong and Quan Haolong. Yang Chong looked at the golden sun with a complicated expression. Supreme Vast Yang, the Vast Yang Palace was the strongest power in the Loathing Square immortal realm, and it was at its peak when the Vast Yang Emperor was still alive. After the Vast Yang Emperor had perished at the hands of the world beyond world's dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, the Vast Yang Palace had not been able to produce any more true immortals in recent years. However, the rise of Vast Yang Palace's Palace Lord, Vast Yang Exalt Pei Hua, still allowed Vast Yang Palace's reputation to continue to rise. At the very least, it could continue to dominate the Loathing Square immortal realm. In the golden sun, the image of the palace gradually disappeared, and the figure of an old man appeared. The old man's hair and beard were pale gold, and he was dressed in a white robe. His entire body seemed to be glowing. It was none other than the palace lord of the Vast Yang Palace that had been rebuilt after the great calamity of the immortal court's legacy, Pei Hua. Pei Hua glanced indifferently at Yang Chong, saying mildly, "Yang Chong, do you know the consequences of associating with the evil forces and going against the heavenly Tao?" Yang Chong stammered, this disciple, Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, "Yet, it was precisely because he saw that emperor of your lineage besieging an emperor of my orthodox Taoism 2-on-1 that he ended up not being a match for, that he realized his problem." The Vast Yang Exalt Pei Hua's gaze swept across Yan Zhaoge and Yang Chong. While it was clearly blazing hot sunlight, it caused a chill to arise within one's heart. Yang Chong clenched his teeth, instead going all out, "This disciple definitely has no intention of betraying the Tao. I just hope that I can try walking a different path for myself. I want to try cultivating in the external Tao, but my heart is still towards the heavenly Tao, always thinking of the immeasurable heavenly Lord." Pei Hua looked at him, "This is the reason why you were unwilling to undergo the baptism of illumination after your treasured light became unstable, preferring to flee instead?" Yang Chong grit his teeth, "Please spare me, Vast Yang Exalt." Still, not waiting for him to finish, Pei Hua had already waved a hand, "Since you have already fallen so deeply into the external Tao, I will not force you to stay." Joy had just appeared on Yang Chang's face when he saw the terrifying sunlight transform into an all-encompassing golden rain, descending towards him. Let alone his current cultivation base being weak, even at his peak, just a single drop of that golden rain would be sufficient to claim his life. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. The extreme Yang seal slowly rose, blocking that golden rain. The difference in cultivation base between the current Pei Hua and Shang Jun was virtually like the difference between the heavens and the earth. The rain only paused for a moment before continuing to descend. Still, making use of that pause, Yan Zhaoge had already pulled Yang Chong along as he rapidly retreated. This sacred artifact. Pei Hua's eyes lit up. Interesting, interesting. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he smiled coldly. You think that you can protect him? Yan Zhaoge similarly smiled. I might even be hard-pressed to protect myself. Still, you definitely won't let me leave so easily anyway. Since that is so, I might as well give it a try. Pei Hua's smile was rather strange. Your talent and strength are good, and your mentality is good as well. What a pity. Before his words had landed, the treasured light within his body suddenly grew even more dazzling. At the same time, the originally weakened treasured light within Yang Chong's body became extremely dazzling as well. Yang Chong was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as his body actually began gradually turning transparent before shattering, finally transforming into a long rainbow along with the treasured light. While Pei Hua no longer attacked, he had already ended Yang Chong's life. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge was not vexed as he instead stared at Pei Hua thoughtfully. So this treasured light of the power of faith is not solely provided to the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Important figures of the immortal court with higher cultivation bases and experts of a region can also benefit from it along with the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Oh, it should not be as extensive as the immeasurable heavenly lords, instead being limited to a single region. For example, you only benefit from the legacy martial practitioners of the immortal court within the loathing immortal realm. When they worship the immeasurable heavenly Lord, you can also bask in some of his glory. Hearing his words, Pei Hua's expression grew more solemn as he halted, appraising Yan Zhaoge once more. Yan Zhaoge similarly appraised Pei Hua. Of course, you yourself still have to worship the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Also, you are one of the sources of the power of faith that is worshipped the most within the loathing square immortal realm. Still, on this basis, you can also be considered to be enjoying some benefits along with the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Am I right? Pei Hua's voice was indifferent and ethereal. We are sincere in our pursuit of the Tao, existing alongside the heavens. Chapter 9:14. Together with heaven. Repeating these words, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile. From the looks of it, it should be the same for the emperor experts of the immortal court's lineage. They should be able to share in the offerings of the power of faith, and even more than you. Is an exalted martial saint like you the lowest standard to enjoy the honor of being one with the heavens? The expression of the vast Yang exalt Pei Hua had already regained its calm. Under the golden sunlight, his face seemed to be covered with a thin veil. Pei Hua slowly said, "Did you deduce all of this just now?" Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart. I only learned about the existence of your immortal court in the past 2 days. Although I had interacted with Buddhism before, my understanding of it was limited. Speaking of which, I was just about to ask if the Buddhist sects are the same as you in this aspect. While Buddhism had already existed before the Great Calamity and Yan Zhaoge also knew what the scriptures of the future Buddha were, his knowledge of the specifics was comparatively limited. Pei Hua declined to comment as he looked quietly at Yan Zhaoge. You already know a lot. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. As I see it, you also know a lot. He looked towards the place where Yang Chong had vanished, towards the place where he had slain Shang Jun earlier, far, far more than Shang Jun of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. You are completely different from them. Yan Zhaoge appraised Pei Hua with a very strange gaze. You should truly understand the difference between your immortal court's lineage and the orthodox Taoism's 3 clear lineage. Is it because of the sect's accumulation? The great emperor of your sect left a message, and you knew it from the beginning? Or is it that when the martial practitioners of the immortal court ascend to the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt realm? When you possess the qualifications to be one with the heavens, you begin to have the chance to see the truth? Yan Zhaoge looked rather curiously at Pei Hua. Pei Hua's expression was indifferent. If you want to gain something, you have to pay a price. Aren't all of you heretic disciples the same? It's just that the price we pay is different. Compared to people like you who may not get anything in return for your efforts, as long as we are sincere in our pursuit of the Tao, the heavens will take care of us. Our rules are far fairer than yours. Pei Hua's gaze swept across Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. As I see it, this is the orthodox path. Yan Zhaoge said, the scriptures of you and the scriptures of the future Buddha are similarly influenced by one's innate talent. Although for all of you, the most important thing is to have a heart towards Buddhism and Taoism, and your innate talent and comprehension are all inferior, but the undeniable fact is that under the condition of offering incense and power of will, the higher your innate talent and comprehension, the easier it is for you to reach a higher peak. Yan Zhaoge looked at Pei Hua. For example, your talent surpasses that of Shang Jun and Yang Chong. Pei Hua calmly said, so what? He looked first at Yan Zhaoge and then at Fu Ting. I can tell that the two of you are both shockingly talented, unparalleled geniuses whose auras devour the universe, geniuses amongst geniuses. Two mid-seeing divinity martial saints were able to slay Shang Jun, who was a mid-immortal bridge martial saint. If it were me at the 5th level of the martial saint realm, I would definitely not have been able to do this. Generally speaking, the martial artists of the heretic path are stronger than the righteous cultivators of the immortal court in the same realm. And the two of you have far surpassed your peers in the heretic path. But Pei Hua slowly raised one of his palms. Before me now, however outstanding the two of you are, it is all useless. Bright golden sunlight condensed on Pei Hua's palm that was incomparably dazzling, because my cultivation base is much higher than yours. I admit that I will most likely not be able to defeat the human exalts of your heretic path. Still, our good has true immortals who can subdue them. Pei Hua's expression suddenly turned rather complex. Meanwhile, the emperors of your heretic path will also be taken care of by sovereigns of my good path. As he said this, Pei Hua slowly pushed out with a palm. The blazing, tough power of Yang enveloped the heavens, causing Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting to feel as though their internal organs were on fire at the same time. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, his internal organs emitting light as it was as though 5 divinities were standing tall. Beneath the manifestation of the 5 elements, power flowed in an endless stream as a 5-colored treasured light enveloped his entire body. Fu Ting was surrounded by plain-colored cloud qi as she executed the grand plainness immeasurable body of the grand cosmos 5 manifestations. The plain-colored cloud qi was unceasingly worn down by the golden sunlight, yet it would immediately be regenerated, neither increasing or decreasing as it seemed immeasurable. Still, this palm of Pei Hua's was even more powerful than when he had struck earlier. Where the golden sunlight touched, Yan Zhaoge's 5 elements deific immortal body and Fu Ting's grand plainness immeasurable body both showed signs of instability. The difference in their cultivation bases was too great at the end of the day. Beside Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting, Quan Haolong was involuntarily stunned when Yang Chong had died earlier. Now, enveloped by the great golden sun as well, his entire body quivered as he looked disbelievingly at Pei Hua, who had once been the overlord of the Loathing Square immortal realm in his heart. Even if he was a martial practitioner of the immortal court, having been able to cultivate to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, how could he possibly be a fool? Because he had worshipped the Tao since young, he had never doubted the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court. If Pei Hua had slain Yang Chong with a single palm, Quan Haolong would at most be sad and feel pity for him. Yet, not a single bit of Pei Hua's power had truly landed on Yang Chong just now. It was actually the treasured light within Yang Chong's body that had not been under his control as it had instead been controlled by Pei Hua. As a result, Yang Chong had been forcibly transformed into a rainbow and died involuntarily. Seeing this, Quan Haolong was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as a chill coursed through his entire body. Whatever method Pei Hua had used to kill Yang Chong, even if it had been poison or a sneak attack, Quan Haolong would not have been as panic-stricken as he was now. Seeing Yang Chong die, however stupid Quan Haolong was, he would still associate it with himself. His expression was both terrified and dazed as his gaze was filled with chaos. The originally pure, bright treasured light within his body became unstable for the first time in his life as it flickered unceasingly. As the treasured light lost its balance, Quan Haolong's true essence and aura immediately grew dim to the point where Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting could clearly sense it. Pei Hua glanced indifferently at him, might as well just not leave him alive. While the force of his palm had affected Quan Haolong, as soon as the treasured light within his body lost its balance, it immediately transformed into a rainbow. Before dying beneath Pei Hua's palm, he had already followed in Yang Chong's footsteps. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Such a method can only be used on martial practitioners of the immortal court who have already betrayed the Tao. If the other party is still devout, with the treasured light remaining constant, it will be ineffective. While Pei Hua's palm brought about great pressure, Yan Zhaoge's expression was as usual as he even found the time to ask, "You said just now that you could cleanse Yang Chong anew. You should be able to do so for this Quan Haolong as well, right?" Pei Hua gazed at Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. "As compared to him, I would be more willing to cleanse the two of you. If peerless geniuses like you can renounce evil and return to the righteous path, your hearts towards the heavenly Tao, it would be a great merit of mine." Chapter 9:15. Yan Zhaoge wielded the extreme yang seal to block Pei Hua's palm force. He smiled. "Are you rather coveting this treasure of mine as well?" Looking at the extreme yang seal, Pei Hua said slowly, "At first glance, I still could not be certain. Now, however, I can tell that this is the extreme yang seal. Of your external Tao, it once belonged to an expert known as the exalted solar luminary." Yan Zhaoge blinked. "You know of the exalted solar luminary?" Pei Hua said mildly, "I have heard of him. I heard that his lineage had some ties with my vast Yang palace. The concept contained within this extreme Yang seal is indeed somewhat similar to the vast Yang scripture. Since that is so, this sacred artifact is truly fated with my vast Yang palace. I have no qualms in accepting it." Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge chuckled. "Did you ask me, its current owner, for your plans to be so good?" Pei Hua similarly smiled. "You have already converted to the heavenly Tao in the first place, entering my vast Yang palace to learn martial arts." Amidst his laughter, he abruptly clenched his open palm. The concept was similar to that of the extreme Yang scripture, also sharing some similarities with the radiant light sect's lineage of the dim radiant sect. The fist that shone with golden light resembled the descent of the great sun, destroying all where its radiance passed. Facing this vast sun-divine fist of Pei Hua's, Yan Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he swiftly went through his original plan once more, preparing to face the enemy. Now, however, space suddenly shook in the distance. The dark space cracked open, and a long river appeared, crossing through the void and passing in front of everyone. Seeing this, Pei Hua could not help but frown. "Why have you come to the Loathing Square immortal realm?" The newcomer was shockingly an expert of the immortal court at the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt realm. That majestic aura was not as fierce and blazing as Pei Hua's, yet it was more abundant and long-lasting. The long river formed of his true essence flowed endlessly, traversing the universe as it resembled a heavenly river. Heavenly river scripture. While Yan Zhaoge did not recognize the newcomer, he quickly recognized the martial art he executed. It was a supreme martial art that was not inferior to the vast Yang scripture in the least. In pre-Great Calamity times, there had been a famous sect known as the Heavenly River sect, its disciples renowned for their dense true essence. At that moment, a green-robed man was standing on the surface of the river. When he saw Pei Hua, he hurriedly said, "It's best if you're here. Hurry up and come help." Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the direction where the heavenly river appeared. "So what if there are two?" As the indifferent voice sounded, a white sword chi appeared behind the green-robed man without any struggle. The green-robed man was shocked. He swept up the boundless water of the heavenly river and faced the white sword chi. There was only a wisp of white sword chi. It looked like a cloud of smoke and was almost undetectable. But like a sharp blade cutting through cloth, the white sword energy lightly slashed, and the mighty Milky Way was cut in the middle. It was as if the long river that ran through the void was directly split apart by a wisp of white sword energy. Pei Hua, Yan Zhaoge, and Fu Ting exclaimed simultaneously. Immortal ending sword. Wherever the sword went, there was no spiritual light or Tao pattern. There was only destruction, nirvana, slaughter, and termination. Let alone that green-robed man, even Yan Zhaoge and the others who were far away felt illusions appear before their eyes as they saw that faint white sword chi. Between the heavens and the earth, all things of creation, whether they were tangible or intangible, seemed to be extinguished by this sword, drawing a final period. Yan Zhaoge himself cultivated in the immortal ending sword. Seeing this sword now, he could be certain at first glance that this was the most authentic prime clear direct lineage, the immortal ending sword of the immortal exterminating four swords. At the source of the distant heavenly river, that figure seemed to have not moved at all. Yet, he had already arrived nearby. He just stood there quietly, just a few steps away from the green-robed man. It was as if he had always been standing there, never having moved at all. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge, Fu Ting and Pei Hua saw that it was a youth. His clothes were white as snow and he wore a jade crown on his head. Apart from a green steel sword, there was nothing else on him. This youth looked no more than 15 or 16, but his actual age was hard to discern. Yan Zhaoge discovered that it was very difficult for him to clearly see his appearance. This was because as he gazed at that youth, his mind would waver slightly as he seemed about to lose consciousness. That feeling was like he had died, his soul having left his body. Still, Yan Zhaoge could be certain that it was not his martial arts that could confuse one's mind. Instead, it was an extremely sharp sword intent. It was sharp to the point that if someone gazed at him, they would be injured by it. Before they could even realize it, they would already have died beneath his sword. In comparison, Lin Hanhua who resembled a sword was much gentler. At the very least, Lin Hanhua's sharpness could still be seen. Meanwhile, just having the thought and movement of looking at this youth before them, most people would already have been injured by him. While he looked young, he was clearly a peerless sword cultivator. A peak expert of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, a human exalt. A human exalt of the orthodox three clear direct lineage of Taoism. Compared to the southeastern exalt Chao Jie who Yan Zhaoge had personally encountered and was also a sword cultivator, this human exalt in the form of a white-clothed youth before them was more domineering as he displayed his sharpness. Pei Hua actually recognized that white-clothed youth, Long Xueji. At the same time, Fu Ting said another name, you are, the little sword god, Qian Xueji of the past. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head, asking, do you recognize him? Fu Ting muttered to herself, I do not recognize him. Still, such a sharp sword intent as well as his white clothes and jade crown look very much like a senior of the past. That senior mysteriously vanished. Never would I have thought that he was actually a martial practitioner of the prime clear lineage. That white-clothed youth ignored Pei Hua, not commenting on Fu Ting's title of address. His gaze swept the area, piercingly cold as it finally came to rest on Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. Why are the two of you here? Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits, recognizing Fu Ting, and recognizing me as well. He is actually surnamed Long. While he was speaking to Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting, that white-clothed youth did not cease in his attacks. Breaking the heavenly river with a single sword, he chopped towards the green-robed man with another. The green-robed man wielded his high-grade sacred artifact to parry. Yet, a shocking scene occurred. The white-clothed youth directly broke the other party's high-grade sacred artifact with a single sword. Yan Zhaoge saw this clearly. The sword in the hands of this prime clear lineage sword cultivator's hand was not even a spirit artifact or artifact, let alone a sacred artifact. It was just an ordinary green steel sword, a common weapon that could be found in ordinary blacksmiths, and weapon show being able to break a sacred artifact was entirely due to his own cultivation base. Even more terrifying was that after breaking the other party's sacred artifact with a single sword, the momentum of the sword did not cease as it continued descending on the body of that green-robed man. So what if there are more opponents like you? The white-clothed youth said indifferently, you really bring shame to the name of human exalts. The green-robed man's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding as he wanted to struggle. Yet, struck by a single sword, his body was directly cleaved into two. Chapter 9:16. A supreme being was killed on the spot. Such a scene was undoubtedly a ghastly sight that shook the heavens and the earth. What was even more shocking was that the person who killed that exalt was not an expert of a higher level, but an exalted martial saint. But to the white-clothed youth, all of this was as easy as playing it down. The vast young exalt, Pei Hua, did not step forward to help that green-robed man. On the contrary, as soon as he recognized the white-clothed youth, he turned around and left. Even Yan Zhaoge, Fu Ting, and the extreme Yang Seal ignored them. However, although Pei Hua had immediately fled, the white-clothed youth did not let him off. He slashed out with his sword from afar, and a white sword chi instantly caught up to Pei Hua. Pei Hua said hatefully, Long Xueji, if you dare to come here, my immortal court will definitely send an emperor expert to kill you. Long Xueji, who was dressed in white and had a jade crown on his head, said nonchalantly, a martial emperor of the heretics cannot kill me. As the sword fell, the golden sun immediately dimmed, and the sun set in the west. Long Xueji took a step forward and struck out with his sword again. The sunlight was completely annihilated, and the void became pitch black again. Pei Hua let out a miserable groan as one of his arms was chopped off. White sword chi lingered around his wound. Not only did the injury go out of control, it continued to spread. The white sword chi rose up along the wound, destroying even more of Pei Hua's severed arm and continuing to threaten his body. The long sword in Long Xueji's hand was raised for the third time. Seeing that Pei Hua could only close his eyes and wait for death, golden flowers suddenly appeared in the void, forming a sea of flowers. The golden flower blocked the white sword chi. Seeing this, Long Xueji frowned slightly. Pei Hua was wild with joy. The hearts of Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting both shook as they felt an extremely powerful will descend upon this region of space. He was even stronger than Pei Hua. That was the aura of an expert who had pushed open the immortal gate. He had crossed the boundary between human and immortal, and had already become a true immortal. However, he returned to the human world, descending into the mortal world. You're not slow. Seeing this, although Long Xueji was a little surprised, he did not panic. He glanced at Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting from the corner of his eye, shaking his head slightly. Red light suddenly flickered on his body as he had already vanished amidst space, as if he had never appeared in the first place. As Long Xueji vanished, the golden flowers also vanished along with him. Is he pursuing that person called Long Xueji? Yan Zhaoge pondered. He could sense that Long Xueji had swept a glance at him and Fu Ting before he left, the emotions in his eyes vaguely containing some regret. Connecting this to the fact that Long Xueji knew him and Fu Ting, Yan Zhaoge felt that if not for the appearance of that emperor of the immortal court, Long Xueji might have something to say to him. Although it was extremely sharp, it didn't seem to have any malicious intent towards him. Long Xueji had left earlier not because he was afraid of that emperor of the immortal court. Instead, he had wanted to change the location of the battle lest it implicated Yan Zhaoge and the others. Even as Yan Zhaoge pondered, he did not remain where he was as he instead beckoned Fu Ting to leave with him. But before his eyes, the golden sunlight shone again. Pei Hua's expression was unfriendly as he gazed coldly at the two, wanting to leave just like this. Aren't you oversimplifying things a little? Yan Zhaoge looked rather amusedly at the wound on Pei Hua's severed arm. A wound caused by the immortal ending sword is not easy to heal. With no one helping you, you will be crippled for life. Not finding a place to heal your wounds now, you still want to fight us? Pei Hua said coldly, capturing the two of you alive for illumination would indeed be difficult. Still, killing you would be a cinch. Looking at his wound, there wasn't much hatred within his gaze as there was more of a sigh. Even amongst you martial practitioners of the external Tao, Long Shuaji should still be one of the top experts amongst human exalts. I am not his match, but someone can take care of him. Pei Hua swiveled his head to look at the two, just like how Shang Jun and Yang Chong are not your match, I can capture and kill you. Saying thus, Pei Hua clenched his fist, directly punching towards Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. As soon as he made a move, white sword qi instantly erupted from the severed arm on the other side once more. The wound had already virtually extended to his shoulder. Pei Hua's face was even paler, but his expression was cold as he was unmoved. It is useless even if you have the extreme Yang seal. However supreme a genius you are, if you do not ascend the immortal bridge, the extreme Yang seal would still be a pearl covered in dust, unable to display sufficient power. His vast sun divine fist was ferocious beyond compare, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth as it instantly arrived above Yan Zhaoge's head. Yan Zhaoge laughed, don't be hasty, don't be hasty. It would still be fine if you were a human exalt of another lineage. Yet, you just had to cultivate in the vast Yang scripture. Yan Zhaoge's smile turned icy cold. Since that is so, don't just stare at the extreme Yang seal. This Yan has even better treasures waiting for you. The roar of a dragon resounded as a palace suddenly appeared. The great gate of the palace opened. Blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark surged amidst the dim space within as it was hard to describe. Amidst the radiance was a massive metal wheel. There were 12 holes on the metal wheel which slowly rotated alongside it. This object just existed there, silently circulating at its own pace as it did not interfere with anything in its surroundings, also not being shaken by anything else. However, as the fist intent of the vast Yang exalt Pei Hua touched it, that metal wheel suddenly shook. Pei Hua was first taken aback. Still, feeling the concept contained within the metal wheel, his expression instantly changed greatly. He was greatly enraged. Dim Radiant Emperor, Yin Tianxia. The first and only vast Yang Emperor in the history of the vast Yang Palace who had pushed open the door to immortality had perished precisely because of Yin Tianxia that year. That vast Yang Emperor had been one of the many opponents that Yin Tianxia had faced in the final battle of his life in the lands of the Immortal Court that year. His special concept and that unique, vigorous treasured light of the power of faith were stimulating the dim radiant wheel. One of the main materials of the dim radiant wheel was Yin Tianxia's own corpse. He had retained his final will to a certain extent. The dim radiant wheel that Yan Zhaoge was usually unable to wield suddenly moved as it was stimulated by Pei Hua's fist intent. Radiance arose amidst the infinite darkness, forcibly blocking Pei Hua's vast sun divine fist. The powerful rebounding force shook Pei Hua's body to the point of shaking, the wound on his other shoulder exploding even further. Pei Hua glared at Yan Zhaoge, so you are Yin Tianxia's descendant. Yan Zhaoge chuckled coldly, if that person had not appeared earlier and you had not been heavily injured, I would have been thinking about how to retreat safely. Now, though, he raised the extreme Yang seal, smashing it down towards Pei Hua's head. Now, I am thinking about slaying an exalt. Pei Hua roared furiously, with just you. He wanted to retract his palm. Yet, the dim radiant wheel rotated at this moment. Radiance scattered, boundless darkness sweeping the area. Pei Hua was actually unable to retract his attack as his fist was forcibly sucked in by the power of the dim radiant wheel. The dim radiant wheel was currently still incomplete, its power also far from reaching the level of an immortal artifact. Still, being heavily injured, Pei Hua was actually unable to break free for the time being. Seeing the extreme Yang seal descending, Pei Hua roared loudly, infinite radiance emitting from his entire body as a golden palace was rapidly constructed around him. With the palace blocking it, the extreme young seal was temporarily unable to harm him. The two sides descended into a stalemate. Yet, Pei Hua emitted a muffled groan. The white sword qi from his wounds spread unceasingly, the flesh and blood of his entire shoulder already disintegrating as the wound expanded unceasingly. Chapter 9:17. The injuries inflicted by Long Xueji's immortal ending sword were hard to contain as they continuously damaged Pei Hua's vitality. In the battle with Long Xueji earlier, not only had Pei Hua sustained heavy injuries, he had also lost many of his treasures. In order to block Long Xueji's sword, many of Pei Hua's treasures had been destroyed by the immortal extinguishing sword. Pei Hua had originally thought that even though he was heavily injured, he would still be able to quickly take care of Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting even if Yan Zhaoge possessed a treasure like the extreme yang seal. Unexpectedly, however, Yan Zhaoge actually possessed the dim radiant wheel. While the dim radiant wheel had yet to become an immortal artifact, it was still extraordinary. It was just that Yan Zhaoge was still hard-pressed to wield it. But he couldn't, but his opponent could. At this moment, the dim radiant will seemed to possess its own emotions and will as it circulated on its own, resisting the successor of the former Vast Yang Emperor, the current Vast Yang Exalt Pei Hua. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge attacked with the extreme yang seal. Unable to extricate himself, Pei Hua was forced to circulate his entire body's true essence, releasing it to protect his body as he resisted Yan Zhaoge and the extreme yang seal. If it were any other time, Pei Hua was confident that he would be able to defend till the end of time, with Yan Zhaoge still not being able to break through his defenses. An exalted martial saint from the immortal court was still an exalted martial saint, an existence that looked down on the world. How could he be compared to an ordinary person? However, Pei Hua was heavily injured. Earlier, he had still been barely able to hold on. Now that all his attention was focused on dealing with Yan Zhaoge, the extreme yang seal and the dim radiant wheel, his injuries instantly worsened further. Other injuries were fine, but the injuries caused by the celestial extinguishing sword of the end of death could be fatal if he was even slightly careless. This was how it was now. As Pei Hua was distracted in blocking Yan Zhaoge's attack, his originally already severe injuries worsened further. The white sword qi slashed at his body, turning into terrifying sword scars. Heavily injured, he couldn't keep up, and the golden palace formed by his protective veritable essence finally collapsed. Pei Hua howled in rage in despair. Yan Zhaoge ignored him, a cyclic heavenly seal landing on the extreme yang seal before the great golden seal smashed downwards. Thus, there were no two suns in the sky. The sun hung high in the sky and set below the mountains. This human exalt martial saint of the immortal court's lineage had his head smashed into smithereens by the extreme yang seal. With Pei Hua's death, his original injuries were completely out of control. The terrifying white sword qi scattered in all directions, causing his body to be torn into pieces, dying without a complete corpse. Looking at the scene before him, Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. I don't know whether I should say that my luck is good, or that your luck is bad. The surrounding space was constantly changing, and it seemed complicated and chaotic. Yan Zhaoge had no time to feel emotional as he hurriedly fled alongside Fu Ting into space. The commotion caused by killing Pei Hua was much greater than killing Shang Jun. Not to mention that Long Xueji had previously killed another exalt martial saint of the immortal court here. The Loathing Square Immortal Realm was the front line of the battle between the immortal court and the blessed lands of Buddhism. Experts gathered here and experts from the immortal court could arrive at any time. Only now did Yan Zhaoge have the time to ask Fu Ting, who exactly was that expert of the prime clear lineage just now. Fu Ting had a rather complex expression on her face as she said, 200 years ago, there was a shockingly talented young martial practitioner who rose to prominence in the world beyond worlds, his origins a mystery as his sword shook the world. His name is Qian Xueji. He traverses the entire world beyond worlds alone with a single sword, being invincible amongst those of the same cultivation level. He is hailed as the Little Sword God, and some also respectfully refer to him as Third Sword Qian, meaning that no martial practitioner of the same cultivation level would be able to receive 3 of his swords. Yan Zhaoge's interest was aroused. Oh. Is that really so? Fu Ting nodded. As far as I know, there was only one exception. The Northern Exalt suppressed his cultivation base to the same cultivation level as Qian Shuaji back then. The two clashed for more than 3 rounds. Fu Ting sighed in admiration. Still, it is said that the Northern Exalt nearly perished beneath Qian Shuaji's sword as he released the restrictions on his cultivation base at the critical juncture of life and death, thereby averting disaster. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. What cultivation level was Qian Shuaji at that time? Fu Ting said, 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the early seeing divinity stage. Yan Zhaoge pondered, that is indeed impressive. The gap between the two was just too great. Even though that Northern Exalt had suppressed his cultivation base, his knowledge, experience and techniques that surpassed many others would still be sufficient to dominate most seeing divinity martial saints. Even so, however, the victor was still that young swordsman. Fu Ting sighed. Still, after that battle with the Northern Exalt, no one saw him again. Such a genius who presided over an entire generation was like a shooting star, suddenly appearing in the world beyond worlds before vanishing just as abruptly. At that time, everyone thought that this monarch was extremely fragile and died young. Everyone felt that it was a great pity. However, it was now known that he was actually of the prime clear lineage. Yan Zhaoge said, it was probably because he had to go all out in that battle against the Northern Exalt that he revealed his background as a descendant of the prime clear lineage. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave the world beyond worlds after the battle, returning to the roving Jade Heavens. Fu Ting pondered and said, from the looks of it, Qian Shuaji should be an alias. Perhaps Long Shuaji is his real name? If his surname is Long. Yan Zhaoge laughed. I heard that the Dragon Spring Emperor is surnamed Long. Fu Ting slowly nodded. Perhaps, senior brother Lin and him, Yan Zhaoge said, according to this senior dragon's past accomplishments and the strength he displayed earlier, an emperor of the heretic shouldn't be able to kill him. We don't have to worry about him. Fu Ting sighed. Although he is a martial art practitioner of the roving Jade Heavens, we are all of the orthodox lineage of the 3 clear lineages. I hope that he can escape safely. After all, his opponent is a true immortal. The difference between a mortal and an immortal was like the distance between heaven and earth. A powerful grandmaster might be able to kill a great grandmaster. A powerful martial grandmaster might be able to kill a martial saint. While the chances of that happening were slim, it was not impossible. Still, from ancient times till now, there had never been a martial saint who had been able to slay a true immortal in a one-on-one battle with his own cultivation base and without the help of external forces. This was because in order to push open the door to immortality, one had to first transcend the immortal mortal tribulation. If one transcended it, they would become an immortal. If they failed, they would perish, their Tao extinguished. However, after transcending the immortal mortal tribulation, they would ascend to immortality in a single step. From then on, they would no longer be mortals. All the tribulations and tribulations of the mortal world would no longer be able to harm them. In other words, however strong a person was, it would be hard for them to slay a true immortal just by relying on themselves. All your offensive methods would be ineffective against true immortals. This was truly a heavenly chasm. Humans could only gaze at the heavens and sigh. All life forms of the past and present were no exceptions. It's fine. Yan Zhaoge said, while the methods of martial saints are ineffective against true immortals, this does not mean that humans are unable to resist the methods of true immortals. With the methods of that senior Long Shuaji, even emperors of the immortal court would most likely be unable to do anything to him. True immortals stably stood undefeatable. Still, this did not mean that victory was assured. Of course, most of the time, it actually meant that victory was assured. There were only extremely few exceptions. Still, the Long Shuaji that Yan Zhaoge had met today was clearly a human exalt who could create such exceptions. Fu Ting nodded silently. Perhaps, the roving jade heavens was a world that was different from the world beyond worlds yet similarly vast and boundless. Spiritual qi overflowed with a myriad of phenomena. Green Duckweed Mountain, named after the sword of the founder of the Prime Clear lineage, the Lord of Numinous Treasure, was precisely where the orthodox lineage of the Prime Clear direct lineage was located in the roving jade heavens of post-Great Calamity times. In front of a cave within the mountain stood a youth who was as sharp as a sword. It was precisely the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua who had left the world beyond world's Golden Court Mountain earlier. Now, a white-clothed, jade-crowned youth appeared without any prior warning. The little sword god, Long Shuaji. Seeing him, Lin Hanhua bowed respectfully. Father. Chapter 9:18. Lin Hanhua, like Qian Shuaji, was actually a pseudonym. This sword cultivator of the Prime Clear direct lineage, the former head disciple of Golden Court Mountain of the world beyond world's southeastern Yang Heaven territory, should have been named Long Hanhua. He and his father Long Shuaji were both descendants of the Dragon Spring Emperor. When Long Shuaji had returned to the world beyond worlds that year, his identity had been exposed and he had returned to the roving jade heavens. When his son Long Hanhua came of age, he would replace Long Shuaji in heading to the world beyond worlds. Sadly, he ended up like his father, having no choice but to leave the world beyond worlds and return to the roving jade heavens. Arriving before Long Hanhua, the white-clothed youth Long Shuaji retracted his aura, allowing others to look directly at his face. Although they were father and son, his appearance did not resemble Long Hanhua much. Without knowing the relationship between the two beforehand, it was difficult to associate them as father and son. Long Shuaji had the appearance of a youth, while Long Hanhua looked older than his father. Long Hanhua said, "Father, eldest uncle invites you to go directly to Scenery Peak after returning to the mountain." Scene Peak. Long Shuaji gazed towards the distant mountain range. "Your grandfather has come out of seclusion." Long Hanhua answered, "Probably in the next few days. Eldest uncle is waiting for you there. He invites you to go with him after you return to the mountain." Long Shuaji nodded, "Since that's the case, Hanhua, follow me." In Green Duckweed Mountain, the two of them didn't fly. Instead, they walked all the way to another mountain peak. That place was the residence of Long Shuaji's father, Long Hanhua's grandfather, the Dragon Spring Emperor, where the Green Duckweed Mountain Scenery Peak's flowing heaven cliff was located. After Long Shuaji came of age, he left Scenery Peak's flowing heaven cliff and set up his own residence on Green Duckweed Mountain, establishing his own Dao arena and no longer staying with his parents. Father and son arrived at the Scenery Peak's flowing heaven cliff, and were informed by the gatekeeper boy that the Dragon Spring Emperor had already left seclusion. Long Shuaji and Long Hanhua entered the cave. There were 3 people inside. A young man in his 30s was leaning on the couch with his eyes closed, as if he was taking a nap. A young girl sat at the side, gently massaging his legs. It was Gao Qing. Seeing Long Shuaji and Long Hanhua enter, Gao Qing instantly beamed, little uncle, you've come." Long Shuaji's gaze softened, "Qing'er." Gao Qing raised a finger to her lips and said quietly, "Great-grandfather is taking a nap." Beside him was an old man who was sitting upright. Seeing Long Shuaji and Long Hanhua enter, the old man nodded, "Third brother, did your trip go smoothly?" Long Shuaji cupped his hands in greeting, "Big brother." A youth addressing a white-haired old man as brother seemed to be slightly strange, but Gao Qing and Long Hanhua were used to it. The white-haired old man was Long Shuaji's elder brother, the eldest son of the roving Jade Heaven's profound sovereign and Dragon Spring Emperor, and the master of Green Duckweed Mountain's minor white peak, Gao Shuabua. He was also Gao Qing's grandfather. Their bloodline followed the surname of profound Empress Gao, and they inherited the Gao family's bloodline. Like Long Shuaji, Gao Shuabua was also a human exalt of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. One school produced one sovereign, one emperor, two supremes. The fourth-generation disciple, Gao Qing, was already a martial saint. In terms of bloodline, the Dragon Spring Emperor's family could possibly be called the strongest family amongst the martial practitioners of Taoism. Long Hanhua also greeted the old man, uncle. Gao Xuebua nodded towards Long Hanhua before looking at Long Xueji. Long Xueji sent via sound transmission, the war between Buddhism and the external Tao has already begun, the flames of war growing fiercer and fiercer as time passes. It should be reaching its peak in the coming years. That is good. I have some plans that should be put on the agenda. Gao Xuebua nodded. Father has already left seclusion, and it will soon be time for mother to exit seclusion as well. Long Xueji was silent for a moment before he continued, this time, I saw that Yan Zhaoge in the territory of the external Tao. Gao Xuebua's white brows twitched slightly, he was actually there. And the result? Long Xueji shook his head, an exalt of the external Tao made things difficult for him. I heavily injured that exalt of the external Tao, and he should have been able to escape. Sadly, an emperor of the external Tao descended at the time, and I could only draw him away, not being able to bring him back to the roving jade heavens in time. Gao Xuebua pondered, he already knows about that, immeasurable heavenly lord. Long Xueji answered, he should already know about it. The two brothers, one young and one old, fell silent for a time. His current cultivation base should still be at the seeing divinity stage, right? Gao Xuebua's expression turned cold, could he have been sent there by someone? This would be ruining his future prospects. Long Xueji said, the daughter of the world beyond worlds brocade emperor, Fu Ting, was also with him. Gao Xuebua slowly shook his head, while he is of the world beyond worlds, he is also a rare seedling of our Taoism's direct lineage. Yet, he is actually going to be destroyed as well. No need to be overly pessimistic, now, a voice resounded by the ears of the two brothers. That youth who had been dozing off on the bed stretched lazily, slowly waking up. We can't come to a conclusion yet. Long Xueji and Gao Xuebua said in unison, Father. That man who had just woken up and looked to be in his early 30s was shockingly none other than the Dragon Spring Emperor. Born of the orthodox three-clear lineage, he had been famous for thousands of years as he had long since pushed open the door to immortality and ascended into the immortal realm. He was extraordinarily handsome as he vaguely resembled Long Xueji and Gao Xuebua somewhat. It was just that he was different from the sharp Long Xueji and the upright Gao Xuebua. This exalted emperor was leisurely and languid. He said lazily, speaking of this, we really have to thank Yin Tianxia. If not for him, even we would probably not be able to leisurely discuss matters of the external Tao here. Yes, Long Xueji and Gao Xueji both had thoughtful looks on their faces. Their conversation had all been via sound transmission as only the three of them could hear it. Gao Qing and Long Hanhua were unable to hear it as they only saw the Dragon Spring Emperor wake up. Gao Qing instantly smiled happily, Great-grandfather, you can't just tell half of the story. The Dragon Spring Emperor chuckled, what, do you want a reward for doing some work and massaging this old man's legs? I've doted on you all this time for nothing. Gao Qing blinked, saying pitifully, even if there's no reward, there shouldn't be any punishment, right? You've only told half of the story. It's just too sad to leave someone hanging like this. The Dragon Spring Emperor could not help but laugh, where did you learn to be so sharp-tongued? He shook his head, oh, where was I earlier? Gao Qing hurriedly reminded, I was talking about you and your eldest apprentice brother roaming the world together. The Dragon Spring Emperor said, yes, that's right. That was the time when I was young and wild. Later on, when I grew older, while I was no longer as frivolous, I was still very hot-blooded. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. Gao Qing clapped her hands and smiled, if you hadn't come, I wouldn't be here. Grandfather, little granduncle, and little uncle would also be gone. Gao Xuebua shook his head, while Long Xueji and Long Hanhua also smiled. After laughing, Gao Qing then asked curiously, then your eldest apprentice brother didn't come here to look for you? The Dragon Spring Emperor answered, he did. Gao Qing nodded in understanding, then he definitely wasn't a match for great-grandmother. Otherwise, you would have to return with him. A reminiscing look appeared on the Dragon Spring Emperor's face. No, eldest apprentice brother 1. Chapter 9:19. Hearing the Dragon Spring Emperor's reply, Gao Qing was instantly dazed. How could that be? Old ancestor said that in terms of swordsmanship, great-grandmother had already surpassed her. The Dragon Spring Emperor smiled but did not speak. Gao Xuebua said slowly from the side, when your granduncle traversed the world beyond worlds that year, he was given the title of Little Sword God. Do you know about this? Gao Qing nodded. Yes, granddaughter understands. Gao Xuebua said, since there is a little sword god, there will naturally be a sword god. This. Gao Qing gradually understood. Grandfather, you mean to say, Gao Xuebua said, the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain was renowned alongside the 9 luminaries in the past. You know this as well. One of them was acclaimed as the #1 figure in the Tao of the Sword of Taoism in post-Great Calamity times. Gao Qing widened her eyes. Beside him, Long Shuaji said quietly, the exalted gold luminary has another title, Sword God. It's a pity that I wasn't able to witness his elegance with my own eyes and experience his swordsmanship. The Dragon Spring Emperor smiled, I can impart eldest apprentice brother's sword moves to you, but I indeed have no way of letting you juniors have a taste of his own flair. Long Shuaji smiled upon hearing this. Gao Qing looked curious, while I knew that you were from the world beyond worlds, great-grandfather, I did not know that the exalted gold luminary was your senior apprentice brother. The Dragon Spring Emperor smiled mildly, there are few in the world beyond worlds who know about it now. Gao Qing nodded, quickly turning her attention back, great-grandpa, did great-grandma really lose to the exalted gold luminary back then? Also, the saying of Taoism's #1 sword cultivator of post-Great Calamity times. There was a conflicted expression on her face. The prime clear direct lineage's supreme martial arts did not just consist of the immortal exterminating 4 swords. However, the immortal exterminating 4 swords were the highest achievement of Taoism's sword Tao, and had always been the pride of the prime clear descendants. Ever since ancient times, the prime clear lineage's top-notch experts in the Tao of the sword had never ceased to exist. After the Great Calamity, generation after generation of prime clear descendants had made a name for themselves in the Tao of the sword, roaming the world. In Gao Qing's heart, her great-grandmother, the profound sovereign, was the #1 expert in the sword Tao. Even if the world beyond worlds still had an expert with the title of sovereign, the sword sovereign. Little granduncle Long Shuaji had been invincible amongst those at the same cultivation level as he had traversed the world beyond worlds alone that year, seemingly proving this point as well. Gao Xuebua then said, the exalted gold luminary came to the roving jade heavens for father's sake. Mother fought with him in the sword, and it was indeed mother who lost in the end. His expression was a little complicated as well, these were all personally said by my mother in the past. My mother had never been convinced by anyone in the path of the sword. However, she was indeed defeated by the exalted gold luminary in a one-on-one battle back then. However, they only fought once. Mother felt that her swordsmanship had improved over the years, but she always regretted that she couldn't have another match with him. Gao Qing pursed her lips, looking unhappy. Gao Xuebua looked at his granddaughter and slowly said, even mother was defeated. Our prime clear lineage naturally lost face. Fortunately, there was still one more person in the roving jade heavens. Gao Qing rallied her spirits and asked curiously, didn't you say that old ancestor was injured back then and had always been in seclusion? In terms of swordsmanship alone, the profound sovereign had actually already surpassed her. Yet, she had still been defeated by the exalted gold luminary. The person that Big Brother speaks of is not old ancestor, Long Shuaji now said, instead, it is our little apprentice aunt, your great-grandmother's little apprentice sister. Gao Qing blinked, coming to a sudden realization as she clapped her hands, little granduncle, are you speaking of that legendary Emperor Purple Ji, the Sword Emperor's senior apprentice granduncle. Purple Ji Cliff's roving jade palace. This was the Tao arena of the prime clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Numinous Treasure. With Purple Ji as his emperor title and the title of Sword Emperor, it could be imagined just how powerful he was and how great his swordsmanship was. It was just that there were very few in the world beyond worlds who knew of this title now. In the roving jade heavens, it was only a legend as it was only recorded in historical records. Gao Xiaobua said, back then, little apprentice ant was in secluded cultivation. Fortunately, it was not death seclusion. The exalted gold luminary suppressed the roving jade heavens with his sword. The various seniors had no choice but to invite her out of seclusion. Gao Qing asked excitedly, senior apprentice granduncle definitely defeated the exalted gold luminary? Gao Xiaobua stroked his white beard, letting out a rare bitter laugh. That battle ended in a draw. However, ultimately, little apprentice ant admitted that she lost by half a move. Long Shuaji continued, mother and the other seniors all tacitly agreed to this result. Gao Qing called out unhappily, why? Gao Xiaobua sighed, because our prime clear lineage has the immortal exterminating four swords that the Lord of Numinous Treasure left behind, leading Taoism's sword Tao for countless years as it has been tempered thousands of times. Meanwhile, the exalted gold luminary used his great wisdom, willpower, and divine abilities to transform the supreme martial arts of the jade clear lineage into the jade illusory heaven opening sword, allowing this world to finally have a supreme sword art that can stand alongside the immortal exterminating four swords. Even during the investiture of the gods era, when the immortal exterminating sword formation had been broken, the immortal exterminating sword and the other three swords had fallen into the hands of the jade clear lineage descendants of the primordial heavenly lord's lineage. Even the grand clear and jade clear lineages had produced many bigwigs of the Tao of the sword in their long history. Still, in terms of accomplishments in the Tao of the sword, the prime clear lineage had always been the strongest amongst Taoism. Meanwhile, the immortal exterminating four swords had always been the strongest supreme sword arts of Taoism. That was until a person and another sword art had appeared. The exalted gold luminary and his jade illusory heaven opening sword. The dragon spring emperor had not spoken, appearing rather lost in thought. His memories had already returned to thousands of years ago. That proud figure laughed arrogantly, Star Spring, come, come, come. I'll show you something good today. A sword art that I've created myself. Outside the roving jade heavens, the two most outstanding rising stars of Taoism's sword arts battled amidst the endless space. The purple-clothed youth struck with his sword, splitting apart the heavens and earth. The white-clothed girl swept her sword horizontally through the air, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the Tao. This was a battle of the pinnacle, displaying the most dazzling brilliance of the Tao of the sword after the Great Calamity. The Dragon Spring Emperor had personally witnessed the most marvelous sword battle of his life. The lingering charm within was something he still yearned for even now. The first time, and also the last time. He had not seen it for thousands of years afterwards. Regaining his wits, he smiled as he looked at the shocked Gao Qing. Because of this, your great-grandmother's little junior apprentice sister admitted that she had lost by half a move, with the Sword Emperor not being a match for the Sword God. It was also precisely this battle that determined the position of the number one figure of Taoism in the Tao of the Sword after the Great Calamity. Gao Qing was also dazed by that scene that surpassed her imagination. After a long while, Gao Qing finally looked pitifully at her great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, the exalted gold luminary defeated great-grandmother and then great-grandmaster. Then you, the Dragon Spring Emperor was all smiles as he said, I still stayed behind. Otherwise, how could I have married your great-grandmother? If I had left, wouldn't there be no Qing, no grandfather, no little grandmaster and no little uncle? Chapter 920. Gao Qing chuckled foolishly at her elder's teasing. On the other hand, Gao Xiaobua had a helpless expression on his face. He had a proper personality and was very methodical. With his cultivation level, it was not difficult for him to regain his youthful appearance. However, he knew that he was already a grandfather, so he allowed his appearance to remain that of an old man. It was a pity that his father, the Dragon Spring Emperor, apart from maintaining his youthful appearance, did not hold back when joking with his great-granddaughter. Back then, the relationship between the world beyond worlds and our roving jade heavens was not as tense as it is now. Gao Xiaobo helplessly explained to his granddaughter, "Our interactions and contacts are quite frequent. As long as both parties are willing, marriage is not prohibited." Although Gao Qing was rather ignorant in this aspect, she wasn't completely clueless. With her grandfather's reminder, she gradually understood. In that era, the union of his great-grandfather and great-grandmother had more or less been a marriage alliance between the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens. It was just that the Dragon Spring Emperor and the profound sovereign were deeply attached to each other. The Dragon Spring Emperor remained in the roving jade heavens after their marriage, even though the relationship between the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens had already become extremely tense. The Dragon Spring Emperor laughed, "I don't have the ability. If I want to marry your great-grandmother, I can only stay and pester her. Unlike eldest senior brother, who married your great-grandmother's junior sister from the roving jade heavens." Gao Qing's large eyes stared wide open. Great apprentice grandaunt married the exalted gold luminary. The Dragon Spring Emperor nodded smilingly, a look of pride on his face. Gao Qing turned to look at her grandfather. Gao Xiaobo calmly said, "That's right." Long Hanhua also turned to look at Long Xueji, only to see the latter also nodding his head. Gao Qing was rather dazed as she thought about how the exalted gold luminary had descended from beyond the heavens with a single sword and subdued the entire roving jade heavens, even marrying away the most outstanding descendant of the roving jade heavens. He, eldest apprentice brother married little apprentice sister. Gao Qing suddenly laughed, looking at the Dragon Spring Emperor. Little apprentice brother married eldest apprentice sister. The Dragon Spring Emperor chuckled, "Precisely so." Gao Qing was so happy that she couldn't stop clapping. This can be considered an interesting piece of news. Seeing his granddaughter's unruly appearance, her grandfather couldn't help but glare at her. But looking at the Dragon Spring Emperor who was also grinning so widely that his eyebrows could not be seen, Gao Xiaobo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only sigh helplessly. Long Xueji and Long Hanhua could not help but chuckle. "By the way, great-grandfather, where are your eldest senior brother and great martial granduncle now?" Gao Qing suddenly thought of something as she could not help but look curious. In the roving jade heavens, there are only some legends about grand apprentice granduncle. There is no news of them in the world beyond worlds either. Where have they gone? In an instant, the room fell silent. The smile vanished from the face of the Dragon Spring Emperor. His gaze became deep and abyssal as he raised his head to look at the ceiling, falling into a trance. After a long while, he closed his eyes. When Gao Qing saw this, she was taken aback. At the side, her grandfather, Gao Xiaobo, said softly, "The two seniors are no longer here." Gao Qing's heart shook as she looked towards the Dragon Spring Emperor. The Dragon Spring Emperor opened his eyes, smiling as the heavy atmosphere in the room relaxed once more. They were already gone 2,000 years ago. After the Great Calamity, Taoism fell into decline, with many things waiting to be done. If we want to rise again, there will always be many difficulties, many sacrifices. "I'm sorry, great-grandfather," Gao Qing said softly. The Dragon Spring Emperor smiled, shaking his head, "It's fine. It is a pity that the exalted gold luminary and little apprentice aunt died prematurely given their age and cultivation bases." Gao Xiaobo shook his head, sighing, "Otherwise, their future accomplishments would probably be comparable to the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, cultivated deity Jade Cauldron and the Purple Tenuity Emperor, reforging the glory of the Sword Tao." Hearing his words, Gao Qing and Long Hanhua both felt a sense of loss. Long Xueji said calmly, "Predecessors plant trees, the fire never extinguishing. There will always be successors." Looking at his youngest son, the Dragon Spring Emperor smiled, "That's right. From here, we should have hope of returning to the other side of the wall, returning to the territory governed by the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he spoke while analyzing the chaotic flows of space before them. Fu Ting nodded as well. That's right. There is at least an 80% chance of success. After taking care of the vast Yang Exalt Pei Hua, the two fled far away into space. It could be felt that other powerful auras had descended in the vicinity of the lofty towering world in the Loathing Square immortal realm. Even the slaying of a mid-immortal bridge Marshal Saint Shangjun would have caused great waves, let alone Pei Hua, who was at the peak of the 10th level of the Marshal Saint realm. Also, Long Shuaji had slain another human exalt of the immortal court in the vicinity earlier. Two human exalts having successively perished at the same place within a short period of time, it would be hard not to notice it. Still, the simultaneous deaths of two human exalts in the Loathing Square immortal realm had caused a temporary vacuum to appear amongst the peak experts of the nearby immortal court. An emperor-level expert had been drawn away by Long Shuaji. With the immortal court still having to contend with Buddhism, it would be difficult for them to dispatch experts over within a short period of time. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting made use of this chance to flee amidst space. Possessing the peerless heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge would not leave any clues behind when he slew someone of the immortal court, also preventing their peak experts from instantly descending to reinforce him. If they were not caught on the spot and there were no witnesses, their opponents would have no more clues left. Yan Zhaoge raised his hand, drawing numerous runes in midair. The runes condensed unceasingly, bright all around as it resembled an ocean of light. Seeing this, Fu Ting stared at the ocean of light formed of runes for a moment before reaching out and drawing numerous runes in midair as well, sending them into the ocean of light to assist Yan Zhaoge. Watching this scene rather interestedly, Yan Zhaoge could not help but nod in admiration. Miss Fu is indeed a heaven-defying genius. Being able to see through the clues so quickly and even assist him in the actual operation was not something that could be achieved just by relying on her family's knowledge alone. It was indeed not an exaggeration to say that Fu Ting was omnipotent. Many people's so-called omnipotence was just trying to blow their own trumpets. Omnipotence was actually the same as being unable to do anything at all. Fu Ting was clearly truly omnipotent as she was proficient in everything. She said, "Young Master Yan overpraises me. You are the one who shocked Fu Ting, actually being able to open a pathway that connects the immortal court of the external Tao with the world of our orthodox Taoism of the three clear lineages." As the daughter of the Brocade Emperor, she had long since known of the existence of Buddhism. She also understood that traversing such a wall could only be accomplished by experts who had attained the immortal realm. The rare exception would be the likes of the Western exalt who cultivated in the spatial heavenly scripture or other similar peak martial arts. Still, those were all human exalts, bigwigs of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. Not only was it rare to see someone of Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base who did not rely on external objects, she had never even heard of such a thing before. "I dare not compare myself to the likes of your father, the Brocade Emperor." Yan Zhaoge smiled. Your father and the others opened a door on the wall, and instantly traversed through it, traversing between the two worlds. This method of mine, on the other hand, is a pathway. If we want to return, we will still have to walk through it for a few days. The difference in efficiency is like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Moreover, it would take a lot of time for me to open the pathway now. How would I be like your father and the others who can do it casually? Fu Ting shook her head. That is still extremely rare. Amidst their conversation, a massive vortex appeared at the center of the ocean of light before them. Space distorted at the bottom of the vortex as an indescribably bright radiance was emitted, being even more dazzling than the surrounding ocean of light. Chapter 921. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged glances before nodding, the two entering the vortex together. As the radiance swirled in front of him, the chaotic scenes kept shaking. When the radiance finally dissipated, what appeared in front of the two was yet another stretch of dark space. However, feeling the flow of spirit qi here and observing the circulation of the stars in the universe, Yan Zhaoge knew that they had successfully returned to the world ruled by the three clear lineages. While space before them was chaotic, forming numerous folds that made it hard for them to move, it was already just around the corner for them to return to the world beyond worlds. This was especially so for Yan Zhaoge. With his previous experience of returning from the Buddhist world, things were much easier this time. Previously, he was still a fusing avatar martial saint. Now that he had attained the seeing divinity stage and cultivated the immortal trapping sword, it was much easier for him to traverse the chaotic void of the universe. Although it hasn't been a long time, I feel like a lifetime has passed since I came to the immortal court. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Fu Ting nodded slightly. If not for the appearance of Long Shuaji of the roving jade heavens, if not for the treasures left behind by the dim radiant emperor, we would probably have been doomed. Yan Zhaoge said, it should be said that it was fortunate that that human exalt of the external Tao was of the lineage of vast Yang Palace, his ancestor having once clashed with the dim radiant emperor. A dark look appeared on Fu Ting's face. My father once said that the immortal artifact left behind by the dim radiant emperor is inauspicious. However, he was not willing to tell me the reason behind it. He only said that he would tell me after I reached the peak of the martial saint realm. From the looks of it, it might be related to the heretics of the immortal court. Fu Ting swiveled her head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Just now, after leaving the lands of the immortal court and returning to our side, I attempted to recall the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord once more. The smile on Yan Zhaoge's face vanished as he asked solemnly, and the result? Fu Ting let out a long breath. I still have that strange feeling. Yan Zhaoge had a pondering look on his face. Of course, Fu Ting wouldn't worship the immeasurable heavenly lord. The problem was that just the thought of the other party's name made him feel that something was amiss. From a certain point of view, it was as if an invisible seed had taken root in her heart the moment she found out about his existence. However, the seed did not germinate. As for whether it would germinate in the future, it was hard to say. Connecting this to what the Brocade Emperor, the northeastern exalt Lu Zhenggu, the southeastern exalt Chao Jia and the others had said previously, Yan Zhaoge could not help but wonder if the immortal court, the existence of the immeasurable heavenly lord, was the matter that they had not spoken about clearly. If that was the case, it was no wonder that they were so cautious. What about Fu Ting's talent and strength? Including the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens, among those whom Yan Zhaoge had personally encountered, there were only two who could stably defeat her at the same cultivation level. Little Sword God, Long Shuaji. His father, Yan Di. Other than that, of those whom Yan Zhaoge had personally come into contact with before, no one at the same cultivation level would be able to easily defeat Fu Ting just based on their cultivation bases alone. Fu Ting's strength did not just lie in her innate talent and the unique skills she cultivated. His mentality, willpower, combat experience, wisdom in battle, observation skills, and adaptability were all outstanding. However, it seemed that such a peerless genius could not be exempted from the taboo of the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly lord. Young Master Yan, when you thought of or spoke of the immeasurable heavenly lord, were there any abnormalities? Fu Ting asked, frowning. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. He indeed had not. If one had to ask why, Yan Zhaoge estimated that it was because he cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture. While the faceless devilish scripture could obstruct the special effects of the Buddha light and treasured light, it might not be effective on the problem at hand. Even if Fu Ting herself was not clear on it, if she told her father, the Brocade Emperor, about it when she returned, the latter might become suspicious. Yan Zhaoge had actually always been unable to resolve some of his suspicions regarding the peerless heavenly scripture that served as his foundation. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge had always concealed the foundation of the peerless heavenly scripture. Hearing Fu Ting's question now, Yan Zhaoge answered, I did not feel anything special. Perhaps it is related to the dim radiant 12 arts that I cultivate in. The dim radiant emperor's dim radiant 12 arts contain the phenomenon of infinite chaos. I suspect that it is related to this. Still, Yan Zhaoge frowned. It is also precisely because of this that there might be something hidden within the dim radiant chaos that I myself would instead be hard-pressed to detect. After all, I do not primarily cultivate in the dim radiant 12 arts. Fu Ting nodded lightly. That's possible. Hearing her reply, Yan Zhaoge understood some other meaning. From the looks of it, the Brocade Emperor's lineage of Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak had not grasped the Tai Fist, the head of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations. Still, thinking of the uniqueness of the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly lord, Yan Zhaoge scratched his head a little. Buddhism and the future Buddha don't have similar problems. Is it because the immeasurable heavenly lord is also of Taoism? Fu Ting sucked in a deep breath, looking at Yan Zhaoge as she said, Young Master Yan, the matters of the immortal court's external Tao cannot be spread to outsiders. While you and your sect possess the dim radiant 12 arts, it is still best that you do not take the risk. Yan Zhaoge nodded, naturally. However, it was a pity that he couldn't use it to trick others. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to trick someone. But from the looks of it, this news wouldn't make anyone unlucky right away. If their enemies knew of it, they might also spread it to others. It would be hard for Broad Creed Mountain to avoid it as well. Under such circumstances, it was better for everyone to keep their mouths shut. Still, the reason that even news of Buddhism had been cut off in the world beyond worlds might also be to prevent news of the immortal court from spreading. It would be great if I could understand this. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. His mother Xuechuqing's lineage and the destruction of the dim radiant sect felt like they were all related to the immortal court. While Yan Zhaoge had some vague guesses, he still lacked proof. As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge's eyes suddenly lit up as he could not help but smile. Fu Ting looked curiously at him. What is it, young Master Yan? Yan Zhaoge smiled. My luck was good and I had some fortuitous encounters. Miss Fu, please allow this Yan to go ahead first. He did not accelerate as he instead halted and sat down in the meditative position. Seeing him like this, Fu Ting's heart jolted abruptly as she seemed to have guessed something as a shocked look appeared on her face. As Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, his entire body emitted radiance as his various major acupoints shook simultaneously, resonating with the numerous stars of the actual universe. Enveloped by starlight, Fu Ting could clearly see that a tiny speck of light had suddenly appeared on Yan Zhaoge's neck. As compared to the other acupoints that resembled stars, that speck of light appeared slightly dimmer. Yet, as soon as this speck of light appeared, Yan Zhaoge's aura surged, rapidly rising as it was exceptionally powerful. While Fu Ting herself had yet to reach this cultivation level, how could she not recognize Yan Zhaoge's current state? That was clearly a concealed acupoint. Having refined an acupoint to see divinity, he had successfully broken through to the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late seeing divinity stage. Chapter 922. Just a moment ago, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone who was in secluded cultivation at Broad Creed Mountain in the world beyond worlds had successfully broken through his bottleneck. After the main acupoints of his entire body resonated with the stars of the actual universe, the North Ocean clone successfully refined a concealed acupoint to see divinity. With this, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone successfully attained the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late seeing divinity stage. From then on, he stepped into a whole new world. Yan Zhaoge's main body was outside the world beyond worlds, separated by layers of space, causing the connection between him and the North Ocean clone to weaken greatly. Still, as the Northern Ocean clone's cultivation base rose and broke through, Yan Zhaoge could still feel it. Most importantly, Yan Zhaoge had comprehended the Northern Ocean clone's path of advancement, having refined the concealed acupoint to achieve divinity. This had benefited his cultivation greatly as well. Although it was not common for martial arts experts to refine doppelgangers, there were still quite a few of them. However, it was extremely rare to cultivate a clone with a cultivation level higher than the original body. It could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Yan Zhaoge just so happened to be one of them. Even if they practiced the same martial arts, different people would experience different paths, big or small. This also applied to a martial artist's main body and his doppelganger. The experience of one party could be used as a reference for the other party, but at the same time, it could also cause a barrier of knowledge and cause the opposite effect. However, Yan Zhaoge's accumulation had been too abundant. After lighting up Starfire and stepping into the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, Yan Zhaoge did not cease in his foots. Yan Zhaoge had not relaxed in his cultivation after the great battle of the Royal Reed Sea had ended. As one of the primordial heavenly scriptures, the cyclic heavenly scripture had many wondrous uses. Usually, even if he didn't deliberately circulate his energy, he would secretly accumulate energy between his breaths, causing his martial arts to become more and more profound. It was as if he was cultivating at every moment and every second. Therefore, while Yan Zhaoge seemed no different from the others when he sat and walked, his accumulations were actually growing stronger bit by bit. While they had not seen the Brocade Emperor during their time at the minor no-hatred Dao arena, Yan Zhaoge and his father had not been in a rush as they had cultivated in peace. Now, Yan Zhaoge had already refined all of his main acupoints to see divinity, standing at the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, just a paper-thin distance away from the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. And now, having been enlightened by the Northern Ocean clone opening the obscure acupoint within his body, Yan Zhaoge instantly broke through that final layer of window paper. As the Northern Ocean clone attained the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, Yan Zhaoge himself similarly stepped into the late-seeing divinity stage. When Yan Zhaoge made his breakthrough, it was right in front of Fu Ting, with no one else guarding him. As expected, Fu Ting did not harm him. Instead, she stood quietly by the side, helping Yan Zhaoge guard against the surrounding space. When Yan Zhaoge retracted his technique, he saw Fu Ting exclaiming in admiration, "Young Master Yan is a heaven-defying genius. Fu Ting admires you. You flatter me, Miss Fu. I still have to thank Miss Fu for protecting me." Yan Zhaoge looked at Fu Ting. "If I am not wrong, Miss Fu's main acupoints are already not far from refining them all to see divinity." Fu Ting said, "It is always the hardest to take a step forward. The closer it is to the final juncture, the harder it is." Yan Zhaoge nodded. If the cultivation of the martial Tao was divided into many different stages, the beginning and the end of each stage would be the most difficult most of the time. With a good start and on the right track, the middle stages would be comparatively easier. Even if it was time-consuming, it would mostly be necessary accumulation, which would suffice. With Yan Zhaoge having successfully attained the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late-seeing divinity stage, the two set off once more. With his cultivation base having improved, Yan Zhaoge was able to move more freely amidst chaotic space. Their path back to the world beyond worlds was similarly smoother. After traveling for a period of time, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting both felt that they were finally gradually approaching the world beyond worlds. On this day, as Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting escaped from the chaotic flows of space, bright lights suddenly appeared before their eyes. It was shockingly a wound of the sky. After identifying their surroundings, Yan Zhaoge instantly smiled. The world beyond worlds was right before their eyes. They had successfully returned. While they did not know where the other side of this wound of the sky was in the world beyond worlds, they could finally return to the world beyond worlds. Now, however, the wound of the sky before them suddenly shook. Then, someone emerged from within, arriving in the vast, boundless extra-dimensional space. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting, he could not help but be taken aback. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that the other party was a black-clothed man who appeared to be around 50 years of age. His aura was orderly as he stood tall and upright. Looking at Fu Ting, that black-clothed man was rather astonished. "Red Lotus Fu, you are returning to the world beyond worlds now?" Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he hesitated slightly. Could it be Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge? Fu Ting recognized that black-clothed man, so it is Chief Lu of the Jade Mountain sect. She introduced them. Young Master Yen, this is Chief Lu of the Central June Heaven Territory's Heavenly Hut Mountains Jade Mountain sect. Chief Lu, this is precisely young Master Yen, Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge smiled, cupping his hands. Chief Lu, nice to meet you. The Central June Heaven Territory was located at the core of the world beyond worlds. It was naturally most widely known as Kunlun Mountain. Still, the Central June Heaven Territory was vast. Besides the Kunlun Mountain range, there were also other regions. Heavenly Hut Mountain was one of them. While he had never heard of the Jade Mountain sect before, Yen Zhaoge had long since heard of Heavenly Hut Mountain. The Lu Xiangtong before him had already ascended the Immortal Bridge and possessed extraordinary strength. Still, as Yen Zhaoge knew, it was not an easy thing to establish a foothold in the Central June Heaven Territory. One had to be sufficiently strong or have a powerful backer. From the looks of it, perhaps the backer of the Jade Mountain sect was ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff? Still, Lu Xiangtong had seemed very shocked to see Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting preparing to return to the world beyond worlds earlier. Fu Ting detected this as well. Chief Lu, did something special happen? I headed to extra-dimensional space earlier and have not contacted the world beyond worlds for a period of time. I have only just returned today. It is no wonder then. Lu Xiangtong said in a heavy tone, the immortal artifact of the exalted fire luminary, Mars Halberd, of the Kunlun 9 luminaries that year, challenged your father, the Brocade Emperor, the day of the battle being today. In order not to affect and destroy the world beyond worlds, the two agreed to battle in extra-dimensional space. Many people wanted to rush over to spectate the battle, and I was one of them. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged looks. Lu Xiangtong sighed, I really did not think that an immortal artifact like Mars Halberd would actually possess complete self-awareness. He is practically another emperor. He looked at Fu Ting. It is rumored that he destroyed your sect's minor no-hatred Dao arena while your father, the Brocade Emperor, was away. Afterwards, he wanted to attack the southeastern Exalt's lineage, Golden Court Mountain. Chapter 923. Lu Xiangtong did not understand what had happened that day. When Mars Halberd had destroyed the minor no-hatred Dao arena, Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting had been there. While they had avoided a tribulation, they had mistakenly entered the territory of the Immortal Court as a result. After destroying the minor no-hatred Dao arena, Mars Halberd had not left as he had instead remained where he was, silently awaiting the Brocade Emperor's return. Still, for some reason, the Brocade Emperor had not returned. Mars Halberd remained where he was, waiting for a full 7 days yet not seeing the Brocade Emperor appear. Instead, the other experts of the world beyond worlds had arrived. No conflict had erupted between the two sides. Still, Mars Halberd had not accepted the mediation of others as he had wholeheartedly wanted to find the descendant of the Grand Clear lineage who had helped the dragon race seal him back then, settling things once and for all. After Daoist Xuanzhong had perished, his descendant, the Brocade Emperor, had surpassed him as he had become Mars Halberd's target. As the Brocade Emperor had not appeared, Mars Halberd had not made things difficult for those of ingenious Flying Peak. Still, he had temporarily changed his target as he had set his sights on another direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage in the world beyond worlds. Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, Golden Court Mountain. In the end, when he had arrived at Golden Court Mountain, the Brocade Emperor had finally appeared. While the battle between two emperor-titled experts was not enough to destroy the world beyond worlds, it would definitely cause severe damage to the vast regions of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Mars Halberd did not mind leaving the world beyond worlds with the Brocade Emperor and battling in extra-dimensional space. Finally, beneath the mediation of other experts of the world beyond worlds, the two sides had arranged for a new date for their battle. Today just happened to be the day of the battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd. Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged glances, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. With the Brocade Emperor having been obstructed by Mars Halberd, would the Heaven Emperor attack the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory once more? With the Brocade Emperor not having appeared previously and unable to ascertain where he was, the Heaven Emperor would not act lightly. Without absolute confidence of victory, he would not directly fall out with him. Even when Mars Halberd had provocatively waited for 7 days at the ruins of the minor no-hatred Dao arena, the Heaven Emperor could not be certain that the Brocade Emperor was truly not present. Perhaps he had been guarding against him, which was why he had tolerated Mars Halberd. Only when Mars Halberd had attacked Golden Court Mountain and the Brocade Emperor had appeared did the Heaven Emperor finally have a chance to act. This was because the Brocade Emperor would definitely not be in the world beyond worlds on the day of the battle. Jade Mountain Sect's chief Lu Xiangtong was currently observing Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. Seeing the exchange of gazes between Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting, Lu Xiangtong's heart involuntarily pounded. This Yan Zhaoge is actually so familiar with the daughter of the Brocade Emperor? Even if the Brocade Emperor was on very good terms with the Southeastern Exalt, and it was rumored that the Southeastern Exalt took great care of Yan Zhaoge, this did not mean that the Brocade Emperor would definitely view Yan Zhaoge in a different light. Of course, Yan Zhaoge was indeed shockingly talented. Looking at Yan Zhaoge at this moment, Lu Xiangtong felt his heart beating wildly. This was no longer an astonishing talent, but a frightening genius. Why did this young man before him seem to be a late-seeing divinity martial saint? His eyesight shouldn't be so bad that he was seeing things, right? But upon further observation, his true age seemed to be less than 40. A late-seeing divinity martial saint who was not even 40 years old. Lu Xiangtong's vision darkened, and he almost fainted. He was younger than Fu Ting, but his cultivation was higher than Fu Ting's. What did this mean? While Lu Xiangtong could be considered to be rather knowledgeable, there was only a single thought in his mind at this moment: either I have misjudged his cultivation base or he has concealed his true age, misleading others. Still, Lu Xiangtong still felt that even if Yan Zhaoge had faked his age, his talent was still shocking. Thinking about it this way, even the Brocade Emperor favored him greatly. This did not seem to be something hard to accept at all. Lu Xiangtong's gaze fell on Fu Ting as he wondered, speaking of this, there has yet to be any news of this Grand Red Lotus having any affairs between a man and a woman up till now. Could it be, while there was no jealousy or hatred, looking at Yan Zhaoge, Lu Xiangtong could not help but sigh inwardly, what good karma indeed. It is said that he possesses the immortal artifact left behind by the dim Radiant Emperor and has also obtained the favor of the Brocade Emperor and his daughter. His talent is outstanding as well. He is definitely going to soar to the heavens in the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting had not thought that so many thoughts would be running through the mind of this chief of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, Lu Xiangtong. The two were both focused on the possible influence that this battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd might bring. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before cupping his hands towards Lu Xiangtong. Chief Lu, there is something that this Yan does not understand. I wonder if Chief Lu knows the reason for this. Lu Xiangtong regained his wits. Please speak, young Master Yan. Yan Zhaoge asked. Mars Halberd intentionally challenged the Brocade Emperor and agreed not to fight in the world beyond worlds, instead changing the battlefield to extradimensional space. This is easy to understand. Still, why did he agree to another time? Having just asked Lu Xiangtong about the current days in the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge already knew that he and Fu Ting had still spent quite a bit of time finding their way back from the Immortal Court. It had been far more than 7 days since they had escaped from the minor no-hatred Dao arena. Mars Halberd had waited for 7 days at the ruins of the minor no-hatred Dao arena, not seeing the Brocade Emperor return. He had rushed to the world beyond worlds Golden Court Mountain, where the Brocade Emperor had finally appeared to obstruct him. Still, the two had set the date of their battle to be today, more than a month having passed since then. Fu Ting asked, Chief Lu, do you know which majesties are currently guarding the world beyond worlds? Lu Xiangtong nodded towards Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. This Lu is not clear on the reason. Still, Mars Halberd did indeed agree to set the date for today. In the world beyond worlds, from what I know, the concealed sovereign and the female emperor are still present. The other majesties seem to be absent. Still, this Lu only heard this from others and cannot be certain. The concealed sovereign was the most mysterious of the three sovereigns as he was in secluded cultivation all year round. The last time he had appeared was several hundred years ago. Battles between emperors were very rare. Generally speaking, sovereigns would most likely mediate between them. Still, no one had ever seen the concealed sovereign do something like this. The concealed sovereign had indeed not appeared in the storm stirred up by Mars' halberd this time. Meanwhile, the female emperor had always been a lone wolf as she rarely participated in the affairs of others. Just like the concealed sovereign, the female emperor had not appeared in the battle between Mars' halberd and the brocade emperor this time, expressing no opinion at all. Lu Xiangtong said, "The earthly sovereign and the sword sovereign seem to have not been in the world beyond worlds all this time. It was the encompassing emperor and the earth exalt who mediated between them before the brocade emperor and Mars halberd finally agreed to battle today." The encompassing emperor, also known as the encompassing emperor, was one of the 5 emperors alongside the brocade emperor, the female emperor and the heaven emperor. He was similarly a bigwig who had pushed open the door to immortality many years ago. The Earth Exalt was a personal disciple of the earthly sovereign who was one of the 10 exalts alongside Chao Jia, Zhuangshen, and Lu Zhenggu. The so-called 10 exalts referred to the 8 directions, up and down. Still, the world beyond worlds habitually referred to lesser exalts as the Earth Exalt. Yan Zhaoge asked, then, after the date of the battle was set, the encompassing emperor and the Earth Exalt both left the world beyond worlds? Lu Xiangtong said, "That's right." Chapter 924. After the date of the battle was decided, the encompassing emperor and the Earth Exalt left the world beyond worlds. The brocade emperor did not seem to have returned to Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak either. Lu Xiangtong continued, but recently, the Earth Sovereign seems to have returned to bear witness to this battle. Hearing Lu Xiangtong's words, Yan Zhaoge's previously suspended heart was instantly put at ease. Outside the world beyond worlds, some major events were likely to occur in the infinite extradimensional space. As a result, it attracted the attention of many peak experts of the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge, who already knew of the existence of the Immortal Court and Buddhism, deduced that it was most likely related to them. Mars halberd probably knew about the existence of the Immortal Court and the Buddhist sect. After all, he had followed the exalted fire luminary in stabilizing the world beyond worlds in the past. He could also be said to be of the orthodox 3 clear lineage, and had ties with the world beyond worlds. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he had agreed to postpone his battle with the brocade emperor. After deciding on the date of the battle, the brocade emperor, the encompassing emperor and the others hurried to extradimensional space. The situation there seemed to be rather tense, such that the brocade emperor had even postponed his battle with Mars halberd to deal with matters there first. It was very likely that the concealed sovereign and the female emperor had stayed behind to maintain the stability of the world beyond worlds. Under such circumstances, as one of the 5 emperors, since the female empress had decided to stay behind, then the heaven emperor would most likely not stay behind, and would also head for the outer realm void. However, he still couldn't let his guard down. With the brocade emperor being free today, he could return to complete his battle with Mars halberd. Who knew if the heaven emperor would return to the world beyond worlds as well? Moreover, the outcome of the battle between the brocade emperor and Mars halberd was still unknown. Yan Zhaoge exchanged glances with Fu Ting, nodding slightly. Both of them could understand the importance of this matter. However, their actions fell into Lu Xiangtong's eyes, causing his expression to involuntarily become even stranger. Fu Ting cupped her hands towards Lu Xiangtong. "I only found out about this matter today. Since I know about it, of course I can't miss it. I wonder if Chief Lu can point me in the right direction." Lu Xiangtong hurriedly collected his thoughts and said seriously, "Of course." Saying thus, he led the way as Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting both followed suit. In the world beyond worlds, battles between emperor-level experts were extremely rare. Even if there were conflicts between the 5 emperors and they fought with each other, it was rare for them to fall out with each other. Even if they did, the 3 sovereigns might intervene. For today's battle, firstly, the 3 sovereigns seemed to have their own matters to attend to, and secondly, Mars Halberd's situation was special, which was why he was able to participate. Yan Zhaoge was also very interested in this. However, even he could not get close to the battle between the 2 great emperors. There were so many people there today. Although they said that they were spectators, they were actually unable to get close. It could only be said that they all wanted to witness this rare grand event. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause one to be swept away by the shockwaves, and there would be no one to blame even if one died. Although we don't dare to get close, just being able to sense the changes in the clash of energies from afar is also extremely beneficial to us. Lu Xiangtong sighed in admiration. I can only hope that the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd do not clear the area in advance. In a duel between experts, some didn't mind others watching from the sidelines, while others might clear the place. It all depended on the wishes of both parties. Fu Ting didn't say anything more. She just followed behind Lu Xiangtong silently. After walking for who knew how long, Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted. Gazing over, he saw a clump of light in the distance, lying amidst the darkness of space. The ball of light wasn't bright. It looked yellowish and gray. It was oval and shaped like a chicken egg. A heavy intent emanated from within, causing the trio to feel as though they were facing the vast, boundless earth of the world beyond worlds that bore all things. Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up slightly. Oh, condensing one's true essence, virtually creating an actual world? Fu Ting and Lu Xiangtong both nodded. It's the work of an Earth Supreme. Of the world beyond worlds 10 exalts, the southeastern exalt Chao Jia, the northeastern exalt Lu Zhenggu and the southern exalt Zhuangshen had all presided over a region, being lords of a territory. The east, west, north, south, east, south, southwest, northeast, and northwest supremes were all the same. Meanwhile, the other 2 exalts resided in the central June Heaven territory. The central June Heaven territory was where the Kunlun mountain was located. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had each established their own abodes and Tao right grounds there. Although the peak of the martial saint realm was strong, he was still a revered figure in the human world. In the central June Heaven territory, he naturally could not act like the other 8 territories, where his words carried enormous weight and he reigned supreme. Still, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were often not in the world beyond worlds or cultivating for long periods of time. Therefore, these immortal realm experts seldom interfered with the daily affairs of the central June Heaven territory. The other exalts' whereabouts were also uncertain. Therefore, the affairs of the central June Heaven territory, big or small, were actually all handled by the Earth Exalt. The Earth Exalt was a personal disciple of the Earthly Sovereign as his current title was related to the Earthly Sovereign. It was also rare for Exalts to directly clash with one another. Still, it had long since been rumored in the world beyond worlds that the upper and lower were superior to the 8 directions. Sects and experts who could establish themselves in the central June Heaven territory were all not simple figures. Still, it was not just them who had to submit to the Earth Exalt's rule. Even martial practitioners of the lineage of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors like Fu Ting of Kunlun Mountain had to give face to the Earth Exalt as well. To a certain extent, the Earth Exalt was like Chao Jia and Lu Zhenggu in that he was the lord of a territory. The lord of the central June Heaven territory. Besides the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and the other Exalt, he could control everyone else. I've gone to see the Earth Exalt. Will the 2 of you be coming along? The Earth Exalt was a senior as well as the referee of this battle. While it was necessary for Fu Ting to go over and greet him, she would not be staying behind. The Brocade Emperor had arranged a battle with someone else. His ingenious flying peak would definitely be coming. After meeting the Earth Exalt, Fu Ting could just meet up with her fellow disciples. Lu Xiangtong had always been backed by ingenious flying peak in the central June heaven territory. Still, if he could form a good relationship with the Earth Exalt and become familiar with him, he would naturally be happy to do so. Therefore, he was prepared to accompany Fu Ting. Yan Zhaoge, however, did not intend to go over. The central June heaven territory and the eastern vast heaven territory were similarly searching for Xue Chuqing. Without knowing the relationship between the two, it might be very difficult to link them together. Still, there was no harm in being careful. Actually, Yan Zhaoge had wondered before whether Fu Ting and the descendants of ingenious flying peak had already seen through something like Lu Zhenggu and Chao Jie had. Perhaps they had not. After all, ingenious flying peak had not participated in the search for Xue Chuqing. Yet, what about the Brocade Emperor? He had previously invited him and Yan Di to the minor no-hatred Dao arena as guests. Had he considered this in this regard? While he had some guesses, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as ever, no fluctuations in it in the least. Fu Ting did not force him. My fellow disciples of ingenious flying peak should already be in the vicinity. If young Master Yan is willing, you can first meet up with them. Yan Zhaoge smiled. I will have to trouble you again. After watching the two of them head towards that clump of light, Yan Zhaoge turned and walked elsewhere. When the experts of ingenious flying peak arrived, they would also set up a formation amidst space like the Earth Exalt. Fu Ting had given him a jade talisman that resembled a red lotus whilst also a flame which could help him guide the way at close range. After traveling for a while longer, Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up once more. In the distance, he indeed saw an extremely massive crimson lotus blooming soundlessly amidst the darkness of space. Streams of plain-colored cloud qi wreathed the surroundings of the red lotus. Chapter 925. Gazing over from afar, that red lotus occupied close to half of the region of distant space as one could imagine just how massive it was. Yan Zhaoge had heard Fu Ting mention that this was actually ingenious flying peak's riding wind heavenly vessel. The Brocade Emperor had refined numerous undefeatable red lotuses into a riding wind heavenly vessel, thus resulting in its current form. It was worth mentioning that Fu Ting's unique treasure, the Red Lotus Tribulation, originated from that undefeatable Red Lotus. The Red Lotus heavenly vessel could also be considered one of ingenious flying peak's signature vessels. Currently, the heavenly vessel was no longer moving as it hovered amidst space, the essence qi of fire emanating outwards as it reconstructed the form of a red lotus with the divine vessel concealed within. Streams of plain-colored cloud qi wreathed its surroundings, signifying that there were experts of ingenious flying peak who were proficient in the grand plainness immeasurable body present on the vessel. Yan Zhaoge kept that jade talisman which resembled fire whilst also a red lotus, heading towards that massive red lotus in the distance. Currently, the appointed date of the battle between the two emperors was already drawing near. Many world beyond worlds martial practitioners who had come to watch the show were gathered in the vicinity. From the looks of it, the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd had no intention of chasing them away. Yan Zhaoge observed as he walked. Without making a move, he would not be able to recognize the origins of most people. Now, however, Yan Zhaoge felt that someone was staring at him. Following his gaze, he saw a yellow-clothed girl who was currently appraising him with her big round eyes. Seeing Yan Zhaoge look over, the girl felt rather awkward. Still, she did not shift her gaze away as she continued to meet his gaze. Beside that yellow-clothed girl stood a few people who seemed to be seniors of her lineage. These people were all brimming with vitality as powerful auras emanated from their bodies, looking like they were no ordinary people. This was especially so for the middle-aged man who seemed ordinary yet was hard to ignore. At first glance, Yan Zhaoge was virtually certain that he was stronger than the chief of the Jade Mountain sect, Lu Xiangtong, whom he had just met. Also, he was not just a little bit stronger. That middle-aged man smiled apologetically at Yan Zhaoge before frowning and glancing at the yellow-clothed girl beside him. Don't be rude, Yulua. The yellow-clothed girl shrunk back, yet did not retract her gaze as she muttered, it should be that one of Broad Creed Mountain. The middle-aged man scolded softly, but you can't stare at him so rudely. Oh. The yellow-clothed girl pursed her lips and then said, eldest Marshal uncle, I want to ask him about Sister Feng. The middle-aged man said helplessly, how can I be so presumptuous to ask other people's business? Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted as he walked forward, smiling, is there something you need? Forgive this Yan's poor eyesight, but we have never met before. Is it Broad Creed Mountain's solar luminary young master Yan Zhaoge of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea? That middle-aged man straightened his expression, cupping his hands towards Yan Zhaoge. We are of the northern Profound Heaven Territory's Cloud Pavilion Mountains Profound Remnant locale. Yan Zhaoge blinked. Northern Profound Heaven Territory, Cloud Pavilion Mountain, Profound Remnant Monastery. Yan Zhaoge was not unfamiliar with this name. They were of the Northern Exalt's lineage. I am indeed Yan Zhaoge. Everyone, please. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands in return before his gaze fell on that yellow-clothed girl. I wonder if there is anything I can help you with. That middle-aged man smiled bitterly, first introducing himself. I am surnamed Zeng Imo. These are my fellow disciples. He looked at that yellow-clothed girl as well. This is my junior apprentice niece, Guan Yulua. Yan Zhaoge had long since noticed that the Profound Remnant locale martial practitioners present were all not weak. For example, their leader, Zeng Imo, was shockingly an expert of the mid-immortal bridge stage. Yan Zhaoge had never seen him before. Still, as soon as he said his name, Yan Zhaoge recalled that he had once heard Mu Jun, Chen Zhiliang and the others of Golden Court Mountain mention his name. Northern Heavenly Qi, Zeng Imo Profound Remnant locale's lineage, the head disciple of the Northern Exalt. He was one of the few powerful figures of the entire Northern Profound Heaven Territory, a peak expert of the World Beyond World's senior generation alongside the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Lin Hanhua. While he appeared ordinary on the surface, he was actually a hegemon of a region. While they were both mid-immortal bridge martial saints, Lu Xiangtong would virtually have no chance of victory against him at all. Zeng Imo aside, the Profound Remnant locale martial practitioners here were all extraordinary as well, the weakest being seeing divinity martial saints. There was only that yellow-clothed girl who was not even a martial saint as she was still only a martial grandmaster. Such a martial grandmaster was incomparably conspicuous amongst a group of seeing divinity martial saints. While anyone could come and spectate this peak clash between emperors as long as they could ensure their own safety, there was still a minimum requirement. But no matter what, there was still a minimum requirement. Martial artists with too low a cultivation base would not be able to clearly see the movements of these two powerhouses, let alone understand the mysteries of their fight. Zeng Imo and the others controlled their distance, not getting too close to the battlefield. It would definitely not be a problem for them to take care of Guan Yulua. Still, it would be completely meaningless for Guan Yulua to spectate this battle as she would not gain anything from it. Still, if she is surnamed Guan. Seeing Zeng Mo's rather doting attitude towards Guan Yulua despite being strict, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. The Northern Exalt was surnamed Guan. Now that Yan Zhaoge was before her, Guan Yulua's expression turned solemn as she greeted him politely, "Greetings, young Master Yan. Please forgive me for my lack of manners just now." "It's fine," Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Is something the matter?" Guan Yulua said, "It's like this, young Master Yan, do you have any news of Sister Feng Yunsheng?" Yan Zhaoge asked curiously, "You know Yunsheng?" Hearing how Yan Zhaoge had addressed Feng Yunsheng, the hearts of Zeng Imo and the others all jolted slightly. "A few days ago, I was traveling alone and encountered some trouble. Thanks to Sister Feng, I was able to escape." Guan Yulua said, "But then I was separated from Sister Feng. I went to your sect to look for her, but Sister Feng did not return. I wonder if young Master Yan has seen her recently." Yan Zhaoge looked rather playfully at Guan Yulua. After entering secluded cultivation for a period of time, Feng Yunsheng successfully broke through the final bottleneck, transcending mortality and entering sainthood, becoming the third person of her generation to step into the martial saint realm after Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei. The Northern Ocean clone was still on the mountain. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was already aware of the situation. After transcending mortality and entering sainthood, Feng Yunsheng still had to bid farewell to her sect and embark on the path she wanted to take. However, judging from the time, she should have left the mountain not long ago. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as he went out for a walk. In order to protect herself and her sect, Feng Yunsheng would not easily reveal her identity when she was outside. Yan Zhaoge believed that Feng Yunsheng would be able to grasp how to deal with it and what to say to whom. At the end of the day, Feng Yunsheng was not a fledgling who had just started out, as she was extremely experienced in traveling. Yet, this yellow-clothed girl knew Feng Yunsheng's name and background. This meant that she had left a very good impression on Feng Yunsheng. This Yan was not in the world beyond worlds before this. Having just returned from extra-dimensional space, I have yet to see Yunsheng, Yan Zhaoge answered truthfully. Where did you meet earlier? Chapter 926. Hearing that Yan Zhaoge also didn't know where Feng Yunsheng was, Guan Yulua was instantly greatly disappointed. We met in a foreign dimension outside of the world beyond worlds. Sadly, we were separated afterwards. She looked rather worried. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. The next time I see her, I will tell her that there is a little girl who has always been thinking about her. Guan Yulua said happily, thank you, young Master Yan. If you have time, please come to Yunj Mountain with Sister Feng. Zheng Mo's expression didn't change when he heard this, and he had no intention of objecting. Our clan has long heard of the great name of the Northern Exalt. It is our honor to be able to make a trip to Cloud Pavilion Mountain, Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding. According to Xiao Ai, his mother, Xue Chuqing, had once traveled through the Northern Profound Heaven territory for quite some time. He had met and taken in Xiao Ai somewhere in the Northern Profound Heaven realm. The Northern Profound Heaven territory had never responded to the search for Xue Chuqing. Although it couldn't be said that they were taking good care of him, at least they turned a blind eye. However, it was said that the relationship between the Northern Profound Heaven territory and the Northeastern Sky Heaven territory was not very harmonious. Border disputes, competition for resources, and talent between neighboring realms were often not on good terms. This was to be expected. However, the two great exalts of the North and Northeast seemed to be standing on the same side when it came to Xue Chuqing. After Yan Zhaoge exchanged greetings with Zheng Mo and the others, they all headed towards the distant Red Lotus heavenly vessel together. The Northern Exalt's lineage of Cloud Pavilion Mountain's profound remnant locale did not have any special relationship with the Brocade Emperor's lineage of Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. However, since they had come to spectate this grand event, etiquette dictated that they pay a visit to the people from Ingenious Flying Peak. On the way, Zheng Mo and the others were actually also observing Yan Zhaoge. While Yan Zhaoge did not intentionally reveal his cultivation base, he also did not conceal it. With the cultivation bases of Zheng Mo and the others, they could all tell that Yan Zhaoge was currently extraordinary. Therefore, everyone experienced what happened to Yao Shan's sect master, Lu Xiangtong. It wasn't surprise, but fear. Guan Yulua was unable to see through Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base. Still, after hearing Zheng Mo and the others' secret sound transmissions, she instantly stared wide-eyed. A profound remnant monastery martial artist next to him hesitated for a moment before finally asking, eldest senior brother, could his age be? Throughout history, there had been cases of martial artists using special methods to conceal their true age and mislead others in order to gain fame. Although it was rare, it was not impossible. Even if he faked it, at least I can't tell how he did it, Zheng Mo said calmly. The Xianlu monastery martial artist nodded silently. Even if it was fake, being able to fool Zheng Mo's eyes was also a kind of ability. No one dared to look down on him. If it wasn't fake, then it would be even more impressive. Zheng Yimou said, instead, this young Master Yan's relationship with ingenious Flying Peak is so deep that it somewhat surpasses our expectations. While it is rumored that the Southeastern Exalt admires him greatly, the Southeastern Exalt is the Southeastern Exalt at the end of the day, and the Brocade Emperor is the Brocade Emperor. His fellow disciple muttered, if it's really as he said, and the token was given to him by that Red Lotus Fu, then could it be? Zheng Yimou shook his head. It's hard to say. Another person asked via sound transmission, eldest apprentice brother, do you think that the immortal artifact left behind by the dim radiant emperor in the past really ended up in the hands of this young man? Zheng Yimou said, it is rumored that a 9th-level martial saint expert of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide, perished at Broad Creed Mountain. I think that the rumor of the immortal artifact should be true. The other party pulled back the corners of his mouth, his expression rather unnatural. Speaking of this, while Guan Lide was unrelated to the Northern Exalt, they shared the same surname. Many people in the world beyond worlds were still guessing whether the two were related. That person muttered to himself, that immortal artifact should have been left at Broad Creed Mountain. It shouldn't have been brought around by this Yan Zhaoge as he roams the world, right? Zheng Yimou glanced at him, what do you want to do? The other party was silent for a moment before he said, Master has strict orders that all Xianlu Monastery disciples are not to ask about the dim radiant emperor's legacy. Of course I remember that. Still, eldest apprentice brother, that is an immortal artifact at the end of the day. Zheng Yimou was not enraged as he just asked calmly, how many times has Master issued such strict orders for us not to touch a certain treasure? Hearing his words, a thoughtful look appeared on that profound remnant locale disciple's face. The answer was not that many times, very few indeed. Still, it was precisely because of this that the severity of the problem was all the more apparent. The profound remnant locale martial practitioners spoke no more as they silently followed Zheng Yimou. Traveling alongside them, Yan Zhaoge soon arrived in the vicinity of the Red Lotus. Only in close proximity could they feel the massive size of that Red Lotus. It was crimson, boundless as it resembled a sea of flames. The Red Lotus bloomed, each massive petal seemingly filling space itself. Some people had already gathered on the flower petals in 2s and 3s. Yan Zhaoge knew that these were all martial practitioners who were on friendly terms with ingenious Flying Peak while possessing rather sufficient statuses. At the center of the Red Lotus, 2 streams of qi coiled, one black and one white, resembling the pistils of a flower. The black and white streams of qi coiled, forming a Taiji diagram. At the center of the Taiji diagram was a massive divine vessel. From the outside, it seemed to be around half the size of an ordinary riding wind heavenly vessel. Walking towards that Red Lotus heavenly vessel, Yan Zhaoge encountered someone familiar along the way, Mu Jun of Golden Court Mountain of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage. After greeting Mu Jun, Zheng Yimou and the others took their leave of Yan Zhaoge, heading towards the Red Lotus heavenly vessel. Yan Zhaoge stopped where he was, chatting with Mu Jun. Great chaos seems to have arisen in extra-dimensional space. Therefore, the Brocade Emperor and the Heaven Emperor both headed there earlier. Mu Jun said, there is no need to worry. Mu Jun said, the Heaven Emperor has yet to return. There is no need to worry. If not for his arranged battle with Mars Halberd, the Brocade Emperor would not have the time to return either. Yan Zhaoge looked around, the Exalts have not come for such a grand occasion. Mu Jun said, besides the upper Exalt whose whereabouts are uncertain, Master and the other Exalts generally have to remain in the world beyond worlds. The Earth Exalt is here to mediate things, thus coming over. Yan Zhaoge asked curiously, with the relationship between the Southeastern Exalt and the Brocade Emperor, why is senior apprentice brother Mu here at the Red Lotus and not on the vessel? Speaking of which, while the Brocade Emperor is on very good terms with my master, the one currently presiding over the Red Lotus heavenly vessel is the Brocade Emperor's junior apprentice sister, the Grand Plainness Origin Lady Tao Yu. Mu Jun did not stand on ceremony with Yan Zhaoge as he said directly, she is not on good terms with my master and also has a high seniority. I will not go up and invite trouble for myself. The flames of gossip within Yan Zhaoge's heart were instantly ignited. Oh? Seeing his expression, Mu Jun instantly curled his lips. It is purely a conflict between my master and her. To be honest, it is rumored that she and the Brocade Emperor seem to have. Still, I cannot be too certain. Mu Jun glanced at Yan Zhaoge. I would personally advise you not to go up as well. You are rather close to junior apprentice sister Fu Ting, and the relationship between the Grand Plainness Origin Lady and junior apprentice sister Fu is also rumored to be bad. Chapter 927. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The Grand Plainness Origin Lady is still a senior at the end of the day. She shouldn't go to the extent of making things difficult for us, right? When he had previously interacted with ingenious Flying Peaks martial practitioners, the Brocade Emperor's daughter Fu Ting included, he had not been too domineering. Mu Jun glanced at the massive vessel hovering above the Taiji diagram at the center of the Red Lotus. It is rumored that the Grand Plainness Origin Lady was used to being arrogant and domineering in her youth. Her relationship with the Brocade Emperor is hard to say. However, it is certain that she has a terrible relationship with my master. Mu Jun laughed bitterly. You're close to our sect, and you're close to junior sister Fu. It's very easy for them to vent their anger on you. Many people believe that experts should be broad-minded. Otherwise, there was something wrong with their temperament. But in reality, there was no absolute connection between the two. There were some top-notch experts who did things in a grand manner, but there were also many who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance and had a perverse temperament. The most common situation was actually doing things according to one's heart and not stifling oneself. If they were willing to be magnanimous and considerate of others, then so be it. If they were unwilling, then exterminating an entire clan would be no big deal. Most of the time, what a bystander saw was only one side of someone. Yan Zhaoge, on the other hand, was very accepting of this. In his own Broad Creed Mountain, there was a senior apprentice aunt Fu Enshu. Towards Yan Zhaoge, she was gradually only left with the praise and gratification of the clan's seniors. However, he was still brooding over Xue Chuqing even to this day. While she had never mentioned it, Yan Zhaoge knew that Fu Enshu was very concerned about Xue Chuqing's matter, not being any inferior to Yan Di and his father. Since you're already here, according to etiquette, you should at least go up and say hello. Yan Zhaoge smiled. At the very least, the Brocade Emperor is about to battle Mars Halberd. It can't be that this Grand Plainness Origin Lady will start a fire in his backyard at this time, right? Mu Jun thought for a moment and said, it's better for you to go up alone now. Otherwise, when junior sister Fu comes and you go up together, I'm afraid senior Tao will make things difficult for you. Whatever the case, the Brocade Emperor once personally invited you and your father to the Minor No Hatred Dao Arena as guests. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Please wait, Mr. Mu. This yen will be right back. As he finished speaking, he strode towards the Red Lotus sky ship. Just as they neared the Taiji diagram, they saw a beam of light fall from the Red Lotus sky ship, sending a portion of the people off. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge saw that one of them was precisely Zheng Imo, Guan Yulua, and the others who had just descended. Aside from the people from the northern Profound Heaven Realm's Profound Remnant Monastery, there was another group of people who also disembarked. However, Guan Yulua seemed to be arguing with those people. Her voice resounded in the distance within Yan Zhaoge's ears, that Yan Zhaoge only managed to obtain a few treasures by chance, thus being able to achieve his current accomplishments. Miss Guan's words are a little exaggerated. Guan Yulua stopped and said unhappily, Senior brothers of Nongli Mountain, aren't you the one who is biased? If the solar luminary young master did not possess true ability, how could he have obtained the favor of the Brocade Emperor and the Southeastern Exalt? Nongli Mountain, the legendary west peak of Taoism in the distant era before the Great Calamity. Together with the Middle Peak, Kunlun Peak, East Peak and Broad Creed Peak, they were known as the 5 Peaks of Taoism. In the present day after the Great Calamity, there were still people in the world beyond worlds who had re-established their lineage under this name. The Western Turtle Heaven Territory's Nongli Mountain was where the Western Exalt's Tao Arena was located. Hearing Guan Yulua's question, that Nongli Mountain martial practitioner was neither flustered nor flustered. How exactly the Brocade Emperor sees him is another matter altogether. As for the Southeastern Exalt, it is probably more on account of the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown, as well as the exalted solar luminary and the exalted lunar luminary, right? That person shook his head. Still, it is uncertain whether these two major figures are related to that Yan Zhaoge, right? These two major figures of legend have already not appeared for over 1,000 years. The so-called solar luminary young master title is also just a figment of some people's imagination. How can it be taken seriously? Seeing Guan Yulua's dissatisfied expression, the other party smiled. Others aside, even the Southeastern Exalt has never acknowledged this title before, right? Miss Guan, please speak cautiously lest others misunderstand that this is the Northern Exalt's will. I'm afraid that even the Northern Exalt has never said this before. Guan Yulua felt slightly stifled. Her grandfather, the Northern Exalt, had indeed never acknowledged Yan Zhaoge's title as the solar luminary young master on any occasion. She snorted, "You have also never seen Mr. Yan in person. It is all just your guesses." Guan Yulua did not have any special relationship with Yan Zhaoge as they had only met once earlier. Still, as Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were of the same lineage, Guan Yulua unconsciously defended him somewhat. 6th level martial saint, late seeing divinity stage before 40 years of age. How many have achieved this since ancient times till now? Hearing her words, the Nongli Mountain martial practitioners could not help but laugh, even faster than ingenious Flying Peak's Grand Red Lotus. He must have been lying about his age. Guan Yulua looked at Zheng Mo, eldest apprentice uncle. There shouldn't be a problem with Mr. Yan's age, right? Zheng Mo shook his head slightly, saying mildly, "At the very least, I cannot see any problem with it." The laughter of those Nongli Mountain martial practitioners halted. Still, they could not really question the famed Zheng Mo of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Still, one of them quickly asked, "I believe that you, Baidian Zheng, did not personally clash with him?" Zheng Mo said candidly, "Since we met once, I naturally did not clash with him." That Nongli Mountain martial practitioner clapped. "That is naturally the case. This Yan Zhaoge and the sect he hails from have been able to cause some disturbances purely because of external objects. Perhaps he has some special methods of the evil, crooked path to conceal himself. How could such a heaven-shocking, earth-shocking figure be produced by a minor sect from the lower worlds? Even if he truly possessed outstanding talent, he would still have been buried and wasted by the environment of the lower worlds. Having come to the world beyond worlds, possessing many great treasures on him, he can only put on a false front if he wants stability. First, he faked the name of Taoism's East Peak. Next, he resorted to trickery and deceit. It is all for the same goal. This Nongli Mountain martial practitioner chuckled. It is fortunate that they are so scheming. Otherwise, how could they have gained the trust of Golden Court Mountain? How could they have caused so many disturbances in the world beyond worlds? Guan Yulua said huffily, "Is your sect unhappy that Broad Creed Mountain also originated from the name of one of the 5 peaks of Taoism in pre-Great Calamity times?" Hearing her words, the Nongli Mountain martial practitioner was not enraged as he instead smiled. "This is only natural, isn't it? Who would be willing to be on par with such fame-seeking people? They don't even have an immortal bridge martial saint. Are they even worthy?" Zheng Mo silently glanced at the other party. As far as he knew, this was probably not the only reason. The relationship between the Western Exalt and the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia was very poor. Apart from that, while he was not on bad terms with the Brocade Emperor, the Western Exalt was also very friendly with the Heaven Emperor as they interacted frequently. Guan Yulua said, "The star-plucking practitioner of the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, an expert of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, perished at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain." They merely relied on external objects, that Nongli mountain martial practitioner said mildly. Still, their methods are unable to do anything to human exalts. As his voice drifted into Yan Zhaoge's ears, he chuckled, walking forward neither hurriedly nor slowly. Chapter 928. Seeing Guan Yulua arguing with the disciples of the Western Exalt's lineage of Nongli Mountain, Zheng Mo rarely interjected. Cloud Pavilion Mountain's profound remnant monastery didn't have any conflicts with Nongli Mountain. They did not have any special relationship with the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Golden Court Mountain. Guan Yulua's argument with the other party was mostly because Feng Yunsheng was from Broad Creed Mountain. She was young and her seniority was low. While she was the granddaughter of the Northern Exalt, there were still some things that she could say. But Zheng Imo couldn't casually express his support. The Northern Exalt resided in the Northern Profound Heaven territory of the world beyond worlds and would not come out easily. Having come to extra-dimensional space this time to spectate the battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd, Zheng Mo's words and actions were no longer just related to him. To a certain extent, he represented the Northern Exalt as he naturally had to be cautious. He and Yan Zhaoge had only met once, having exchanged a few simple words. It definitely couldn't be said that they had a deep understanding of each other. However, Zheng Imo felt that the young man was not someone who was trying to fish for fame. In belittling Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain, these Nongli Mountain martial practitioners were not just feeling indignant that a sect from a lower world was ranked alongside them. At the same time, it was also because of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Golden Court Mountain. As the southeastern Exalt Chao Jia and the southern Exalt Zhuangshan clashed this time, the western Exalt had just happened to be in secluded cultivation. Recently, the western Exalt had left seclusion. Having never been on good terms with the southeastern Exalt, he probably intended to join forces with the southern Exalt. The western Exalt's relationship with the Brocade Emperor was also not bad. In the conflict between him and the southeastern Exalt Chao Jia, the Brocade Emperor would either mediate or not help either side. With the Heaven Emperor diverting the Brocade Emperor's attention and the western Exalt and the southern Exalt joining forces, the southeastern Exalt's days would not be so easy. Broad Creed Mountain, who was very close to Golden Court Mountain, was naturally even more of an eyesore to Nongli Mountain. Zheng Imo shook his head slightly. Suddenly, he had an idea. Of all the people present, his cultivation was the highest, and he was the strongest. Therefore, he was the first to feel that something was amiss. Gazing over to the side, he shockingly saw the white-clothed, blue-robed Yan Zhaoge, his eyes like bright stars, currently walking over neither hurriedly nor slowly. Yan Zhaoge's expression was relaxed, the corners of his mouth even carrying an indistinct hint of a smile. Seeing Zheng Imo glance over, Yan Zhaoge smiled and nodded in greeting. But when Zheng Imo saw that smile, his heart skipped a beat. He heard everything. Yan Zhaoge leisurely scanned the crowd, his gaze shifting from Zheng Imo to another person. It was a young woman who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, close to 30. She wasn't beautiful or ugly, but she had a certain bearing that wouldn't make others feel that she was mediocre. Looking at the patterns on his clothes, he seemed to be a disciple of Ingenious Flying Peak. It was just that as compared to Fu Ting and the others whom Yan Zhaoge had seen earlier, this woman's attire seemed slightly different. Yan Zhaoge seemed to realize something. He is not from Red Lotus Cliff. Instead, he is a descendant of another cave manor of Ingenious Flying Peak. The Brocade Emperor was the lord of Ingenious Flying Peak. Still, it was Red Lotus Cliff that was his official Dao arena and cave manor. People like Fu Ting could all be considered his direct lineage disciples. Apart from the Red Lotus Cliff, there were other cave abodes in the Ingenious Flying Peak that were opened by the Grand Plainness Origin Lord, Tao Yu, and the others. They were all descendants of Daoist Xuanzhong, of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. Still, Ingenious Flying Peak was now collectively known as the Brocade Emperor's lineage. After all, the difference between immortals and immortals was that between humans and immortals. After ascending to the immortal realm, many things were no longer the same. It was only internally that the cave manners of the various lineages were divided. Still, it was not strictly so, as it was just a difference in lineage. This young woman was the personal disciple of the Grand Planus origin Lady Tao Yu. Nongli Mountain and Ingenious Flying Peak were on good terms, especially the Grand Planus origin Lady Tao Yu, who had been close friends with the Western Exalt's wife since their youth. Therefore, after the Nongli Mountain martial practitioners had paid their respects to Tao Yu, she had dispatched disciples to escort them off the vessel. Zheng Mo understood the situation in this regard. Therefore, he could not help but frown as he saw Yan Zhaoge. While he had not interacted much with Yan Zhaoge, he could vaguely feel that this was a rather spirited person. Martial practitioners were mostly unyielding in their temperaments. This was especially so for someone like Yan Zhaoge, who had risen to fame in his youth. While he did not intentionally show off, he did not conceal his cultivation base as well. Clearly, he was not someone who kept a low profile. If the Nongli Mountain martial practitioners mocked him, he would probably flare up on the spot. News of Yan Zhaoge killing a disciple of the Southern Exalt Zhuangshen had already spread throughout the world beyond worlds. His Grand Master, the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Zhengfeng, had also slain many martial practitioners of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory when he had accompanied the Southeastern Sword's mistress and the others in resisting them. While these Nongli Mountain martial practitioners were of the Western Exalt's lineage, Yan Zhaoge would not tolerate them. The problem, however, was that they were currently in the territory of Ingenious Flying Peak. It could even be said that they were in the territory of the Grand Planus origin Lady Tao Yu. As someone of the Northern Exalt's lineage, Cloud Pavilion Mountain's profound remnant locale, Tao Yu was most likely helping Nongli Mountain in clashing with them here. Tao Yu herself was a late Immortal Bridge martial saint first. With her relationship with the Brocade Emperor being special, the consequences of Yan Zhaoge offending her here were self-evident. While it was rumored that the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide had perished at Broad Creed Mountain, it was still hard to say who he had been slain by. At the end of the day, Yan Zhaoge was currently traveling alone in the outside world with little backing. Moreover, Guan Lide's personal strength was inferior to Tao Yu's, even though they were both 9th-level martial saints. Also, Tao Yu was not a peaceful, introverted person either. Throughout the entire world beyond worlds, this Grand Planus origin lady was renowned for being domineering and arrogant. These Nongli Mountain martial practitioners are all seeing divinity martial saints as well, with many late-seeing divinity martial saints amongst them. Zheng Mo thought, let's just say that this Yan Zhaoge possesses outstanding strength and is able to fight them all alone. Still, if he makes a move here and offends the Grand Planus origin lady, he will probably be at a disadvantage for sure. Glancing at Guan Yulua, Zheng Mo sighed inwardly, forget it, let's see if I can help them out. That female disciple of Ingenious Flying Peak similarly did not interrupt the debate between Guan Yulua and the Nongli Mountain martial practitioners. Still, when she noticed Zheng Mo's abnormality, she followed his gaze and looked over. The people in the midst of their debate seemed to have sensed something as well, as they all turned to look over. Still, before they could clearly see what was happening, everything before their eyes suddenly turned dark. Silent, soundless black light instantly expanded, enveloping the surrounding area as it was like night had descended without any prior warning whatsoever. Enveloped by night, all was silent. Yan Zhaoge leisurely walked out from within. Zheng Mo's pupils abruptly dilated as he scanned his surroundings. Those Nongli Mountain disciples all seemed to have lost their senses at this moment. While their eyes were wide open, their gazes were lifeless as they resembled wooden puppets, their figures also frozen where they were, not moving at all. However, the profound remnant locale martial practitioners nearby, including Guan Yulua, who had the lowest cultivation base at the martial grandmaster realm, were not affected at all, as they just appeared rather dazed. That ingenious flying peak disciple was taken aback for a moment before a shocked look appeared on her face. You are, Yan Zhaoge did not even look at those Nongli mountain martial practitioners as he smiled nonchalantly. I am surnamed Yan Zhaoge. Coming here to spectate the battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd, I have disturbed your lineage. Therefore, I have specially come to pay a visit to the Grand Plainness Origin Lady. Please do not take offense to my lack of manners. Chapter 929. Is it the thunder of eternal night? Zheng Mo was knowledgeable and possessed extraordinary discernment as he quickly saw through the darkness before him. The thunder of eternal night would manifest boundless darkness, resembling the descent of the eternal night as it suppressed the sensory abilities and thoughts of the opponent. It was not in its direct destructive power that it was difficult to deal with. After the power of the thunder had reached a certain level, those enveloped by the thunder of eternal night would be unable to think, unable to hear, unable to see, unable to feel as though they were in a deep slumber. At this point, they would naturally be at the mercy of others. This was the true power and profundities of the thunder of eternal night that was one of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders. Still, this method was directly related to the cultivation bases of the enemy and ally. Zheng Mo had truly not thought that Yan Zhaoge's thunder of eternal night would be able to cause seeing divinity martial saints to fall into a deep slumber with no way of retaliating. Also, it was not just 1 or 2 of them but a whole bunch. Zheng Mo was even more shocked, and Yan Zhaoge wielded thunder arts, manifesting boundless darkness that enveloped the surroundings. Yet, the martial practitioners of the northern Profound Heaven Territory's Profound Remnant locale who were similarly enveloped in darkness were not affected in the least. The thunder of eternal night only targeted Nongli mountain martial practitioners. Even Guan Yulua, who was a martial grandmaster, was not affected. This sufficiently showed that Yan Zhaoge was able to handle this as though it were light, as he was able to do so with ease. The stronger a martial practitioner's cultivation base, the more powerful the thunder of eternal night that they wielded would be. How powerful must Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base be for him to be able to do this? Zheng Mo was actually unable to ascertain it for a time. Still, he was certain that it far surpassed that of ordinary divinity martial saints. His fame is not in vain. Zheng Mo sighed in admiration, but he did not relax. But this is in front of the Grand Plainness Origin Lady, with the 2 of them right beneath the Red Lotus heavenly vessel. No matter what they did, it would not escape the notice of Tao Yu, who was a 9th level martial saint on board. Indeed, a cold snort resounded from the massive divine vessel. Streams of plain-colored cloud chi arose in the surroundings. Where the cloud chi passed, it was not devoured by the darkness, as it instead seemed to be diluted, causing the darkness of the night to no longer be pure. A vast white scene was actually formed amidst the dark night. But in the next moment, boundless light shone outside the darkness. The light enveloped the darkness, but the darkness remained the same. Instead, the sunlight was like a canopy that covered the darkness. Illuminated by this sunlight, the plain-colored cloud chi was instantly unable to penetrate the darkness. Extreme Yang Seal. A woman's voice rang out from the Red Lotus heavenly vessel. She said coldly, even if I don't use a high-quality saint artifact, you won't be able to stop me. The huge Red Lotus heavenly ship that was originally floating in the void suddenly shook. It was as if a red lotus had bloomed around the huge warship. A brilliance like that of a blazing flame immediately spread out. The huge red lotus that occupied the void seemed to be swaying with the wind at this moment. The other cultivators on the petals of the red lotus all looked at the center of the red lotus strangely. Where the red lotus heavenly vessel was, the Taiji diagram flew up, sucking in the extreme Yang seal. Having been modified by the Brocade Emperor, this massive divine vessel was much stronger than ordinary riding wind heavenly vessels. Although it wasn't a rare treasure, it was a weapon of war in itself. While the extreme Yang seal was powerful, as Yan Zhaoge had yet to attain the immortal bridge stage, he was unable to unleash its full power. The Taiji diagram formed of black and white cheese did not clash head-on as it merely stuck to the extreme yang seal, temporarily preventing it from descending. This short period of time was enough for the people on the sky ship to take action. Without any prior warning whatsoever, a palm traversed the darkness, arriving before Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he directly raised a massive axe of white jade, chopping down towards that slender hand that seemed weak yet was actually terrifying. As the two forces clashed, the veil of night that enveloped everyone virtually seemed about to rip apart. Yet, Yan Zhaoge tapped out lightly with his other hand. Beneath the effects of the yin-yang finger, numerous wild tides surged unceasingly beneath the veil of night, yet achieved a miraculous equilibrium. The dark night formed of the thunder of eternal night remained unbroken. Zheng Imo and the others watched this scene in shock. Besides the extreme yang seal, Yan Zhaoge actually possessed a high-grade sacred artifact as well. Still, the key was that Yan Zhaoge, who was a late-seeing divinity martial saint, was actually forcibly resisting Tao Yu, who was a late immortal bridge martial saint. Even with a high-grade sacred artifact in hand, Yan Zhaoge, who had yet to ascend the immortal bridge, would still be unable to wield the full power of the heaven-earth reversing axe. Still, Tao Yu was also not someone ordinary 9th-level martial saints could compare to. At the very least, Zheng Imo had the confidence to challenge many 9th-level martial saints. Against Tao Yu, however, he lacked that confidence somewhat. In a clash between two evenly matched experts, unless both sides intentionally controlled themselves, they would definitely be unable to take care of the surrounding situation. Tao Yu would not help Yan Zhaoge maintain the veil of night. She had originally been aiming to break through the thunder of eternal night. Yet, her attack had been forcibly dispelled by Yan Zhaoge. While I do not like being slandered behind my back, I originally had no intention of quibbling with people of this level, Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Still, from the looks of it, it seems that I have acted improperly. Guan Yulua now reacted as well as she hurriedly said, "Calm down, Mr. Yan." While she was inclined towards Broad Creed Mountain and Yan Zhaoge, Guan Yulua also did not wish for Yan Zhaoge to act rashly now and anger Tao Yu. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, she could not help but sigh in relief. Who knew that Yan Zhaoge would then say leisurely, "If it suits the Grand Plainness Origin Lady's intentions to just slaughter them, I would not mind it." Guan Yulua instantly stared wide-eyed at his words, even Zheng Imo feeling slightly suffocated. It was said that the Grand Plainness Origin Lady Tao Yu was famed for being arrogant and domineering. Still, she seemed to pale in comparison to Yan Zhaoge. Still, everyone felt shocked and shocked. Indeed, those Nongli Mountain disciples were still alive. The envelopment of the thunder of eternal night only deprived one of their 5 senses as it would not harm them. Yan Zhaoge also did not attack those Nongli Mountain disciples who seemed to be in deep slumber. Still, when the light of thunder that ripped apart the dark night arose, the thunderbolts would claim their lives. From a certain perspective, the lives of these Nongli Mountain martial practitioners were all in Yan Zhaoge's hands now. The expression of that ingenious Flying Peak disciple turned solemn. Not only had so many seeing divinity martial saints been instantly defeated by Yan Zhaoge, they had even been unable to control their own fates. She too was a late-seeing divinity martial saint. As a direct descendant of ingenious Flying Peak's grand clear lineage, she possessed extraordinary strength as she stably defeated everyone else at the same cultivation level aside from Zheng Imo. Still, if Yan Zhaoge were to make a move, not just targeting the Nongli Mountain martial practitioners alone, instead including her as well, would she be able to resist him? Thinking of this, she could already feel cold sweat forming on her palms. Yan Zhaoge had a relaxed expression on his face as he seemed completely unaware of what a world-shocking thing he was currently doing in the eyes of others. Wielding the heaven-earth reversing axe, he looked in the direction of the Red Lotus heavenly vessel as he smiled neither hurriedly nor slowly. "I believe that the Grand Plainness Origin Lady also hates them for bringing shame to the Western Exalt's lineage, right? Since that is so, this Yen will step out of his place and help the Western Exalt clean up those unfilial disciples." They were enemies and not friends anyway, as they had joined forces with the southern Blazing Heaven territory to find trouble for them. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Rest easy, Grand Plainess Origin Lady. This place will not be dirted, not affecting the grand battle between the two emperors. That ingenious flying peak disciple had a strange expression on his face. It was as if he was helping the Grand Plainess Origin Lady resolve her problems, while the Grand Plainess Origin Lady was worried about him, wanting to help him resist the Western Exalt. How thick must one's skin be to be able to say something like this? Chapter 930. On the Red Lotus heavenly ship, the woman's voice resounded. You are threatening me? Yan Zhaoge said mildly, you must be joking, Origin Lady. While this Yan isn't talented, I don't have the heart to stoop to the level of people of their level. This Yan has always been grateful for the Brocade Emperor's courteous treatment towards this Yan. Now that the great battle between him and Mars Halberd is imminent, it would not be nice for a conflict to occur here and now. We met face to face. In order to prevent people who don't know their place from causing trouble, I took precautionary measures. I didn't think that it would cause a misunderstanding. However, I really don't care about their lives. Zheng Mo and the other profound remnant locale martial practitioners exchanged glances with the ingenious flying peak disciple who had sent the guests off, speechless. He was not in the mood to lower himself to their level, a person who doesn't know his place. He didn't care about their lives. These people that Yan Zhaoge spoke of were all-seeing divinity martial saints. Also, it was not an ordinary lineage. Instead, it was the lineage of the Western Exalt of Nongli Mountain. In the Western Turtle Heaven territory, those who could rampantly move about would also possess powerful backgrounds and outstanding strength in the entire world beyond worlds. Although none of them were on the level of Zheng Mo, who could cultivate to the level of seeing divinity martial saint was not a genius. Looking back at his youth, each and every one of them stood out from countless others. If it had been Zheng Mo saying this, it would have been fine. Still, the problem was that Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base was also that of a seeing divinity martial saint. Besides Zheng Mo and Guan Yulua, the other profound remnant locale martial practitioners and that ingenious flying peak disciple were also seeing divinity martial practitioners. But when they saw those Nongli Mountain disciples, they couldn't help but smile bitterly in their hearts. Profound remnant locale, a personal disciple of the Northern Exalt. Nongli Mountain, a personal disciple of the Western Exalt. Ingenious Flying Peak, a personal disciple of the Brocade Emperor. Anyone from any family was a proud son of heaven. But now, why did they feel that this group of people really wasn't on the same level as this white-robed, blue-robed youth in front of them? Does progenitor think that I should take the initiative to avoid these vile people who talk behind their backs? Ha! Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look at the Red Lotus heavenly vessel. Are they even worthy? Guan Yulua looked dazedly at Yan Zhaoge. Speaking of which, in some people's eyes, perhaps this was how it should be. One side was the direct disciple of a dignified supreme martial artist, while the other side was merely from a lower realm sect. Even if the former's words were a little disdainful and the latter was dissatisfied, he could just avoid it. Otherwise, even if you could take care of these Nongli Mountain disciples, wouldn't you still have to bear the consequences of angering the Western Exalt as a result? It was even to the extent that he might infuriate the Grand Plainess Origin Lady who was close friends with the Western Exalt's wife, causing him to immediately suffer a loss. However, when all this fell on Yan Zhaoge, Guan Yulua felt as though it was only natural. If Yan Zhaoge swallowed this, it would instead be abnormal. Even when the Grand Plainess progenitor made a move, he still resisted. For such a person to avoid those Nongli Mountain disciples, wasn't that a joke? A voice came from the Red Lotus sky ship. Oh. Your words are interesting. Still, if the Western Exalt was here, I wonder if you would still be so arrogant? Yan Zhaoge said mildly, perhaps I might not be able to claim their lives, but I am still willing to try. The woman's voice came from the Ark again. Senior Martial Brother, you are going to fight Mars Halberd, which will attract the attention of the whole world. You really shouldn't get involved. I'm here to deal with some ignorant people who have come to make trouble. Aren't you going to board the ship? Come on up. Guan Yulua looked rather worriedly at Yan Zhaoge. Tao Yu's words were rather ambiguous as she seemed to agree with Yan Zhaoge's words, yet also seemed to be referring to something else. Having boarded the Red Lotus Sky ship, Tao Yu would hold the home ground advantage. Even if something happened on board, it would be very hard for the outside world to know about it. This 9th-level martial saint had not wielded a weapon when they had clashed just now. I was just planning to do so. Yan Zhaoge laughed, cupping his hands towards Zheng Imo, Guan Yulua and the others as he took his leave before turning to look at that female disciple of ingenious flying peak. While her expression was rather complex, she still led Yan Zhaoge aboard the vessel. As soon as Yan Zhaoge left, the dark light of thunder that enveloped the surroundings did not explode as it soundlessly dispersed. Those of Nongli Mountain who had been suppressed by the thunder of eternal night earlier regained their senses. They were still gazing in the direction from which Yan Zhaoge had come, seeing Golden Court Mountain's Mujun Nongli Mountain and Golden Court Mountain were not on good terms. Upon seeing Mujun of the Immortal Bridge Martial Saint Realm, these Nongli Mountain martial practitioners all appeared very wary. Retracting their gazes, they discovered that the disciple of ingenious flying peak who had escorted them off the vessel earlier had vanished. Feeling rather puzzled, they asked Zheng Imo and the others about this. Those of Profound Remnant Locale had strange expressions on their faces as they appraised them with rather strange gazes. A few Nongli Mountain martial practitioners had blank looks on their faces. What is it? Mujun first greeted Zheng Imo before appraising those Nongli Mountain martial practitioners, shaking his head and smiling. It looks like young Master Yen did not go all out, not detonating the thunder of eternal night. The other party was taken aback as his hairs stood on end. Thunder of eternal night. Yen, those of the Western Exalt's lineage were all knowledgeable as they had naturally heard of the infamy of the thunder of eternal night. Thinking of its use and what Mujun had said, they gradually understood. Don't speak nonsense. They all unconsciously looked at the Profound Remnant Locale martial practitioners beside them. Zheng Imo sighed, not speaking. They had no conflict with Nongli Mountain as they did not intend to kick them when they were down. Still, the silence of those of Profound Remnant Locale already represented the answer. The Nongli Mountain martial practitioners were all taken aback. How is this possible? They hurriedly scanned their surroundings, only to see the martial practitioners of other powers seemingly appraising them curiously in the distance. Still, seeing that the Red Lotus heavenly vessel had regained its calm, they retracted their attention. Still, this already told these Nongli Mountain martial practitioners that something had indeed drawn the attention of others earlier. The problem was, even now, they still could not recall what exactly had happened earlier. This meant that someone had truly robbed them of their senses. A Nongli Mountain martial practitioner asked with much difficulty, was it really that Yan Zhaoge? Just him alone. Guan Yulua hesitated for a moment before nodding. Where is he now? He has already boarded the vessel. The Nongli Mountain martial practitioners were all rendered dazed like wooden chickens. The ingenious flying peak disciple who had just sent them off the vessel had suddenly vanished, precisely confirming Guan Yulua's words. It was not that he had suddenly vanished. Instead, too many things had happened while they had been unaware of it. Thinking of how Yan Zhaoge had brushed past them earlier when they had been completely unable to sense him at all and how the thunder of eternal night had not exploded, all the Nongli Mountain martial practitioners felt a chill run down their necks. Their earlier questioning of Yan Zhaoge was still ringing in their ears. The other party had most likely heard it, yet could not even be bothered to refute it. Still, not refuting it did not mean that there had been no reaction. Therefore, they had lost. Not only had they lost all of Nongli Mountain's face as well. They had not even been able to see Yan Zhaoge, unable to see with their own eyes what this person looked like. Chapter 931. Some Nongli mountain martial practitioners unwillingly sought confirmation from Zheng Mo. Mu Jun hailed from Golden Court Mountain and was an enemy rather than a friend. With the two sides even on the verge of war, they were naturally unwilling to believe Mu Jun's words. In the end, they despaired. Whether or not Yan Zhaoge had not killed or injured them due to the Grand Plainess Origin Lady's pressure, they had been unable to resist at all. They had not even seen Yan Zhaoge's appearance before they had been subdued, unable to decide whether they lived or died. Let alone Golden Court Mountain's Mu Jun, there was also a group of profound remnant locale martial practitioners up close who had witnessed this. This was especially so when he had been arguing with the young lady earlier, when his face had been ripped off completely by Yan Zhaoge in the blink of an eye, thrown to the ground and even stomped on twice. Those of Nongli Mountain simply wished they could find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Looking rather worriedly at the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, Guan Yulua asked Zheng Mo via sound transmission, "Eldest apprentice uncle, will anything happen to Mr. Yan if he goes up like this?" "He won't." Zheng Mo shook his head slightly. "While this person is arrogant and domineering, he is not someone who gets carried away by success. He is not recklessly boarding the vessel." Guan Yulua looked curiously at Zheng Mo. Zheng Mo said mildly, "The Brocade Emperor is the one in charge of ingenious flying peak at the end of the day." It was true that the Grand Plainess Origin Lady Tao Yu was at odds with the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia and Fu Ting. It was also true that her relationship with the Brocade Emperor was not as simple as that of senior apprentice brother and junior apprentice sister. Still, whether or not she was on good terms with Nongli Mountain, however arrogant and domineering she was, a single fact could not be changed. The Brocade Emperor was the true lord of ingenious flying peak, one of the world beyond world's 5 emperors. Before the Brocade Emperor had clearly expressed his stance, Tao Yu would not really make things difficult for Yan Zhaoge. If she could easily take care of Yan Zhaoge, she would certainly not mind standing up for her best friend, teaching this arrogant and impolite junior a lesson. Still, discovering that Yan Zhaoge was not as easy to deal with as she had previously thought, Tao Yu naturally had to be cautious. After all, she knew that the Brocade Emperor had invited Yan Di and Yan Zhaoge to the Minor No Hatred Dao Arena as guests. While she could not be certain about the Brocade Emperor's feelings towards Yan Di and Yan, she could not be. Moreover, the appointed battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd was imminent. Tao Yu had come here to watch over the Brocade Emperor rather than to cause trouble. If it had been another time and place, Tao Yu's arrogant temper would have flared up. Even if he didn't intend to kill Yan Zhaoge, he would still have shed all pretense of cordiality and properly measure Yan Zhaoge's worth. But now, she was the one who had to swallow her anger. This young man is really not simple. Zheng Mo also looked towards the Red Lotus sky ship. While the broad Creed mountain that Yan Zhaoge hailed from had the name of Taoism's East Peak, everyone knew that it was unrelated to the 5 peaks of Taoism of pre-Great Calamity times, instead originating from a lower world. While the speed at which sects of the lower worlds rose to prominence was shockingly fast, having stabilized their footing in the world beyond worlds within a short few years, they had not been able to do so. Yet, in the eyes of the peak legacies of the world beyond worlds, Broad Creed Mountain was still a small sect. Let alone the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and the exalts of 10 territories, Broad Creed Mountain did not even have a single immortal bridge martial saint. The star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide, Shen Lingzi, Daoist Shi and King Xuanqing had indeed perished at Broad Creed Mountain. Still, as most people outside of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory saw it, it was because of the immortal artifact, the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown. While they were curious as to how such a weak power like Broad Creed Mountain was able to wield an immortal artifact, it was destined that they would not be able to do so for long. Many people saw Broad Creed Mountain like a 10-year-old child who was ostentatiously parading through the streets while wielding a priceless treasure. If not for the protection of the Southeastern Exalt and the unclear stance of the Brocade Emperor, it would have long since been plundered clean by others. Even the Southern Exalt Zhuangshen had explicitly ordered his disciples not to covet the dim radiant wheel. Still, not coveting the dim radiant wheel and not dealing with Broad Creed Mountain were two different things altogether. If there was a chance, he would definitely not mind destroying Broad Creed Mountain. It was just that he would keep a respectful distance from the dim radiant wheel, not collecting it. Broad Creed Mountain also had many other treasures. The martial practitioners of Profound Remnant Locale did not have much of a relationship with Broad Creed Mountain. Still, they had a pretty good impression of Broad Creed Mountain because Feng Yunsheng had saved Guan Yulua. Still, they might not really think highly of Broad Creed Mountain. It was only when they had seen Yan Zhaoge that their impression of Broad Creed Mountain gradually changed. Now that they had witnessed Yan Zhaoge's methods, they truly saw him in a different light. Zheng Yimou gazed at Golden Court Mountain's Mu Jun. Sensing his gaze, Mu Jun did not speak as he instead looked towards the Red Lotus Heavenly Vessel. Nongli Mountain's legacy was not something that ordinary legacies could compare to. Everyone knew that the spatial heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear Direct lineage was one of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. While it was not suited for dealing with the thunder of eternal night, they were all seeing divinity martial saints at the end of the day. There were even late-seeing divinity martial saints amongst them. Mu Jun was an early immortal bridge martial saint with the foundation of Golden Court Mountain's direct lineage. While it would not be a problem for him to defeat these Nongli Mountain martial practitioners, it would be completely impossible for him to capture all of them alive in virtually an instant. Resist, defeat, kill, capture alive. From low to high, the difficulty was completely different. Mu Jun could not help but wonder what the outcome would be if he were to face Yan Zhaoge. After thinking for a moment, Mu Jun could not help but laugh, feeling that it was best for him not to continue thinking about this problem. It was just that he could not help but feel a little despondent. How long had it been since he had first met Yan Zhaoge? Yan Zhaoge was not concerned about the thoughts of those below the vessel. He boarded the Red Lotus Heavenly Vessel, entering its cabin under the guidance of that ingenious Flying Peak disciple. The layout of the cabin was exceptionally luxurious. Yan Zhaoge's eyelids twitched. Scanning slightly, he saw many rare treasures that were virtually extinct even in the world beyond worlds. It was not an exaggeration that the Brocade Emperor loved to enjoy life. Still, the one controlling this divine vessel was a woman at this moment. She appeared to be in her 20s or 30s, the prime age for women to bloom. She was indeed a rare beauty. Still, there was a hint of arrogance between her brows. Currently, she was not smiling as she looked rather unfriendly. Junior Yan Zhaoge greets the Grand Plainess Origin Lady. Yan Zhaoge's expression was relaxed as all was normal. The person before him was naturally the owner of ingenious Flying Peak's Clear Spring Cave, the Grand Plainess Origin Lady, Tao Yu. Tao Yu appraised Yan Zhaoge all over before suddenly saying after a while, "It is not just the thunder of eternal night. The direct lineage of the Dim Radiant sect is not the Dim Radiant scripture but the Dim Radiant 12 arts. It is the Aeon Light heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear Direct lineage's 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. There is also a martial art that I cannot be certain of. Still, it seems a little like the Dark Moon Pill scripture that was lost after the Great Calamity. Other than that," Tao Yu frowned, "there is a supreme martial art that is integrated with the concept of space." Chapter 932. Looking at Tao Yu, Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Origin Lady overpraises me. Apart from the Jade Clear and Grand Clear Direct lineages, the martial arts of Taoism that circulated in the world were more or less related to the Grand Clear lineage. As an expert of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm and of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, not only did Tao Yu recognize the Dim Radiant 12 arts, he even recognized the Dark Moon Pill scripture. As she had said, the Dark Moon Pill scripture had not circulated in the world beyond worlds of post-Great Calamity times. The reason why Tao Yu was able to recognize it was because his master had a long history. As for the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, it wasn't hard for her to recognize it. After all, the jade clear lineage's primordial heavenly scripture was too famous. What made Tao Yu somewhat suspicious was that the ultimate technique that involved the mysteries of space was naturally the immortal trapping sword. Still, while some of the concept of the immortal trapping sword manual had been integrated into Yan Zhaoge's Thunder of Eternal Night, Tao Yu was unable to see through it for the time being. Currently looking at Yan Zhaoge, there was still no goodwill to be seen within her eyes. While the Brocade Emperor was on good terms with the Southeastern Exalt, the conflict between Tao Yu and the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia was rather deep. Some of this had to do with the Western Exalt. Tao Yu and the Western Exalt's wife had been close friends since their youth, while the Western Exalt and Chao Jia were on bad terms. If it was said that Tao Yu and Chao Jia only disliked each other in the beginning, then after so many years, the conflicts, both big and small, had gradually become irreconcilable. Even without the Western Exalt, it would already be difficult for Tao Yu and Chao Jia to walk together now. Moreover, when Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di had gone to the minor no-hatred Dao arena previously, it had been Fu Ting who had received them. Tao Yu had mixed feelings about Fu Ting. As she saw it, Fu Ting had definitely played a part in the Brocade Emperor treating Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di differently. On the other hand, Fu Ting was also very close to Golden Court Mountain. Tao Yu was naturally unhappy that Yan Zhaoge had a close relationship with both Chao Jia and Fu Ting at the same time. However, after the encounter just now, Tao Yu, just like Zheng Imo and the others, noticed that the young man before them seemed to be very different from what they had expected. Currently, the gaze with which she was looking at Yan Zhaoge did not contain any contempt at all. In that clash just now, even as Yan Zhaoge resisted her, he had also been able to maintain the thunder of eternal night that enveloped those of Nongli Mountain from being broken. This was equivalent to having won a move. It was true that Yan Zhaoge wielded the heaven-earth reversing axe. Yet, how many late-seeing divinity martial saints of the 6th level of the martial saint realm would be able to defeat her, Tao Yu, by relying on a high-grade sacred artifact that had yet to exert its full power? Fu Ting couldn't do it. Even mid-immortal bridge martial saints who were not on the level of Zheng Imo and Long Hanhua might not be able to accomplish this. However, Yan Zhaoge had done it. Tao Yu, who had always been arrogant, was also shocked at this moment. There was no need to mention the dim radiant emperor since he was already dead. Still, thinking of the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown, Tao Yu's mind was momentarily filled with countless thoughts. Yan Zhaoge stood unhurriedly, smiling as he looked at Tao Yu, his expression relaxed. The grand clear direct lineage was boundlessly profound. Ingenious Flying Peak did not possess just a single peak martial art. Other than the Brocade Emperor, who might be a little special, even if others were proficient in all peak martial arts, they would most likely focus on some. The fact that Tao Yu was called the Grand Plainness Origin Lady had already explained the problem. She and the lineage of her Clear Spring Cave would most likely focus more on the Grand Plainness immeasurable body of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations. Of all the cave manners of Ingenious Flying Peak aside from Red Lotus Cliff, her lineage was probably the one who had the deepest understanding of the Grand Plainness immeasurable body. The Grand Plainness immeasurable body was a peak defensive technique of Taoism that was comparable to the 5 elements deific immortal body of the life creation heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear lineage. Tao Yu's defenses were extremely powerful. In the entire world beyond worlds, there were probably extremely few immortal bridge martial saints who possessed stronger defenses than her. Also, her attacks would probably still surpass those of most, such as the likes of the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide. After all, Tao Yu was also proficient in supreme martial arts like the Taiji Yin Yang Palm. Still, compared to her own defenses or those of her lineage who were proficient in martial arts like the Taiji Yin Yang Palm, her attacks were not all that outstanding. It was just that this way, she would be completely unable to do anything to Yan Zhaoge. It was true that Tao Yu was arrogant. Before they had clashed, she had indeed not taken Yan Zhaoge seriously at all. Still, she was an actual expert at the end of the day. As the saying went, experts would be able to tell with a single move. With just a single exchange, Tao Yu already had a general estimate of the strength that Yan Zhaoge had displayed. This was someone whose strength far surpassed martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Let alone her at the same cultivation level, he even surpassed Fu Ting at the same cultivation level. Tao Yu even felt that her senior apprentice brother, the lofty brocade emperor of the world beyond world's 5 emperors, would also be unable to defeat this youth at the same cultivation level. Tao Yu found this hard to believe. Yet, she had no choice but to believe it. Whatever her personal opinion of the southeastern exalt, Fu Ting and Yan Zhaoge was, she had to admit that this was an unparalleled genius. If those Nongli Mountain disciples were to run over to her now and say that Yan Zhaoge had only relied on external objects like the extreme Yang seal and the like, not possessing any true abilities himself, Tao Yu would first give them a slap, waking up these people who were lying through their teeth. Even so, a disciple of Nongli Mountain had been slapped right before her eyes. If she did not do anything about it, she would not be Tao Yu. It was just that Tao Yu still felt rather hesitant at the end of the day. This was because the great battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd was about to begin soon. While she felt much resentment towards Fu Ting, with the Brocade Emperor at stake, even the usually domineering Tao Yu hesitated. Now, the expressions of Yan Zhaoge and Tao Yu simultaneously changed slightly. Outside the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, another clump of red light suddenly appeared amidst the endless darkness of space. Crimson fiery light erupted, the entire surrounding space seemingly shaking for a moment. Yan Zhaoge and Tao Yu exchanged glances at this moment, looks of understanding appearing on their faces. Mars Halberd had arrived. Blazing fire spread amidst the darkness of space. The Red Lotus heavenly vessel that had originally seemed shocking immediately resembled a remnant flower amidst the wind as it shook unceasingly. A divinity of fire that stood on 2 dragons appeared amidst space. Meanwhile, the world formed of the fist intent of the Earth Exalt had no choice but to retreat at this moment. I am already here. Where is Fu Yunqi? That majestic voice reverberated through the endless void at this moment. It lingered on endlessly, and everyone could hear it clearly. Fu Yunqi was precisely the name of Fu Ting's father, the Brocade Emperor. Still, there were probably no more than 10 people in the current world beyond worlds who dared to call him by his name directly. Tao Yu glanced at Yan Zhaoge before finally retracting her gaze, exiting the Red Lotus heavenly vessel. Gazing at that giant of flame in the distance, she inhaled deeply, the time has not come. Do not be hasty. That giant of flame did not go overboard, it is fine. I have already waited for so long. There is indeed no need to rush. With that, he stood upright amidst space. His face was concealed by flames as no one could see it clearly. Still, everyone present felt as though a gaze was on them. Yan Zhaoge exited the Red Lotus heavenly vessel as well, looking rather interestedly at the distant Mars Halberd. Chapter 933. Mars Halberd didn't need to show his power. Just by appearing, he had already become the center of attention. Everyone was either in awe or curiosity, secretly sizing him up. However, when they looked over, they felt as if the other party was also staring at them. Even under the protection of the Earth's sovereign realm or the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, everyone felt their bodies burning up, as if they were in a blazing hell. Most people were actually surprised. While the current supreme experts of the world beyond worlds, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign of the 3 sovereigns were the exalted earth luminary and the exalted concealed luminary of the Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past, the name of the Kunlun 9 luminaries was more of a legend than anything else. It seemed foreign and distant. People were already used to the high and mighty structure of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Now that an expert comparable to a great emperor had suddenly appeared, everyone was surprised. What was even more surprising was that this wasn't a powerhouse who pushed open the gate of immortality. It was a weapon. A weapon with its own thoughts and ideas. This weapon was the weapon of the exalted fire luminary, one of the Kunlun 9 luminaries in the past. All of this made people feel even more astonished and even more legendary. The long river of history, which had gradually become silent, seemed to have recently stirred up new waves. Meanwhile, this expert who had suddenly appeared challenged the Brocade Emperor to a battle, setting off a battle between Emperor-level experts which had not occurred for many years already. This was not just a simple spar, but a real battle with real swords and spears. Naturally, the attention of the entire world beyond worlds was focused on this. At this moment, Mars halberd had already arrived. Everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the other party. Yan Zhaoge smiled, cupping his hands towards Tao Yu. This Yan also feels rather fortunate to be able to attend such a grand event this time. I thank your clan for your magnanimity here. When I went to the Minor No Hatred Dao arena previously, I was unable to meet the Brocade Emperor, feeling deeply regretful about it. If the Brocade Emperor is free after this battle, I hope to pay him a visit. I would like to trouble the Origin Lady to convey this Yan's intentions on my behalf. With that, Yan Zhaoge took his leave, disembarking the Red Lotus heavenly vessel. Looking at Yan Zhaoge's back and Mars halberd in the distance, Tao Yu could only let out a helpless sigh. As Yan Zhaoge disembarked, he saw a figure appear in the distance, rapidly approaching. It was Fu Ting. After paying a visit to the Earth Exalt and learning that it was Tao Yu who had led Ingenious Flying Peaks team over to support the Brocade Emperor, Fu Ting's heart instantly thumped. According to etiquette, since Yan Zhaoge had arrived, he would most likely ascend the Red Lotus heavenly vessel to meet the person in charge of Ingenious Flying Peak. Calculating the time, Yan Zhaoge should have already boarded the vessel. Even if Fu Ting wanted to stop him, it would already be too late. When she came near the Red Lotus sky ship, she stopped. Only after seeing Yan Zhaoge disembark from the Red Lotus heavenly vessel did he begin walking over once more. This was not because she wanted Yan Zhaoge to face Tao Yu alone. On the contrary, if Yan Zhaoge were to meet Tao Yu alone, there would still be room for negotiation, with Tao Yu able to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Fu Ting's impression of her martial uncle was also very complicated. Of course, she also understood Tao Yu's character very well. If Fu Ting was here, Tao Yu would be stubborn to the end. Seeing Fu Ting's movements, Yan Zhaoge immediately understood as he thought to himself, what an exquisite mind. There were some things that happened just now that I did not understand. If there is anything wrong, please forgive me, young Master Yan. Seeing him, Fu Ting first appraised him. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge did not look like he had been taken advantage of before, she heaved a sigh of relief. Yan Zhaoge smiled, it is fine. The Grand Plainness Origin Lady is not someone who does not know her priorities. Fu Ting said, I saw Golden Court Mountain's senior apprentice brother Mu just now. How about young Master Yan join him? That is my intention, Yan Zhaoge nodded. Fu Ting cupped her fists towards him before ascending the Red Lotus heavenly vessel. Whether or not they were on bad terms with Tao Yu, the great battle that was about to commence now was the most important matter for all those of Ingenious Flying Peak. Yan Zhaoge landed on a Red Lotus petal. Mu Jun was currently smiling at him as he raised a thumbs up. Zhaoge is indeed extraordinary. Everyone says that junior apprentice Sister Fu of Ingenious Flying Peak is the most outstanding figure of our world beyond world's younger generation, reigning supreme over geniuses amongst geniuses as she looks down on monsters amongst monsters. Still, from what I saw today, you probably surpass junior apprentice Sister Fu, Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled, the boundless sea of the Tao. Slowly seek it. After a moment's pause, Yan Zhaoge asked, Mr. Mu, the Western Exalt was in secluded cultivation earlier. Now that he has emerged, he is even colluding with the Southern Exalt, joining forces with him. I wonder if the Southeastern Exalt has any plans to deal with this. After all, the Western Exalt was similarly on friendly terms with the Brocade Emperor. He could forget about convincing the Brocade Emperor not to battle with the Heaven Emperor and assist the Southeastern Exalt. Conversely, however, if he were to join forces with the southern exalt Zhuang Shen to deal with the southeastern exalt Chao Jia, the Brocade Emperor would not be able to forcibly suppress him. It's still hard to come to a conclusion now. The situation will only become clear after a few days. Mu Jun had chosen his words very carefully. It was not that he did not trust Yan Zhaoge. Instead, it was that Golden Court Mountain was currently in the midst of their plans, the results of which were hard to predict. Fortunately, the Heaven Emperor was currently not in the world beyond worlds, and the Brocade Emperor had coincidentally returned due to his arranged battle with Mars Halberd. As a result, the southern exalt Zhuang Shen temporarily dared not act rashly. The western exalt would not be able to gain any advantage against the southeastern exalt Chao Jia alone. The two of them chatted while quietly waiting for the impending battle. Still, as time passed and the Brocade Emperor was still nowhere to be seen, the atmosphere inevitably turning rather solemn. Could it be that this big brother has something to do again and has stood us up at the last moment, unable to come? Yan Zhaoge could not help but wonder. On the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, Fu Ting, Tao Yu, and the other descendants of ingenious Flying Peak were naturally the most worried. After a while, Mars Halberd, who had been waiting quietly all along, suddenly said, "Time's up." Fu Ting and Tao Yu both had bitter expressions on their faces. An old man appeared in that oval world that flickered with dim yellow light in the distance. This old man had white hair and many wrinkles on his face as he looked rather old. However, as soon as he appeared, an aura that resembled numerous earth dragons surged into the surroundings, suffusing the entire surrounding space. This was none other than one of the world beyond worlds 10 exalts, the Earth Exalt who presided over the central June Heaven territory. While he looked unassuming, his strength surpassed that of the southeastern exalt Chao Jia and the southern exalt Zhuang Shen. He was a personal disciple of the earthly sovereign. In terms of seniority and age, he was one of the few people in the entire world beyond worlds. It was just that he was unable to display any of this as he faced Mars Halberd now. Gazing into the distance, Mu Jun sighed softly. An emperor is indeed extraordinary. This is only natural. Otherwise, how could he be called a leakless true immortal? Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. Martial practitioners pushed open the door to immortality and ascended to the immortal realm, no longer being able to be reached by the human realm. After having passed the immortal mortal tribulation, their entire bodies would be flawless and leakless. Therefore, they were also known as leakless true immortals. Leakless actually meant that the things of the human realm would no longer be able to harm them. It was precisely because the human realm would no longer be able to harm them that they were known as immortals. Human exalts were human immortals. Still, they had yet to truly surpass that barrier between humans and immortals at the end of the day. A situation like Long Shuaji's was an extremely rare one. Most of the time, an emperor would easily sweep through the combined might of multiple human exalts. Chapter 934. The Earth Exalt who looked old cupped his hands towards Mars Halberd. "Please wait a moment. The Brocade Emperor will definitely not miss the appointment. He has hurried back from extra-dimensional space at the last moment. Therefore, the timing might be a little erratic." The face of the flame giant that Mars Halberd had transformed into was concealed by flames as his expression could not be clearly seen. However, he turned his head and looked at the Earth Sovereign. "Wang Jingcheng, there's no need for you to say anything. The date was set by you guys, and if Fu Yunqi misses it, he will be the one to be embarrassed. However, I will not let this matter rest. With the passing of time, many things are indeed different from back then. Still, as I have gradually come to understand the current world beyond worlds these days, I have many more questions that I would like to ask you about." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge looked at Mu Jun beside him. Mu Jun sent via sound transmission. Wang Jingcheng is the name of the Earth Exalt. The Earth Exalt was a personal disciple of the earthly sovereign who had been famous for many years. In terms of seniority, the earthly sovereign had been of the same generation as the Brocade Emperor's Grand Master, Daoist Xuanzhong. The Earth Exalt was of the same generation as the Brocade Emperor's master, as the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi was even his junior. Still, they were not of the same lineage at the end of the day. Therefore, seniority was usually different. Even if they were related, many rules did not apply to emperors. Still, the Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng was indeed much older than the Brocade Emperor. Long before the Brocade Emperor had made his debut, Wang Jingcheng had already been famous for over 10,000 years. While it seemed like the Brocade Emperor and many others of the younger generation had surpassed him, there was a special reason for that. Speaking of which, Wang Jingcheng's situation was similar to that of Yuan Jingfeng back in the Eight Extremities world. Many years ago, he had been gravely injured to the core as he had remained in the 10th level of the martial saint realm. After passing the immortal mortal tribulation, he would ascend to the immortal realm. If he failed, he would perish. He had been injured as a human exalt, his situation much more severe than Yuan Jingfeng's, as even the heaven-returning divine pill could not cure him. Even the earthly sovereign was unable to solve the problem of his own disciple. Still, as the oldest human exalt of the world beyond worlds, Wang Jingcheng's cultivation base had already reached the transformative stage as his strength surpassed that of Chao Jia, Zhuang Shen, and Lu Zhenggu. As long as he was willing, he would virtually be able to suppress all disputes between the martial saints of the world by himself. Even if it was Chao Jia and Zhuang Shen from before. Before the current 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and exalts of 10 territories had been established in the world beyond worlds, when the earthly sovereign was still the exalted earth luminary, Wang Jingcheng had already followed him around the world. Therefore, he and Mars Halberd were old acquaintances. Looking at Mars Halberd, Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng sighed and said, "Although my master is not here, His Majesty Concealed Sovereign is in Kunlun Mountain. Although he is in closed-door training, I believe that His Majesty Concealed Sovereign will come out to meet you if you visit." Mars Halberd said lightly, "No matter the result of today's battle, if I survive, I will go to Kunlun Mountain. If Fu Yunqi doesn't show up, I'll have to make a trip there." Wang Jingcheng fell silent. The void fell into silence. Along with the passage of time, the atmosphere at the scene became even more anxious. Some of the people who came a little late, afraid that they would miss this unparalleled battle, found that the battle had yet to begin. Everyone who had rushed over to watch the battle looked at each other. Although there were no noisy discussions, they were all whispering to each other through voice transmissions. They still dared not openly discuss the Brocade Emperor who had yet to arrive. Still, thinking of how the Brocade Emperor had not appeared even after a long time had passed since Mars Halberd had destroyed the minor no-hatred Dao arena, everyone present stole glances at the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, their gazes growing increasingly doubtful. Now, however, that divinity of flame who resembled the center of the universe suddenly moved. He who had originally been seated in the meditative position on the massive fire dragon now stood up. Everyone had thought that Mars Halberd had grown impatient from waiting. Still, that flame giant did not move as he instead swiveled his head and gazed into the distance. The next moment, streams of purple qi suddenly surged there, instantly suffusing space. While not much of a powerful aura emanated, everyone present felt the same thing. There seemed to simultaneously be 2 centers amidst the space of the universe before them. One was that towering divinity of flame. Meanwhile, the other was located amidst that dense purple qi. On the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, the expressions of Fu Ting and Tao Yu instantly relaxed as they were no longer anxious in the least. The spirits of those who were watching the battle rose as well. While there was only dense purple qi before them with no trace of a person to be seen, everyone knew that the Brocade Emperor had arrived. "I have kept you waiting," a low, clear voice resounded from amidst the purple qi. As the purple qi dispersed, a figure was indistinctly visible amidst it. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge saw a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s from the outside. He was dressed in snowy white clothes with a red robe on the outside. His long hair was not tied up as it was instead draped directly behind his back. His appearance was truly admirable. His features could be said to be perfect yet did not seem feminine in the least as they were clearly defined and valiant. There seemed to be countless rich emotions surging in his eyes. At every instant, a different aura seemed to emanate from him. Sometimes gentle and refined, sometimes valiant and resolute, sometimes melancholic and deep. Amidst the unceasing changes, there was no sense of incongruity at all as it instead formed a unique attraction, causing those features which could already be said to be perfect in the first place to appear even more charming. It was a charm which caused the opposite sex to be infatuated with him and those of the same sex to sigh in admiration yet find it hard to feel jealous of him. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. The number one handsome man in the history of the world beyond worlds really lives up to his reputation. While he had previously seen an image of the brocade emperor Fu Yunqi and had sighed in admiration at it, Yan Zhaoge felt that seeing him in person, his flair was even greater. Looking at that figure amidst the dense purple qi, Mars Halberd said calmly, "Since you have come, let us begin." While his opponent had destroyed his manner, no anger could be seen on the brocade emperor's face. "Please, senior." The earth exalt Wang Jingchen retreated. While this was a witness, there was no need for him to say anything now. At this moment, in this place, everything belonged to these two emperor-level experts. Unexpectedly, the first to act was shockingly the brocade emperor, Fu Yunqi. He raised his palm, the qis combining yin and yang. Beneath the brocade emperor's palm, the entire region of space before him directly collapsed, time blurry and space no longer existing as all things were reduced to the primordial qis of yin and yang. Yin and yang circulated, forming a massive taiji diagram which struck down towards Mars Halberd's head. Where the taiji diagram passed, all things reverted to yin and yang, no longer existing. As the taiji diagram circulated, it formed a crushing momentum which swept through all things, reducing them to nothingness beneath the brocade emperor's palm. The further he advanced, the stronger the taiji diagram became, its strength seemingly limitless. The brocade emperor had always been that carefree and unfettered image of him roaming freely beneath the heavens and the earth. It was his carefree style of passing through countless flowers and countless beauties. Still, the number of people this emperor had killed far surpassed the number of beauties he had experienced. Chapter 935. As the same taiji yin-yang palm was executed by the brocade emperor, it was a completely different scene. With a single palm strike, the universe before Shao Chen reverted to yin and yang qi, no longer looking like it did before. Watching the brocade emperor from the sidelines, Yan Zhaoge could feel that he had made new gains in analyzing the taiji yin-yang palm. Still, while the brocade emperor's attacks were extraordinary, his opponents were similarly not easy to deal with. Facing the brocade emperor's taiji yin-yang palm, that divinity of flame who stood amidst space directly punched out. Under the influence of his power, the originally balanced yin and yang qi suddenly lost their balance. The yang qi became extremely vigorous, while the yin qi weakened. The originally magnificent tai chi diagram began to tear apart and then burst into flames. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge understood in his heart, the taiji yin-yang palm can guide yang and change yin, but the essence of fire contained in this attack of Mars Halberd is too strong. The taiji yin-yang palm was exquisite, but Mars Halberd was an immortal weapon, so it was sharper and more vicious. Both sides collided head-on, just like a scholar meeting a soldier. The taiji yin-yang palm also activated a boundless power. If the power was strong enough, the fire essence qi would still be turned into yin and yang qi, and would not be able to break the tai chi diagram. Still, the brocade emperor did not hold the upper hand against Mars Halberd in a head-on clash. As the personal weapon of exalted fire luminary, one of the 9 luminaries of Kunlun, Mars Halberd had existed in this world for thousands of years. Although he had been injured and sealed back then, during the time he had been sealed, his injuries had already been healed, and he had even been constantly nourishing himself. Now Mars' halberd was stronger than before he was injured. His situation was special. He could unleash his full power, which was equivalent to a great emperor. A leakless true immortal who had rampaged through the world beyond worlds thousands of years ago. What Mars' halberd possessed was not just pure strength. He combined his own strength and had his own unique martial arts. While it seemed straightforward, it actually similarly contained subtle variations within, as the Brocade Emperor did not have the upper hand. The brutal flames rapidly exploded, incinerating the Taiji diagram as they even swept towards the Brocade Emperor himself. The Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi was not surprised. He had already guessed it himself, and had been reminded by the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng. On the one hand, Mars' halberd's martial arts originated from the supreme skill of exalted fire luminary, on the other hand, it originated from the powerful demon soul sealed in this immortal weapon. The combination of the two had condensed a martial art unique to Mars' halberd. Even he of the grand clear direct lineage could not underestimate it. Mars' halberd, who had followed the exalted fire luminary to conquer the universe in the past, might even surpass him in terms of personal accumulation and experience. Looking at the flames sweeping over towards him, the Brocade Emperor neither evaded nor evaded. White-colored clouds suddenly appeared on his body, instantly covering the void. Wherever the white cloud passed, the flames were all extinguished. Great simplicity, refinement, limitless true body. The white clouds suppressed the flames, and the fire element energy was quickly reduced to pure yang energy. The yang qi was born, and the yin qi reappeared, growing stronger and stronger. As they conversed, they instantly returned to the balance of yin and yang. The Taiji diagram also reappeared. The Brocade Emperor used the Taiji yin-yang palm with one hand and the grand plainness immeasurable body with the other, one attacking and one defending, complementing each other as he instantly dispelled Mars' halberd's attack, wanting to regain the initiative as he turned defense into offense. The flame giant snorted coldly amidst space, his figure exploding as it transformed into all-encompassing flowing fire. A crimson halberd appeared amidst the infinite sea of flames, shooting straight towards the Brocade Emperor. The halberd slashed through space, the Taiji diagram instantly breaking apart. With a second strike, those streams of white cloud chi were hacked apart as well. Mars' halberd was not an ornament, nor was it a defensive tool or any other commonly seen item. This was a great halberd. It was an out-and-out weapon, a lethal weapon. It had been created for a single purpose, and that was to slaughter. Like a fire dragon soaring through the cosmos, Mars' halberd rampaged amidst space as even the Brocade Emperor, who executed a peak defensive martial art of Taoism, the grand plainness immeasurable body, was unable to withstand its sharpness. A crescent blade at one end of the twin crescent halberd chopped directly before the Brocade Emperor, fiery light illuminating the Brocade Emperor's handsome features as they were dyed entirely red. The Brocade Emperor's expression was calm as his figure suddenly seemed to turn transparent, tangible yet intangible. In the crowd's perception, the martial monarch seemed to have suddenly ceased to exist. Mars' halberd's attack instantly missed. Grand beginning bright emptiness form, Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up. It was precisely the grand beginning bright emptiness form of the grand cosmos 5 manifestations. The Brocade Emperor simultaneously executed the grand beginning bright emptiness form and the grand plainness immeasurable body, his figure circulating alternately between the emptiness and the white cloud chi. Mars' halberd's attacks seemed to always be just a hair's breadth away from his body. This was naturally not Mars' halberd showing mercy. Instead, it was the result of the Brocade Emperor simultaneously executing 2 supreme martial arts of the grand clear direct lineage. The grand beginning bright emptiness form and the grand plainness immeasurable body combined, possessing defensive power comparable to that of the 5 virtues. Just this alone made Fu Yunqi one of the peak experts amongst leakless true immortals and emperors in terms of defensive power, as few could hope to match him. Executing these 2 supreme martial arts together, the Brocade Emperor regained his footing. This time, he no longer executed the Taiji yin-yang palm as he instead slowly raised a finger, tapping towards Mars' halberd. The dense purple chi that had accompanied him earlier was suddenly retracted at this moment, becoming formless and intangible as it was hard to estimate and measure. The universe suddenly shook. It was not just the sea of stars where they battled that shook as it spread unceasingly into the distance. Amidst the darkness of space, patterns of light suddenly filled the air. While those patterns of light were not bright, they contained infinite profundities and principles. The Brocade Emperor raised a hand, his movements light and slow as he seemed nonchalant. Amongst the spectators, even Guan Yulua, who was a martial grandmaster, was able to clearly see this. Yet, as his finger tapped out, it ignored space, time and even the dense sea of flames as it directly arrived near Mars' halberd, seemingly about to tap onto the shaft of that crimson halberd. The spectators were able to clearly see the entire process of the Brocade Emperor tapping out with this finger. Yet, most of them had blank looks on their faces as they were completely unable to comprehend the concept within it all. There was only an extremely small number of people whose eyes lit up with an unprecedented glow. Grand Commencement Divine Finger. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly as he focused all his attention on the battle before him. He was one of those extremely few people who could recognize the martial art that the Brocade Emperor was currently executing. The Grand Commencement Divine Finger of the Grand Cosmos 5 Manifestations. Also known as the Grand Supreme Earlier Heaven Divine Finger, it contained the formless and intangible concept of Grand Commencement as it manifested the earlier heaven chi of before the heavens and the earth had been created, being incomparably profound. As the Brocade Emperor tapped out with this finger, even Mars' halberd shook slightly. Good. A loud roar resounded as Mars' halberd, who had only been on the offensive since the start of the battle, retracted his stance for the first time. He flicked his pole, striking the Brocade Emperor's finger as both sides shook. Yet, Mars' halberd abruptly spun, brandishing his blade as he hacked towards the Brocade Emperor once more. This time, the flames were retracted completely. There was only infinite sharpness that hacked towards the enemy with the momentum of splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. Chapter 936. The boundless, rampaging sea of flames that had originally suffused the cosmos completely vanished at this moment. There was only that great crimson halberd that swept along infinite sharpness, transforming into a bright light as it hacked towards the Brocade Emperor. That light was dazzling as where it passed, the dim space around the Brocade Emperor's body was completely broken apart. Formless and intangible Grand Commencement soundlessly transformed into Grand Beginning that was tangible and intangible. Grand Beginning that was tangible and intangible transformed into the original Grand Plainness that was tangible and intangible. Following this, Grand Plainness automatically divided, transforming into the Taiji of Yin and Yang. The next moment, Taiji circulated, Yin and Yang changing as the 4 phenomena and 8 trigrams were born. A new heavens and earth was about to be established. It was just that with this, the supreme martial arts of the Brocade Emperor's Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations actually vaguely showed signs of being broken by someone. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that the surface of that crimson twin crescent halberd was currently dim and hazy. Graceful streams of chi intermingled, vaguely condensing into an illusory figure. Enveloped by that illusory figure, the Mars halberd seemed to have transformed into an object that resembled a banner whilst also an axe. Heaven-splitting banner. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself. The third scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, one of the earlier heaven 3 scriptures, the heaven-opening scripture. Seeing this scene from the yellow earthen world, the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng had a rather subtle expression on his face. The 10 primordial heavenly scriptures of the jade clear direct lineage. Besides the peerless heavenly scripture, the other 9 scriptures were known as the earlier heaven 3 scriptures and the later heaven 6 scriptures. The later heaven 6 scriptures elaborated on the various creation techniques after the heavens had been opened as there was no order between them. Meanwhile, the earlier heaven three scriptures that followed closely after the peerless heavenly scripture had a fixed order. The second scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, the primordial heavenly scripture, symbolized the creation of all things from nothingness, the very first one. The third scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, the heaven-opening scripture, represented the birth of the great Tao, the opening of creation from one to many. The fourth scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, the cyclic heavenly scripture, stood between earlier heaven and later heaven, establishing the changes of the two extremities as the foundation of the various principles of the world after the heavens and the earth had been opened. Amongst the founders of the three clear lineages, the Lord of primordial heavenly signified creation from nothingness. The primordial world division, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth, stabilizing the earth, water, fire, and wind, and creating the great might of the primordial world's creation was vividly displayed by the heaven-opening book. Among the martial practitioners who cultivated the primordial heavenly scriptures Xiantian three scriptures, those who cultivated the heaven-opening scripture possessed the strongest frontal combat ability. Even though the origin heavenly scripture was ranked before the heaven-splitting scripture and possessed boundless mysteries, it was still unable to withstand the might of the heaven-splitting scripture that could cleave apart everything in its path. At this moment, Mars Halberd's attack had integrated part of the concept of the heaven-opening book. The Jade Clear Lineage's earlier Heaven three scriptures shared some similarities with the Grand Clear Lineage's earlier Heaven Supreme martial arts. To a certain extent, the heaven-opening scripture countered the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations of the Grand Clear Lineage. The situation was somewhat similar to how Yen Zhaoge had previously countered the Aeon Light heavenly scripture with the immortal trapping sword. Even the head of the 5 ties, the Tai Fist, would be at a disadvantage against the heaven-opening book alone. The other 4 ultimate arts would be restrained by the heaven-opening book and lose their power. Only when the grand celestial 5 grand essences were gathered and circulated together would they be able to withstand the might of splitting open the heavens. Therefore, now that Mars Halberd was going all out, of all the Brocade Emperor's martial arts, only the profound and hard-to-parry Grand Commencement Divine Finger was still barely able to be maintained. The Grand Beginning Bright Emptiness Body and the Grand Plainness Immeasurable Body that had been immovable and unshakable before were about to crumble. Seeing the scene before him, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing could not help but sigh. Following the great calamity that year, the universe had shattered and Taoism had withered. The Kunlun 9 luminaries had congregated, viewing the heaven-opening scripture together and combining it with their original martial arts. Each of them had gained something. For example, the exalted gold luminary had researched the sword Tao and created the jade illusory heaven-opening sword. The exalted solar luminary had combined the yin-yang heavenly scripture and perfected the extreme yang scripture, comprehending the extreme yang world creation scripture, and so on. Wang Zhenqing's master, the exalted earth luminary, the current earthly sovereign, had also possessed the yin-yang earth heaven-opening art. The Kunlun 9 luminaries had joined hands to establish the world beyond worlds, finally witnessing the rebirth of Taoism. Mars Halberd's martial arts had been combined with the martial will of the exalted fire luminary. Beneath his halberd at this moment, it was like he wanted to break through the scenes of earlier heaven, separating the primordial chaos and resetting the earth, water, fire and wind, opening the heavens and earth once more. The blurry darkness was completely parted by the bright radiance before boundless blazing fire reappeared once more. These flames had been created by Mars Halberd after he had hacked through the scenes of earlier heaven manifested of the Brocade Emperor's true essence before transforming them into blazing fire, which had then attacked the Brocade Emperor himself. With the creation of the heavens and the earth, this was the initial fire that existed between earlier heaven and later heaven as it nurtured infinite life force. Yet, as Mars Halberd hacked down, boundless brutal killing intent surged as infinite life force was instantly transformed into infinite destructive power. The violent sea of flames swept the surrounding area at this moment. The spectators all retreated. If they hesitated in the slightest, they would all perish amidst this blazing fire. Gazing at Mars Halberd, the Brocade Emperor did not appear flustered as he instead let out a long sigh. He executed another grand commencement divine finger, causing the approaching flames to pause slightly. He simply retracted the grand plainness immeasurable body, only executing the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Before the grand beginning bright emptiness form was broken through by Mars' halberd, the brocade emperor's figure swiftly retreated. Beneath the effects of the grand beginning bright emptiness form, the distance between them seemed to be completely grasped by the brocade emperor as the distance between them rapidly increased. Yet, Mars' halberd flickered amidst space, having already dispelled the grand commencement divine finger as he immediately chased after him, arriving before the brocade emperor once more as he was unable to exert the profundities of the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Old ginger is still spicier, beside Yen Zhaoge, Mu Jun sighed. Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. The Lord of Tao and virtue exists between existence and non-existence, being the inaction of the great Tao as well as the manifestation of creation. Of the supreme martial arts recorded in the Daedejing, there are earlier Heaven Supreme martial arts as well as later Heaven Supreme martial arts. If the brocade emperor is not proficient in the Tai Fist of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations, if he possesses the later Heaven Supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, earlier heaven and later heaven merging as one, he would not be countered by the heaven opening scripture. Mu Jun nodded. His Golden Court Mountains lineage originated from the legacy of the Purple Tenuity Emperor as it originated from the later Heaven Supreme martial arts recorded in the Daedejing. Unlike the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade Clear Direct lineage, the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures were superior to the later Heaven 6 scriptures. The Daedejing of the Grand Clear Direct lineage was the embodiment of nothingness as well as the manifestation of all phenomena as it was not inferior to earlier Heaven Supreme martial arts. It was just that while Golden Court Mountain was on friendly terms with Ingenious Flying Peak and the Brocade Emperor was on good terms with the Southeastern Exalt, they were still two different legacies at the end of the day. Still, even as he nodded in agreement with Yen Zhaoge's point of view, Mu Jun could not help but feel rather puzzled. This really exceeds my predictions once more. Zhaoge, you actually understand the direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage so well? Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change. By chance, I obtained an incomplete version of the Taiji Yin Yang Palm. While it is not of the same lineage as the Brocade Emperor's Ingenious Flying Peak, it is indeed of the direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage as well. Mu Jun understood. Oh, Junior Apprentice Sister Fu and those of Ingenious Flying Peak did mention it before. Still, never would I have thought that not only are you proficient in the Taiji Yin Yang Palm, you even have such a deep understanding of the Daedejing. He no longer pondered on this as he gazed at the two true immortal experts who were gradually getting further and further away from them amidst the darkness of space. Still, if Mars Halbert does not possess an overwhelming advantage, I would still favor the Brocade Emperor. Mu Jun's expression was rather strange. After all, the Brocade Emperor himself possesses an immortal artifact. Chapter 937. Yen Zhaoge had long since learnt from Golden Court Mountain martial practitioners that the Brocade Emperor possessed an immortal artifact. Unlike the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia who had died young back then, the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi had already ascended to the immortal realm over 1,000 years ago. Yen Zhaoge and Mu Jun exchanged glances, both having rather strange expressions on their faces. Mars Halberd was too special. Although in the eyes of this immortal armament, it was still a weapon. Still, everyone else, Yen Zhaoge and Mu Jun included, were used to seeing him as an emperor. Perhaps only at this moment did everyone realize that Mars Halberd was indeed a weapon. He couldn't refine other immortal weapons, nor could he use other immortal weapons. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have one, even if someone were to give him an immortal artifact, he would only be able to stare at it. The problem, however, was that his opponent, the Brocade Emperor, was not unarmed. There was also no rule stating that the Brocade Emperor had to fight Mars Halberd empty-handed. Mars Halberd himself was not that naive either. As expected, as the two of them gradually disappeared into the distance, a powerful aura burst out in the next instant. Even with the eyesight of Yan Zhaoge and the others, they were already unable to clearly see the scene of the two experts clashing. However, an unprecedentedly intense collision erupted in the distance. The violent shockwaves surged far away and scattered in all directions like a tide. The Red Lotus heavenly vessel that Yan Zhaoge and the others were on shook intensely as they were directly jolted into retreat. On the other side, the earthen yellow world formed from the earth exalt Wang Jingqing's true essence was still stable and unmoving. However, the size of the egg-like world had shrunk significantly, and its power had become more condensed. Only then was it able to withstand the shockwaves from the battle between the two great emperors. Near the Red Lotus heavenly ship, the scarlet light that had turned into a giant red lotus also retracted at this moment. Yan Zhaoge and the others who had originally been on the flower petals now scattered in all directions, their figures flying backwards together. It's a pity that I can't watch any longer. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin somewhat regretfully, an expression of deep agreement appearing on the face of Mu Jun by the side. The Brocade Emperor wielded his immortal artifact in battle against Mars Halberd. Still, even Yan Zhaoge and the others were unable to ascertain the exact outcome of the battle. Still, Yan Zhaoge had already benefited greatly from this battle up to this point. Right now, he was more concerned about the outcome of the battle because of how the situation would develop in the future. Yan Zhaoge naturally hoped that the Brocade Emperor could emerge victorious. This had nothing to do with Mars Halberd tricking him into going to the Immortal Court. On the contrary, Yan Zhaoge was happy to learn about the existence of the Immortal Court even though the process was a little dangerous. He swiveled his head to look at Mu Jun. After this battle, I wonder if I can pay a visit to your master, the Southeastern Exalt? Mu Jun replied, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't. My master is out. Ah. Yan Zhaoge was taken aback. This was something that he had not been aware of when conversing with the chief of the Central June Heaven Territory's Jade Mountain sect, Lu Xiangtong. Mu Jun explained, just recently, not long before the day of the Brocade Emperor's battle with Mars Halberd, the Earth Exalt returned from extradimensional space, inviting my master to the Central June Heaven Territory. It seems that something major has happened. Not only my master, it is said that the other supreme beings have also been invited. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. This means that the exalts of the 10 territories have all gathered in the Central June Heaven Territory. When he had heard Lu Xiangtong mention that the Earth Exalt Wang Jingqing and the Brocade Emperor had left the world beyond worlds together after deciding on the date of their battle, Yan Zhaoge had actually already been rather concerned about this. Unlike the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who frequently ventured into extradimensional space, the 10 exalts had always remained in the world beyond worlds, seldom leaving. The only exception was the upper exalt whose movements were hard to pinpoint. The Earth Exalt Wang Jingqing was virtually equivalent to the Lord of the Central June Heaven Territory as he sat over it all year round. The daily affairs of the Central June Heaven Territory were mostly handled by Wang Jingqing as well. As a personal disciple of the earthly sovereign and the most active existence amongst the descendants of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Yan Zhaoge felt that this Earth Exalt was like the steward of Kunlun Mountain. In truth, when the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were either in secluded cultivation or away, Wang Jingqing had managed the Central June Heaven Territory and even the world beyond worlds in an orderly manner. It was definitely not normal for such a person to suddenly leave the world beyond worlds. Now, it was not just Wang Jingqing. Chao Jia, Zhuang Shen, Lu Jinggu, and the others had also left their respective territories, congregating in the Central June Heaven Territory. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Mr. Mu, may I ask if something like this has ever happened before? It has, Mu Jun answered, around 100 years ago. A pondering look appeared on his face as he was clearly concerned about this as well. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly, thinking, is it related to the Immortal Court and Buddhism? According to the words of those of the lofty towering world, the battle between the two has been getting more and more intense recently. From the looks of it, there should be a peak in the battle between the two sides every 100 years. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Their longevity should be slightly longer than that of mortals. Generally speaking, the longest lifespan of mortals is only around 100 years old. He had previously guessed that the peak experts of the world beyond worlds like the Brocade Emperor and the Primordial Heaven Emperor had all headed to extradimensional space because of the battle between the Immortal Court and Buddhism. While there was still no concrete evidence now, Yan Zhaoge was even more certain of his earlier guess. It was just that he did not know what the situation would be like after the 10 exalts had congregated in the central June Heaven territory. Would they remain in the world beyond worlds or would they head to extradimensional space as well? Kunlun Mountain still had the concealed sovereign and the female emperor at least. Overall, the situation in the world beyond worlds was still stable. Still, when it came to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the southern Blazing Heaven territory and the eastern Vast Heaven territory, there would definitely be some disturbances without the presence of exalts. Without the great mountain overhead, the various hegemons would naturally have more space to exert their might. The Royal Reed Sea where Broad Creed Mountain was located would not have too many disturbances. In the past, ferocious dragons might have crossed the river. The Grand Xian dynasty had entered the territory of the Royal Reed Sea roughly 100 years ago. Still, in the earlier battle at Broad Creed Mountain, the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide, a late immortal bridge martial saint, had left many in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory shocked. While many believed that it was due to the might of an immortal artifact, whatever the case, Guan Lide of the 9th level of the martial saint realm had truly fallen here. As a result, most people felt uneasy as they dared not act rashly. While there were definitely others who coveted the immortal artifact, they dared not blindly invade it. As for those outside the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it would not be so easy for them to cross the border. While the southeastern exalt was not present, the martial practitioners of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory would still naturally reject outsiders. It was just that Yan Zhaoge felt that it was a pity. He had originally wanted to make use of this chance to visit the southeastern exalt Chao Jia and inquire about his mother. Anyway, in Chao Jia's eyes, Yan Zhaoge, who had already made a trip to the Immortal Court, could already give up on himself. A pity, truly a pity. Yan Zhaoge had a regretful look on his face. Chapter 938. While the Brocade Emperor and the Earth Exalt were both in the know, Yan Zhaoge did not feel that it was a good idea to ask them about it. The Earth Exalt did not need to be mentioned. While the Brocade Emperor currently appeared friendly, it was still uncertain what his opinion was regarding Xue Chuqing. From the looks of it now, he could only wait patiently. Still, everything had its pros and cons. The existence of the dim radiant wheel was likely to draw the attention of the Immortal Court. When he had slain the vast Yang Exalt of the Immortal Court's lineage, Pei Hua, when he had seen the dim radiant wheel, his emotions had been rather abnormal. Most of it had naturally been hatred and fury. The number one expert of his vast Yang Palace and also their only emperor had been slain by the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia. Pei Hua's hatred was understandable. Still, Yan Zhaoge acutely sensed that Pei Hua seemed to be feeling other than hatred. Yan Zhaoge felt that it might not be a problem with Pei Hua himself. Instead, it was the attitude of the entire Immortal Court. The news of him possessing the dim radiant wheel was currently only circulating in the world beyond worlds. If this news spread to the Immortal Court, there might be some changes. Still, that should only happen after the great battle between the Immortal Court and Buddhism had calmed down and was no longer as intense. Before that, their attention should still be placed on Buddhism, vying for incense and territory with them. Yan Zhaoge pondered as he continued retreating. In the distance, the two emperor-level experts were already completely enraged as they no longer cared about their surroundings. Streaks of white cloud chi and streaks of crimson fiery light intertwined, sweeping through this region of space. Both sides moved as they fought, gradually leaving the original battlefield as they traversed an even larger region of extradimensional space. The great battle did not cease. Gradually, those terrifying aftershocks weakened. This was not because the two were exhausted. Instead, they were getting further and further away from Yan Zhaoge and the other spectators. Yan Zhaoge and the others did not attempt to follow them. At this point, with the two true immortals exerting their full strength, they were no longer spectators. Of everyone present, only the Earth Exalt Wang Zhencheng had the ability to continue spectating. He was also the only one who had left his original position and followed them. As the judge of this battle, this was only natural. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge and the others, including Fu Ting, Tao Yu, and the other ingenious flying peak martial practitioners on the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, had already finished spectating the battle. They only had to wait patiently for the results. The wait didn't take too long. After a short while, a dazzling red light suddenly streaked across the dark void in the distance, as if it had split the void apart. The red light disappeared in the blink of an eye. The heat in the void gradually subsided, and the previous cold and lonely state was restored. Everyone exchanged glances. The battle between the great monarchs seemed to have come to an end. The Brocade Emperor had won. Not mentioning Yan Zhaoge, Mu Jun by the side first let out a sigh of relief. According to what the two sides had said in the previous battle, the Brocade Emperor was the representative of the Grand Clear direct lineage, ending the enmity between him and Mars Halberd over the Grand Clear martial practitioners helping the dragon race to seal him that year. Before the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi had been defeated, Mars Halberd would not find trouble with the other direct lineages of the Grand Clear lineage. In the current world beyond worlds, besides ingenious Flying Peak, only Golden Court Mountain remained of the orthodox Grand Clear direct lineage. In truth, the situation this time was unique. In order to prepare for battle, if the Brocade Emperor was willing, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia was likely to provide the Heavenly Cycle Righteous Art and the 3 enclosures Emperor Sword for his reference. Still, the Brocade Emperor who was accompanied by an immortal artifact clearly had his own confidence and pride as he had ultimately still been able to take on this battle all by himself. The final outcome of the battle seemed to prove this point as well. From the looks of it, that Mars Halberd seems to be a man of his word. There shouldn't be any problems with this outcome, right? Yan Zhaoge sighed in relief as well. After a long time, purple qi reappeared. Vast purple qi rose from the east, enveloping the space of the universe before them once more. The world beyond worlds martial practitioners present all cheered in unison. While Mars Halberd had some connection with the world beyond worlds, he was already a legend of history as he had only suddenly reappeared recently. The Brocade Emperor had been one of the peak sovereigns of the world beyond worlds in the past millennia as he possessed great prestige. Even if the spectators had no stake in this battle, they were still more inclined towards the Brocade Emperor. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. It looks like Mars Halberd was defeated. The Brocade Emperor was unable to destroy or subdue him. For some reason, Mars Halberd hates the dragon race to the bone. While there is enmity between him and us of the Grand Clear direct lineage, it is not a death enmity. Mu Jun said, he is not the Brocade Emperor's match. He might not fight to the death. With his strength, it would still be very difficult for him to stay if he wanted to leave. As Mu Jun said this, he smiled at Yan Zhaoge. Moreover, Mars Halberd was the accompanying weapon of the exalted fire luminary at the end of the day. If not for death enmity, the Brocade Emperor would not have fought to the death with him. As for subduing this immortal artifact, this is certainly a tempting thought. Still, first not mentioning that he is different from other immortal artifacts, just the exalted fire luminary alone is enough to make one feel apprehensive. It is rumored that this bigwig has yet to perish. If he does not speak, everyone would have to take things a little more lightly. Mu Jun extended a finger, tapping Yan Zhaoge lightly. It is fine that your broad Creed Mountain possesses the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown. While they are extremely powerful high-grade sacred artifacts, they are not immortal artifacts at the end of the day. However, the situation with Mars Halberd is different. As the two spoke, that vast purple chi that enveloped space entered the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, vanishing. The spectators all approached the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, preparing to offer their congratulations. Still, while they were allowed to board the vessel, the Brocade Emperor did not meet them, as he was instead received by the Grand Plainness Origin Lady Tao Yu. The hearts of Zheng Yimou, Mu Jun, Lu Xiangtong and the others all jolted slightly. While the Brocade Emperor had emerged victorious in his battle with Mars Halberd, could it be that he had been heavily injured as well, thus not receiving any guests? Of course, with the Brocade Emperor having been injured, Mars Halberd's injuries would only have been worse. Seeing only Tao Yu and not Fu Ting, Yan Zhaoge had other guesses. He and Fu Ting had inadvertently gone to the lands of the Immortal Court together. This must have been a taboo in the hearts of the higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds. After learning of the existence of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the Immortal Court, while Fu Ting could not explain it clearly, she had always had a strange feeling about it. Yan Zhaoge believed that it was not just her imagination or her misconception. Referring to the similar warnings of the Brocade Emperor, the Southeastern Exalt and the Northeastern Exalt, Yan Zhaoge guessed that Fu Ting's feeling was not wrong. Having gotten his daughter at such an old age yet having such a thing happen, the Brocade Emperor would naturally be nervous. Yan Zhaoge even thought that since the Brocade Emperor had not seen Fu Ting previously, having immediately clashed with Mars Halberd after arriving at the battlefield, he had only learnt of Fu Ting's experiences after the battle. If he had known of this before the battle, perhaps today's battle might have turned into a battle to the death. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.